Hello everyone and welcome to the Alpha Championship Cup number 3. Yes, that's right, not 1, not 2, but 3. So welcome everyone. And here today I am joined by two lovely casters, Kehvin and Ragnar. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Kehvin.
Hi everyone, I'm Ragnar.
Brilliant. And I'm Tarnished Knight. So welcome, and I hope you enjoy the journey with us, where 64 contestants will be battling against one another for the prize pool of 623 euros, which I think by my record, that's the biggest one we've had with Bar yet. In terms of contestants and the prize pool, so the top four will be... yet. So if people want to donate to the tournament, then they can reach out to Jazz Cash during the tournament, and or reach out on the tournament channel. Jazz Cash is the organizer for it. So specifically for those very generous souls that have made donations to the tournament, we have Jazz Cash, an anonymous donor, but thanks anyway for it. Just Ash, Spencer WF, Maki Moose, Mizai, and Borg King. Thank you very much, everyone, for your generous donations and making a wonderful prize pool. And hopefully that will give the fire under the belly of the contestants to just give it their all and show you some absolutely amazing games. So it's probably a good time for me to sort of explain the tournament format and what we are expecting to see today with our 64 contestants. So I'm going to now show you our representation of the leaderboard. No names put in there yet. Someone's going to have to go in and fill this all in the background. So once all the contestants have been established, which is all being sorted out right now. So there are 64 contestants in groups of 4. So as you can see, there'll be 16 groups of 4. Everyone in their group will play everyone else. So they'll effectively play 3 matches. The strongest player, or the player that wins the most matches in their group, will move on to the elimination stages. Now, if it turns out that it's a draw, and we haven't got a winner, then we'll have to go back round and run that group again until we determine a winner. Hopefully that won't happen, but you never can tell with tournaments and formats like this. And I'll show you the representation of the later stages of the tournament. So here we are in the knockout phases. So there'll be multiple stages here where the top 16 from the first round have battled it out, fought their way here. There'll be single elimination. They'll be fighting out there in the 8th quarter and the semi and then finals. So there'll be four rounds of single elimination, and we will determine who actually walks away with the crown this year. There won't be a third round match like there often is in tournaments, because we've been nice, 3rd and 4th place get the same share of the tournament prize pool, so they don't need to duke it out, which is all very nice there. So we can focus mainly on the tournaments, the finals itself, without any distractions. So I'll bring us back to the tournament booth. So that's the journey to victory. Kehvin, Ragnar, any predictions on who you feel will come out on top, or do you think that's a bit too early?
I'm very, very confident that one of our players will win.
Amazing predictions.
Amazing,
right now. Absolutely. Brilliant. You might be a genius right there. I will follow you on that, but I would say there's a couple big contenders. And moreover, I would say that there's quite a few new players who could be dark horses and certainly upset some of the predictions we might have in the coming hours. So I'm excited to see that.
Brilliant stuff. Now, since we talked about predictions, I'll just show that I don't think it's actually active doing much at the moment, but in Chobby there is a predictions page, and Tyvian and Ragnar will be putting in their predictions when it opens up, when all the contestants are finalized, which is going on at the moment. So if you want to compete with our casters and show your knowledge and expertise on our players, then please join in. Bring us back to the casting. Right, okay. Do we have any details at the moment on terms of where the tournament is in the organisation phase? Have we determined all the contestants yet?
I believe that the last couple of contestants are being sorted. Jazz Cash closed the check-in and not everyone had checked in. So I think there's like 1 or 2 little gaps. However, I think people are starting to sort their games out. I'm just looking at the page of the tournament games, and I'm not seeing any have started yet, but I'm sure that'll change very shortly.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so there were a few backups for in case some people did not show up or could not show up. So there's a couple of backups that will fill in the gaps.
Yes, we have a waiting list, so for those no-shows, we can at least put people on who are waiting and didn't get into the initial 64. And that's incredible. 64 contestants. That's our biggest tournament in terms of the number of contestants we've had so far. The previous tournaments, I think, were 32, if memory serves.
Brilliant. Unfortunately, the tournament's little listing page has had a bit of a bug, so I'm going to be looking into that very quickly.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Fantastic tool when it works.
I was going to say, it hasn't been tested yet, so not properly anyway, so that's, yes.
Yes, I see a few technical hitches there.
That's fine. We won't appear on stream, so...
Yes. There isn't a tournament where everything goes completely smooth, but we'll do our best to bring you all the action as it happens. Now, something I should point out is that we currently have a 2-minute stream delay, obviously to discourage stream sniping, and we've also got a few other casters on other channels. I don't necessarily have the links to those as well. So, if people are watching those, possibly in different languages, then they've also got the 2-minute stream delay. Well, so during the tournaments, point out that we're not allowing spectators to actually go into the matches themselves. It's only for those involved in the tournament crew who can get in, but those replays are being collected, and we will share as many of those replays after the tournament as we possibly can, so that you can analyze those matches in detail, especially if there's something that we miss, which hopefully that won't happen, but in the chaos of matches where multiple attacks, angles and that are coming in, it can be rather tricky. You think something's going to happen and then boom, something else happens instead. But no.
I do believe a few battles have already started, and I see.
I jumped into the Nuke versus Lapococta.
Nuke.
About 1 minute in so far.
All right. Let's join in.
For
first match.
Where's that in the list at the moment?
If you right-click on me, you can join the same battle as me. Remember
that
on the front.
Technology is an amazing thing, I have to say.
It really is.
Especially when you've got someone as talented as Tyvian working on the middleware server.
Yeah, we'll just forget that there were like 3 bugs just before the tournament started. Let's completely ignore that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's overrated. The point. It's not whether we make mistakes, but how quickly we recover from them. That's what we say in the technical industry, IT industry. That's what we say as programmers. So just loading that up now. I had the maps downloaded. It looks like the maps have changed since then.
We have down the bottom left, we have NukeOfficial, who has gone Cortex bots. And then in the top right, we have Pro Lopactica. And he has gone Cortex bots as well. So it's a mirror matchup in this regard.
Just connecting to the server at the moment, so hopefully we'll be able to bring our audience in and to show off everything that's going on. We'll be in there in a few moments. I do apologise for the delay. But yes, but yeah, continue to fill us in, casters,
Sorry,
on that.
A latecomer has been requested. 1 second.
Oh.
Sorry, there was a latecomer who hadn't been added to the relevant Discord role, so couldn't see something, but that's now been solved. Yes, so we have a stream of grunts heading out from NukeOfficial. So I'm going to grab the choke point first. I've actually not played on this map before, so I can't really comment on the strategy, but I imagine holding the hills either side of the choke point is a significant strategic advantage.
Certainly it is. However, one thing about the map is that there's not that much metal on these hills, so they do provide, I would say, perhaps more a strategic advantage, but you'd still need map control elsewhere to actually collect those resources.
So what you're saying is that while holding the center is good for stopping the direct push, grabbing the sides and raiding could become really influential in this game.
Indeed, absolutely. Just for those people confused about Lopatka's name, it actually means shovel. Small shovel, even I would say.
So
All right.
NukeOfficial has a non-trivial metal production lead.
Indeed, absolutely. We can see here in the top right corner the difference. Expanding his commander as well, compared to staying in the base from Lopatka's producing commander.
Yep. Also, NukeOfficial, if he micros that grunt on the top right well, he could grab... Okay, he's not going to be able to. He was going to be able to potentially grab a construction bot, but he carried on moving, unfortunately.
Yeah, but there's a grunt in the base and then an attacker on the front, so he's losing a few mexes here and there. So a little bit of a comeback for Lopatka.
That said, he's his commander. He can turn around.
The big difference here, having been using commander to assist the lab, as we can see here, produces more grunts faster. But since he's all the way over on the enemy side, it's a longer reinforcement time. So he's caught up now, NukeOfficial.
NukeOfficial hasn't started building any resurrection bots. He's reclaiming the Rex. Is this a mistake, or getting the short-term metal a better tactical choice right now?
Well, I would say it's a personal preference. They both have quite a bit of metal in the bank, so he doesn't necessarily need it. But also, they don't have energy for res bots, either to make the res bot or resurrect it. So it's a bit difficult choice there. But no LT in the base, and an attack from Proletka onto the wind could be devastating. Let's see what happens here. And he's underproduced on the grunts. I think he might lose this. He might lose his whole base.
Yeah. This could be game.
Absolutely. Very quick first game. Very strong attack here by Lopatka and completely destroying all of the wind.
Worth noting that this is not the fastest Pro 1v1 game we've ever had.
That's game over.
Very fast games.
Wow, yes. As expected from the group stage, I would say. There's a lot of mismatches. So the lower rated players have to have an uphill battle against these top tier, top TS players. So, all right, first match already done. That was a quick one.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the lobby. Tarnished Knight.
Okay, so the next one we have Perny versus Planian. They've just started. It's the second map. So I'm just going to jump in to spectate that one right now.
Right, okay, I'll just join that battle there. Planian versus Perny. Okay. Right. Oh, this is so much easier.
Yes, and so for those who are unsure, in previous tournaments, we had issues where finding the right lobby was difficult. And that was before someone started streaming our game and bringing hundreds of extra players to us. So finding them now would be nigh on impossible. Okay, so for this one, we have Planian, who is opening up Cortex bots. versus Perny, who is opening up Armada bots. So this could be a little bit different. Planningen has gone with a slightly greedier opening in terms of he's gone for 2 windmills versus the 4 of Perny, which means that he was power starved for a little bit, but he's able to start producing that first grunt much faster as a result. This aggression could pay off well for him. Your thoughts on that one, Ragnar?
Oh, I'm still catching up on it, this one, so please go ahead.
That's fair enough. So in response to Planningen's grunt, which, well, it's not in response to it, Perny can't see it yet, but he's producing ticks, which obviously do come out much faster, they move faster, but they also lose decisively in any kind of engagement with grunts. Grunts are a very good counter for ticks. That said, he managed to get the tick past the grunt. It missed both of its shots. Ticks being a scouting unit, every unit has a chance to miss them. One of the reasons they're very effective en masse. Perny getting some really good scouting information, seeing where Planningen's commander is, understanding it's not going out anywhere. That's really useful information. That said, Perny's other units that he's since produced, they're not going out very far. He's preparing to defend against that grunt. And without a radar, he's only just spotted it. The grunt is going for some of the wind turbines, but is shut down by the commander straight away.
So, nice reaction there from Perny. Seems like it could be a much more balanced match, this one, than the one we just saw. So
I think so as well.
Let's see what the counterattack does.
Yeah. Planningen also shut down that tick. No problem at all. Just a single grunt down the bottom of his base solved that. Worth noting that Planningen, the way that he's built his wind turbines just below his factory, most things can't shoot through wind turbines. So it's a potential vulnerability should more raiding happen against that. Whereas Perny has built his wind turbines in a block, which will obscure less shots or fewer shots, but will also potentially chain reaction explode should they be destroyed. Pros and cons.
We have a bit of an engagement here in the middle. Perny killing 2 of the grunts with his pawn, so a bit of a mismicro there by Planningen, but reinforcements are on the way, so it should be quite all right. However, a bit of an advantage Perny's side when it comes to expansion. So he's already expanded with a 1 construction bot, staying in a base with his commander, and then we have Planningen who's now expanding with his commander with another construction bot expanding behind that. But he does have a nano tower, so he will outproduce Perny over time. Another making his own construction tower in his space, so we'll even that up. So pretty even start, I would say.
Towers cost a lot of energy, so a mistake a lot of people, myself included, make is building them before you have enough energy production and just stalling your entire economy.
And this is exactly what we see starting from these players. However, no, I would say this is pretty even game so far. Quite exciting to see how these players are gonna use their faction to their advantage. Just some regular scouting and a potential danger here coming for Perny on his right-hand side of the base, as he does not have a radar. This is perhaps one very, very important thing to build his radar, and lack thereof can cost you quite a bit, as we might see here.
Worth noting, we have 8 pawns with an extra 2 behind them, coming up against 3 grunts and a commander with a laser turret. So those pawns potentially able to do a lot of damage, especially if he splits them up and sends some round to attack the base, similar to what we saw last game.
Now delays a bit the expansion, pushes him back, but it looks like it's a bit delayed and he might get caught by these grunts.
Yeah, I don't see them achieving an awful lot at this stage. There's more grunts back at base. He's had time to prepare. If he'd been able to go straight in, he could have taken out at least those wind turbines back at the base, I reckon. Interesting.
Right, but
the need for map control. We're not seeing any of the players so far go around the sides of the map.
not much, at least. There's certainly no. But yeah, the you have to understand also the space between these two. The bases are actually quite close to each other, so frontal attacks can still be quite devastating if you have like a sudden influx of units, since the bases are not that far apart. But a bit of a raid here, killing some winds. Not going to get the nano tower.
No,
And that's
he actually got
over.
reclaimed by the construction turret. Quick question from chat. Tarnish Knight, would you be able to enable showing game rating next to the player name, please?
How do I do? I have to work out how to do that.
Settings.
I can find it for you quickly. Settings, interface, player list.
Open
and
skill value.
Something somewhere. Can't find it.
Open skill value.
That's the one. Additionally, chat, if you need to get my attention for anything, ping my name. I have it up on a second monitor, and hopefully I can alert the rest of the crew to it as well if needed. Ragnar, I believe, is also in the chat, and Tarnish Knight, obviously, is as well as beyond all official.
What were the settings?
So you have settings, interface, and then on the middle column you have playlist like country flag, and a couple below that you have open skill value. Set that to true, and then a number will appear on the left hand side of the players' names in the player list in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, and it will show you their game rating. Worth noting.
Open skill value, I see.
Pardon?
All right, I see open skill value.
Fantastic. Worth noting that the tournament is seeded based on leaderboard value, not game rating value. Leaderboard value takes into account the newness and uncertainty of a player significantly more. So if there's a discrepancy you ever see, that's why. Interestingly, Planian has not built any resurrection bot. Oh, he's literally just building his first resurrection bot.
He's a stream sniping, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, with the 2 minutes delay, I don't think so.
No, of course not.
Unlikely.
Of course not. But yeah, a bit of an engagement back and forth, I would say. Again, very even so far. So exciting match to see. However, construction bot is going to get taken out, and an engagement in the middle. That's going more or less even. However, the grunts able to get micros to take out those pawns. So interesting back and forth. Not too huge of an advantage either way. Both players have a bit of a trouble to spend their metal, even though Perna is, I think, remedying that with the nano turret, so that should be fine. But the thing is, with pawns and grunts are really cheap, so it's difficult to spend all your metal. So let's see if oh, and there we go. Planian converts to some storms and thugs to spend that metal as well.
What can you tell us about that transition from grunts into storms and thugs? What should we expect to see? What's the reason behind that?
So one is, obviously spending that metal. Another one is to have like a big ball to push to the frontal assault. So these pawns and grunts are quite bad at frontal assaults against the little T's and so on. And we've seen both players try this and eventually failing and just donating metal to the other side. And this is going to remedy that. Now, since Pernies keep building pawns, he might actually outflank him. So it depends how the position themselves. Is he going to try to attack the thugs and storms head on? Is he going to go around them? But perhaps there's not a critical mass yet of them. There's still too few to deal with the amount of pawns that Perna is making. So I think Planian is in a bit of a danger here if this keeps going in this direction.
Completely. It is worth noting that the army sizes are similar, but Perny does have the advantage in terms of pure numbers. He also has significantly more build power. He has 4 construction turrets by his lab, compared with the now 3 from Planian.
But Planian played a bit catch up there with the build power. So this was the big difference. Perna switched build power earlier, and he was not punished for it since Planian did not attack him during that time window. So got a bit of an advantage. He himself is not switching to rocket pods as well, to rocketeers. So this will be more of an even fight in terms of unit composition. But he has a window now, Perna. He's more army, so he does have a temporary advantage, but he's a bit shy to make use of it. Of course, he doesn't see what we see, he doesn't know, so he's being a bit careful.
What are your thoughts on Perny going, well, he's gone for a lot of rocketeers and he's still in pawns, versus the thugs and storms of Planian? Which is the better choice here?
So it's a micro battle, and the rocket bots shoot further than the thugs. So if you have really good micro, eventually the rocket bots are quite a bit better. However, they're worse against everything else, such as enemy pawns and so on. So it's a little bit on the rock paper scissors side in terms of the dynamics and the ranges of the units and so on.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that the rocket bots beat the plasma bots beat the infantry bots, and the infantry bots beat the rocket bots. Is that roughly correct?
And not 100%, and it depends on the situation and on the map and a whole bunch of things. But in very, very broad terms, yes, about that, yes.
Perfect.
A bit of a standoff here.
Drawn out battle in the last one. We're still looking at 4 construction turrets for Perny. He is using up basically all of his metal. Planion is still producing from one factory as well, though he's starting to build a larger field of wind turbines. He does have a bit of energy production to catch up on. Metal production, they're near enough neck and neck.
Yeah, unfortunately, Planion here didn't see that one of his mexes was taken out, so he hasn't rebuilt it. He's reclaiming his lab now, so we might see a tech switch, and he's building the mechs as well. We might see either vehicles or aircraft. I'm quite curious.
Yes. Do you think that whoever switches tech first will have the advantage, or is switching tech too early too much of a disadvantage and a risk?
Too early is certainly bad. However, I wouldn't say this is too early. Pernai could try an attack now, but by the time the vehicle lab has been built, he can already reinforce that. So that's not an issue. The other side, though, is planning to build an aircraft lab with his commander. So that's on the hill on the right. Hasn't built. He's building shurikens with it. So that might be a very critical part of that.
Oh, yes.
The raids on the right as well.
Is it possibly a big mistake that he's not using the commander to assist that lab? Because, I mean, that's taking quite some time to build each of them.
True, but I think he's a bit scared of an attack. That's why he's building the LLT, so he wants to protect his commander. Since his commander was quite vulnerable to an all-in attack by Perny, but he's mitigating that a little bit now, his unit movements. But at least his base quite vulnerable, and his front line. So I think Perny wants to poke the bear here.
Completely. It's worth noting, so behind the scenes, we have a 4th member of the team who you've not met yet, but you probably will later, Borg King. He's one of our contributors, and he's doing a lot of the data and analytics that you'll be seeing pop up on the screen every now and again. He thought it was worth mentioning as well that in addition to the rocket bots having more range than the plasma bots, like the thugs do gain a significant advantage over other things when fighting from uphill, and a equivalent disadvantage when fighting from downhill. Which, given the terrain here, that could be very relevant. Very nice sneak attack by Perny on the left-hand side of Planion's base, forcing him to split his force while having a massive army at the front.
Absolutely. He's trying to build a double LLT here to protect his base. Let's see if it's going to be built in time. Otherwise, his whole production is threatened by these pawns who have very high damage, can deal with these very quickly. One goes down, another is targeted. It goes down as well. So significantly reducing the build power here by Planion with a frontal assault, huge assaults, destroying basically most of the army of Planion with his large pawns.
Missed micro by Perny there. He moved the pawns forwards, and then they just stopped while out of range.
Yeah, then getting plummeted by those rocket bots. So very even, with shurikens over top to help out with tanks as well, even a pounder. So let's see how this goes. Quite tight fight. But he's gotten through with the pawns. If he can get to those wins, that would be really powerful. Yeah. But the base is threatened. I think
is going to help him a lot here. The other force is about to hit the base. I think this could be it.
It could be it. The base is too threatened. I think that build power attack before the strike on front was really critical. And yeah, he's overwhelmed. He's completely overwhelmed. Pernai is taking this one, I believe.
Yeah, I can't see how Planion can come back from this.
Interestingly, meanwhile, this huge battle is taking place. Both commanders are standing off right in front of each other with some LLTs. So that could have been a big turnaround if they went for a snipe. But that's GG. GG, all right.
GG, well
another game, yeah.
That was a fantastic one. Let's have a look at what other games are going on at the moment. Just going back to the people running them. I should turn my camera back on. We have... there's a Teddy game going on. Teddy won our last 1v1 tournament. I think that would be a worthwhile one to watch.
Who's he playing?
He is playing Kehvin at the moment.
All right,
No,
Kevin,
wait,
not.
no, I joined the lobby by mistake. Hang on.
Back in the casting booth.
All right, Tarnish Knight, please take it over.
Hey, so that's another fascinating match. That one lasted a little bit longer than the first one. Have you already picked the next battle, Tyvian?
Yes, I'm just trying to find one.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll try joining battle then.
Oh, this could be a really good one. We have True versus Tag Breezy. The game's been going for 16 minutes, so it'll be a
Ooh.
brief catch-up, but I think it's probably going to be a really good one. True is one of our newer players, but has a lot of experience in other RTSs, so it'll be really interesting to see how that translates into bar.
Okay.
Other RTSs in particular, such as Age of Empires, which, while an RTS, does play very differently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's amazing when you think about the RTS genre, and there's so many subgenres of RTS. You know, the TA and the Command and Conquer and the StarCraft and all that. And it's just incredible how different they are to play when you're switching from one to another.
Unfortunately, the game looks like it might actually be in its final stages. I've almost done. In fact, yes, the game actually just ended as I was in the process of catching up. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing one of those ones. It looked like a really interesting start as well. So
Let's go, Teddy, Kevin. They're just starting. They haven't started yet, so we can catch in the full game. It's on Z map.
Okay.
I find.
I will just leave that one then, and be ready to jump into the next one. If Tyvian, you're in the right lobby.
I am now. Yes.
Okay,
If you
so
I recommend doing so as well. Just
brilliant.
that little bit.
Just in the lobby now. The map had been changed since I last downloaded it, so it's just downloading that one now. Just testimony to the quality, I suppose, that we hold with bar. You know, we're not just once and done with things. We continue to refine, improve, even after initial releases. So I'm just loading that match up.
Now, last game, I said that I believe it was Planian went with a very greedy opener of only 2 wind turbines before going for his factory. Teddy has gone for 1 mech, 1 wind turbine, and straight into a bot lab. He started building his next wind turbine and then finished off building his first tick. Kevin has gone for an air opener.
Aircraft, yes, as straight for transport. I think this is Kevin not having a lot of faith in being able to win against Teddy in a very traditional match. So he's going full on cheese, 1 max into aircraft lab into transport.
Teddy did win the last tournament and has approaching close to twice Kevin's game rating.
Immediately caught. Immediately caught.
Scout the transport.
Teddy knows what's up. He makes the ticks. He scouts it way ahead. This is
already. This will be a short game.
Near impossible for Kevin to win this, but let's see what he tries. Some fancy anything, but the LLT is going up, and this is over.
Yeah, so Teddy's
nothing he can do now.
Laser turret to prevent degunning it, and he's now going to just walk Kevin down. Oh no, he's not. I'm surprised at that.
He doesn't want to risk it, I suppose. Where he is right there is safe. If he goes in and Kevin gets an LLT up, that could be an upset. So he wants to play it safe. He doesn't want to lose his first match, or the second match, I would say, in group stage, which is quite crucial. If you're down a match, that can eliminate you quite quickly. So you want to be careful with that.
Worth noting that while this has been happening, Teddy has completely ruined Kevin's base. Kevin has no economic production beyond that of his commander. At this stage, I think this is a done deal. I can't see how he can.
Right. No, he cannot. And making the Rocketeers to kill the LLTs, he's just delaying.
That laser turret has a lot of experience, so it has faster firing, much higher DPS, 475 versus 430 of the other laser turret. This is got to be game at this point, I think. I mean,
he tried. He thought he could not win in a traditional match, so he went for an all-in. But Teddy, he's not Teddy for nothing, and he knows what he should do against players who have potential of risking an all-in like this. And he made immediate takes. That was the right move. And Kevin is merely delaying the inevitable here.
delaying the inevitable at this stage. I think it's worth noting that the importance of scouting. It's so easy to play a game, especially a larger team game,
Absolutely.
and rely on your allies for scouting and not realise how important it is. I think this game demonstrates just how important it is.
Absolutely, and if you think if Teddy had gone core bots, not having scouts there could have actually been a game changer, since he would not have seen the transport until it was too late. So take note, everyone.
Varnish
All
not.
right, turn it back.
Yep.
If you
Take
go
us
to
back
set-
into the booth.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was
Yep.
going to say, before you go, there's a setting that someone's requested we change.
Oh, right.
So,
Nuts.
That's
Okay.
fine.
There's a setting that needs to be changed. All right.
Just to show income values in the top right-hand corner. I assume that you'd put it there. Teddy, lucky bill.
I thought that was there, but I can double check. Let me double check. In the next match.
Okay. Our next one might be a much lower rated one, which I think is quite nice to see these lower rated ones before, because typically the lower rated players are going to get knocked out much sooner. We
Yeah.
have Meliorite versus Plausible Alpaca. I don't know which is the better name, but they're both fantastic. I love them.
Oh, you're in a into battle
I'm in the
password.
Just starting right now. It's loading as we speak, or as I speak.
I'm being asked for a password to join your battle.
You should be able to click cancel and it'll let you in anyway.
Oh, right. No, it leaves me with the previous Kevin
Oh, dear.
versus
Click join. It
Kevin
worked for
versus
me.
Teddy. Oh, I can just
Click
join.
join with
All right,
nothing in.
all right. Meliorite. Yeah, okay. All right, that's okay. I just got to learn how to use the user interfaces. So
This is not designed to work for things like this. If there's a password, you're expected to put the password in as far as it's concerned. The idea of certain people being allowed to ignore it is not part of the spec. So we've
this is very special tournament only. My ability to do this will be removed the moment the tournament is over. Rest assured. I do not.
So once you're in Tarnish, let me know and I'll guide you through which setting to change.
Absolutely. So we'll just switch to the match. It's still just loading. All right. So, okay, guide me.
Interface. And then again, it's by the player list one. You've got open skill value like before, CPU/ping number, and income values.
Ah, I see. Got it.
Income value is the one that they want changed. There's another one on the top right-hand corner, but I think that shows by default.
Yes, there is. That's what I thought.
Certain.
Okay. All right, got that.
I mean, it's just putting the same information in two places, but there's nothing wrong with that here, I think. So for this game, we have Meliorite, who has not chosen a factory yet, but is Cortex, and then Plausible Alpaca, who is going for a bot lab quite quickly. Given the amount of energy production that Meliorite is going for, he's going to have a very delayed lab. Is he going air? No, he's going vehicle.
Which do require more energy than your bot lab. Yeah, absolutely. But meanwhile, Plausible Alpaca is stalling energy, so maybe not such a bad idea to make more energy. And furthermore, again, cool bots, no scouts, so cannot take advantage of that really slow lab with scout harass. So he will not be punished for it. Actually, he will turn out a bit better off in the end, I believe.
Is it not punishing if you use it to build constructors and you have more build power much faster than your opponent, though?
True, but like we saw here, Plausible Alpaca did not have enough energy to pump out those constructors. So in the end, Meliorite is fine. He's building scouts. He feels a bit scared of attacks, I suppose.
Yeah.
But noting him building vehicle lab, he cannot go down those ridges. So there's ridges on the sides, and vehicles can't pass that. So he's confined to the absolute center of the map, and he has to make a push through there while being possibly under attack by a Plausible Alpaca from the side. So interesting in the difference in strategy.
It might be because Meliorite is not familiar with this map. It's some of our newer players won't have had an opportunity to play every single map, or maybe just have chosen not to, and as a result, he may not be aware of the tactical position he's putting himself into, or strategic position he's putting himself into.
He's harassing now the scouts. He's might get a few wins here or the res bot, but no, it looks like it's going to get cleaned up by the grunts. I don't actually think so, because we saw Miliorite didn't attempt to go through the side, so I think he's well aware of it. He's just choosing to go down the middle, or at least I choose to believe that.
Yeah.
But he's going heavy on eco. He's building tree constructors, completely naked, no LT, no scouts left. Suppose he's quite safe versus the core bots, but quite a bit of a difference here. Nanobots with expanding commander for Cortex here, with a bit of a scouting party with the grunt. So let's see if he gets units in time to
Just
defend
as,
against this.
statistic information. Plausible Alpaca has never dueled on Z before, but whereas Meliorite has done it twice. So Meliorite should be aware about the ridges. Most interesting.
Yeah. And Sizer's doing quite well against grunts in general, but he needs more of them to defend against this many. Raid coming in, and Incisor is coming just in time, I believe. The constructor is in danger, but now he backs off. He doesn't want to lose his army.
Worth noting, for the
So
most part, Meliorite wasn't using the line move, so his incisors were bunched up a little bit too much, whereas the grunts from Plausible Alpaca were spread out. So had he engaged, he would have had an advantage in that regard.
yeah, but he's now closed off the opportunity. He's a raider as well, so he sees the movement happening. However, plausible, 2 nano turrets. He's trying to build energy to make use of that. Expanding with his commander versus expanding with construction bots from Miliorite.
Meliorite has no construction turrets, just the commander. And the commander is sandwiched in between all those other buildings. I think he can get out, but he can't do any shooting from there. So that seems like a bad position to me. Would you agree with that, or do you think I got it wrong?
He doesn't have an engagement first in the middle, being surrounded. The grunts are getting destroyed by the incisors who have much higher HP and are threatening the base now. It's completely undefended. No LLT, no energy to build the grunts that are actually very high cost in energy. Low winds, 3 winds, so this is a critical point. Is he going to go for it? He's going around. He thinks there's an LLT in the base, but he's driving around.
He thinks the base has base turrets. He's not.
Oh no!
Because why would he have?
Critical mistake.
Well, it's Amos.
But he might still get there in the end. I think he's not even looking here. He's in his base doing something else. So he put this Q here, and he's going to the only place in the base where there's an LLT. Very, very unfortunate here. Could have been game over already.
Yeah.
Instead, it looks like this is going to get cleaned up, actually.
He's going to take out a few things, and he's going to buy himself some space and map control, but it's not the win it could have been.
No, so unfortunate. Going all around the base and going to the only place all the way in the back where there's LLT, this is quite unfortunate. But you're absolutely right, and you've seen that really well. He's gotten the most of the map now thanks to this distraction.
Worth noting, obviously, that in most cases where we would have expected him to go in based on what we can see, that is where the laser turret would have been. So I can understand why he went round, even if it wasn't.
Mind games.
Yeah. Plausible Alpaca playing 4D chess.
All right, you know what to do from now on. Build your LLTs in the back of your base, and you'll basically mind game the enemy.
Nothing.
Joking aside,
doing that.
Joking aside, huge metal storage for Plausible Alpaca. So he's not able to spend all this metal because his energy is too low. He's trying to build a geo to compensate, but this will take a while. Nano building as well.
And
Yeah, so this will delay the whole thing. Meanwhile, Meliorite, using his commander to pump out units, is able to vastly outproduce the incisors, which are much more metal heavy, so he's able to spend all of his metal. That being said, kind of a standoff in the middle here.
Yeah, Meliorite having the much more map control is going to help him. He has double the metal production of Plausible Alpaca, and he's obviously using that metal as well, which is the interesting part. He's still not produced any construction turrets.
He's going in. He's trying for the attack, and no, he chickens out. There's too many grunts. He doesn't want to risk it. Could be a throw if he goes in.
Sizes at this point, or Incisors going to keep on providing well for him?
No, and sizes do well metal for metal against grunts. This is not an issue for him. He could go for something else, but since the line to reinforce is so long, he wants the units to get there as fast as possible. Mind you, they have similar army sizes, but in sizes are stronger than grunts. So let's see what happens.
So does Paul's
Wins.
need to swap over to thugs and storms at this point then to defeat?
I would say he needs to do something. One thing he could do is build up defenses and then use his grunts in a counter attack while defending. But it looks like he just wants to mass grunts here. His geo is finished as well, so he'll be able to pick up his production with 5 nano towers. So here I would say that Miliard is a bit of a timer. He has to do something before Plausible Alpaca catches up, and he's doing something. He's making an air lab.
I'm a big fan of air labs. Maybe not as an opener the way that Kehvin used it the other game, but I am a big fan of the good old unexpected bombing raid.
Absolutely, and it should never be unexpected because it should be coming. He could bomb the nano turrets, he could bomb the geo, or he could make a shuriken to try to gain a military advantage right on the front. But he's getting vastly produced very, very quickly there, and he's going for it. Plausible Alpaca is going. Might be too late for the bombers. Huge attack. Is it enough? Did he go too soon? No micro, just blunt force straight to the middle, but no, it's too soon. It was too soon, the attack, and the incisors have won out. Still reinforcements coming in. He's going around, but he's found a nano turret, so let's see if he can delay at least the production quite a bit. He's getting a bit stuck, not spreading out his units. One nano turret is one is down, but the other one's still standing. This is a failed attack, I would say.
Plausible Alpaca needs to get some resurrection bots out now. He needs to resurrect a whole bunch of those things to get a big enough army to fight this. His commander is... Oh no, his commander is supported. I was about to say his commander's out in the open, but no, he's got the units right behind it.
And the Deegan to threaten away. Quite even game, I would say. Like each have potential to win here, but Miliard, he has bombers in the back pocket to remember, and map control, so he has a way larger income as well. Still an engagement going on, a bit of an army advantage, I would say, but reinforcements are right next door.
Yes, and he's skirting around the site to pick off these 2 metal extractors and potentially the laser turret as well. Though once he's done that, there's no escape for him. Those tanks can't go down the hill. Tarnished Knight, if you select the incisors and push F2, it'll highlight where they can and can't go, and you can see there's some pink bits at the bottom of that hill, and they're just going to they're going to drive up to it and go, nope, we can't go there. So they might get picked off.
He's cornered. He's trying to choke Plausible Alpaca by not getting him an income, but the units Rex themselves are an income, I suppose.
Oh yes, especially if they were resurrected, which so far hasn't happened. They're going to get reclaimed, so Plausible Alpaca is going to get the metal income that he wants. Jazz Cash
comes down to the bombers.
The way through the group stage now. It's going very quickly.
All right, nice. That's good. Quite a few bombers. Let's see what happens with them. That will make it or break it. While there's a failed attack in the back, trying to.
We have 9 bombers so far, including one in production at the moment.
And Plausible Alpaca now is on 1 max. So back to the beginning. The bombs are coming. They're not grouped up, so he should have time to build some AA.
Worth noting,
bombing the grunts.
He's not using the bombers very well at the moment, so he's told the bombers to attack individual units rather than attacking the area. And the vulnerability worked very well.
That being said, he killed off almost every single grunt there is. He could try to use his grunts now to do a finishing blow, but he has to move fast before the production catches up. Now he's targeting the nanos, and this looks like game over. I don't think there's much to come back from here.
But for those who just watched this and thought, wow, this Titan has no idea how to use bombers, the reason I said that that's normally a bad idea is bombers have very limited vision. And if you tell them to attack a unit and you lose sight of it, and you don't have radar there, which I think he does for this bit, they will then lose that attack order. Normally you would tell them to attack the ground itself, where you know the enemy is, normally their base. However, obviously in this situation, it did work out very nicely, and I happily eat my words on that one.
He got some of the nanos, but he kind of stopped targeting them, went for the wins instead, and now the production is still up for plausible, while the eco of Meteorite is not looking that great himself. Doesn't have the energy production to keep building.
No.
So
Not
it's
the
going to
dodging-
stall yet again. It's going to stall yet again.
Yeah. I don't know how much experience Meteorite has at the game. If he's used to team games, as you know, quite a few of our players are more used to team games than 1v1. In a team game, if your ally is overproducing energy, they will overflow it to you. So it might be that he's more familiar with a situation where he's sipping energy from the excess of allies, and he's not used to having to build this many things on his own. Additionally, in a team game, you're only responsible for your section normally, whereas here, the entire map is of relevance. So it could be that.
And look at that, we're seeing new units being built now, the Brute. So this will deal perhaps with the grunts a little bit better still. And yeah,
If
now we also have a Warden. We have a Warden and two plasma cannons to be built in range of the base of Plausible Alpaca. So we're in for a little bit longer here, it looks like.
Yes. The agitator is the longer range plasma cannon of which two are queued up. It's worth noting that Ragnar has always been a big proponent of building these and really pushing. No, I jest. Ragnar has constantly referred to them as a noob trap. Is it a noob trap right now, or is it a smart strategic decision though?
Well, actually, I've always said that indeed they're usually used wrong, but however, if you can build them within the range of the enemy base, that is a one use case that they have. But as we can see here, defenses don't win games, units win games, and this is exactly what's happening. Meteorite with the brutes inside the base, destroying everything, and this looks like finally a game over. The production is all done. He still has the lab and the commander. These might get decant, but so much delay. He doesn't even have any metal extractors left, so this is game over. The commander even dies. All right, GG. Well played, well played.
I got to admit, when I saw the starting build patterns, I actually thought Meteorite was going to win. So Plausible Alpaca was going to win that one. I thought, oh, yep, he's got all of the extra stuff. He's good to go. Just goes to show, don't get based on early things.
But good game, back and forth. It was tense. We saw bombing run. That's always enjoyable to watch. I really like those. So well played to both of these.
Yeah, back in the casting booth.
I've got a Teddy game. Teddy versus greedomorph.
Oh, you jumped into another.
I have indeed.
Okay.
I've got
We're not giving you any time down. Sorry for that.
I like it. This is what the audience wants. Just matches after matches after matches, back to back. They don't really want to see us. Let's be fair. As lovely as Tyvian's shirt is, it's all really about the games, the matches, and the players. Let's be fair. I'm just loading into the next game.
As we progress further through the tournament and we whittle away as many of the players as possible, we will move to a one game at a time system. Jazz Cash is behind the scenes. He's been organising the tournament. He's set this all up. He has been herding cats for the last month. He's done a fantastic job of it, and I'm sure that he will be continuing to herd the cats as we get closer and closer to the final section, and he will start to give us guidance on which game is happening when and which one should be covered potentially. At the moment, we are just jumping between ones which look interesting.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
Absolutely.
Like...
Absolute shout out to Jazz Cash for organizing this. It looks to be really an exciting day, and I'm really psyched to see all of these games fall down.
Hey, so we're in the next match.
Yeah, both players are Cortex. Both have opened bots, and we are on the Avalanche 3.4 map, which has sort of three different paths to your opponent. Greedomorph is a much newer player. Teddy obviously won the last tournament. I think the game against Kehvin was not really a good demonstration of his skills. Kehvin, but unfortunately didn't play out. It will be interesting to see if Kehvin has succeeded in doing that against other players, though. I can imagine him catching people out. He certainly did yesterday in some of the practice games. Brilliant harassment by Teddy here. He's taken out one Max and what looks like a res bot as well. If he micros this grunt properly, no, unfortunately he's not able to micro the grunt in such a way to defeat the other grunt. Good effort, though. Oh, he has another grunt that's just come in, taken out another mechs, and is now going to go for some wind turbines. Or was. He's going to take out that resurrection bot again, taking out a wind turbine. Oh, he's doing significant damage here. This is not good for Greedomorph. He's going to take out the construction turret in a moment, along with all of the energy economy of Greedomorph.
Oh, yes, this hurts.
Win this.
This hurts. This is your worst nightmare. You're playing a game, you're doing your thing, you're building your mechs as you comes, and then this some not so nice guy Teddy just comes in and wrecks your whole base, and you're back to the starting blocks. You don't have any wind, you don't have any maxes. There's ratings happening everywhere, and then the big final blow comes in right through the front door. No energy to shoot with the LLTs. Another short one. Not too surprised, I'll say.
No. I will go and find the next match for us now so that we can do that smoothly.
Poor Greedomorph. He's in his lab and no energy.
Yeah.
GG. Well played, Teddy.
Okay, right. The next one is a very high level game. We have Therxyy, Duck versus Flash. The game
Ooh, exciting.
Yes, exactly. So Flash he's got quite a low rating in this game, and that's because he normally plays team games where he annihilates people. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that translates into a 1v1. I'm sure he'll do very well, but will he do as well as he does in his team games?
Jump back into the booth very briefly before we go into the next game. Just loading it up. They're just coming through so thick and fast. I just can't keep up.
Oh my, this is a very aggressive game. Both commanders on the front line. We've got thugs engaging Flash's commander at the moment from Duck. His name says Therxyy, but he's always been known as Duck. I don't know why he changed it. He's the worst.
Joined the clan, I think it's a clan thing.
Which, for those uncertain, did exist long before the more recent geopolitical events. No, we did.
I have no idea what you're mentioning.
Yeah, we did have someone cast a game, and one of the comments received was, "Why is this person in support of that? Why did developers allow it?" Rest assured, we do not allow it. If someone's actually supporting that, but this does predate that by quite a bit, so that's why we don't care about this one here. Duck is pushing hard into Flash. I think Duck's going to win this. He's got a bunch of thugs supported by resurrection bots, repairing them and ensuring they stay alive, while Flash is trying to micro rocket bots, similar to what you were saying earlier, Ragnar, where if micro correctly, the rocket bots win. Unfortunately, he's bunching them up a little bit too much. He's outnumbered. He's being forced to pull back all the time. I think Duck might have this one, unfortunately. Where are we caught up to at the moment, Tarnished?
The 10-minute 30 mark, according to the pop-up. It says, yeah, it's sorry, 10 minutes 30 is where the match is. So it's about 10, 10, 10, 12 at the moment. So we're nearly there. Oh, we're caught up now, supposedly.
All right, then this is the big difference. So rocket bots do outrange them. However, the thugs have better stats. They shoot better. They have more HP. So this is a difference that you can make is performing like a quick, large push, gain an advantage, and keep rolling with the advantage. And you have to snowball this. And we see exactly that over here. So over a longer period of time, rocket bots win, but the thugs, this is too many. I think he's going to go for another push here. And the production is really close by, so once he catches that out, he's trying for the commander, but no,
it'll be a suicide.
That's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's way too low. Too many thugs. He's trying to buy time. He's pushing him back to buy time. It's actually working. Unfortunately, Zuck is giving him the time, but unfortunately, I think it's too little, too late, too big of an army advantage. And this is the difference. The thugs, what they excel at is being a strong brute, front door kicker. Not a long range, slow push.
Yeah.
He's trying to go for a push here with pawns on the side. He's trying to snipe him, but Zuck, too smart, built an LLT to defend, and this is not going anywhere. Brilliant move there. Foresees it, knows it's going to happen, and predicts it. Very, very well played by Duck here. I would say Duck is a very, very strong player and a contender for top.
Oh, completely. I would not be surprised to find Therxyy end up in the final, maybe not the finals, but certainly near them. I mean, he could end up in the finals. No,
I think there's a lot of players here who can surprise us and make it really, really far. If not, potentially even the finals. So we never know with these. This can go every direction. There we go. Lab destroyed. GG. Game over. Not much Flash can do it at this point.
No, not at all, unfortunately.
I would have predicted Rocket Bots to win in this one. I didn't see how this started out, so very well played by Duck. Very well performed. So strong tug push. Nice. GG.
I'm just all right. I found the next one. We have Dubadara versus Therxyy. So I'll try and rejoin that. There we are. So I'm in the lobby already. I'm just rejoining. It's only been going for a couple of minutes, so that's quite good.
For the moment.
Server's an issue with the game host, unfortunately, on this one.
Ah, right. Just loading
Right.
into the match.
Yeah, that's
All right, some exciting games we have so far. Let's see where this one takes us.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't.
unable to join this one properly, so bear with me a moment. I'm going to try and rejoin it now.
I think one important thing is for this group stage, some rather small maps are picked to make sure that these games don't drag out too long, since there's quite a few of them. So these games don't tend to last all too long. So I'm quite excited to see what people have prepared for the maps in the next stage.
Yes. Tarnish Knight, quick question. I obviously can't see them here. Have we had the info snippets been appearing on the screen at all?
I believe
have.
they have been. I've been
Perfect.
putting
have,
them
yeah.
up, but if the audience haven't been seeing them, then I'm a bit worried.
Chat, if you have or haven't been seeing them, please let us know. Ball King has been posting them, but I can only see so much at once. Okay, so in this game, we have Therxyy has opened up with Cortex bots, while Dubadara has gone Armada bots. Ragnar, for a map like this, would you prefer to go Armada or Cortex, and why?
It all depends, and this is my answer for everything in this game. It all depends. They each have their advantages. We have a tick here harassing, however, I don't think it's going to do much. So the fact here is that the distances are very, very low. So you can do a very easy push with, just like we saw earlier with Doug's, and those are slightly better than the ARM versions. So that's a really nice difference. However, on this map, what you can do is rush out quite some ponds and surprise early on and go through the sides and harass the enemy. A construction bot here under attack, not being paid enough attention, as Low will have a significant lead with this one.
How big a deal is it losing a construction bot in that position at this stage of the game?
So it's actually quite a big deal, and one of those reasons is a very small map and it's a low resource map. So every single little thing here can matter, since as you see, he's still on 3 mexes, Dabdara, so he doesn't have a huge amount of metal. He's struggling to catch up with Wind, since Wind is stuck so low. So this actually puts him back quite a bit, and we see on the other side as well already expanding with two construction bots, has an extra construction bot in the base, so a significant difference already.
Yeah.
And Resbot might be able to resurrect that construction bot later if he so chooses. But yeah, thanks to this difference, Zlo already has an army advantage as well as an economical advantage. So it's not looking very good to Dubdar, I'll be honest here.
Dubdara, very good player, worth noting. So Therxyy has a much higher 1v1 rating, but Dubadara's rating, similar to Flash, is probably slightly deflated for what it would normally be. So his team game rating is, I think, much higher. He doesn't play as many 1v1s, which, as we saw with Flash, might be a problem as well, though.
I wouldn't say losing against Zlo is anything to be ashamed of. Zlo, very, very good player, and I would consider as well one of the potential dark horses here, since he has some really good harassment plays, really good scout attacks when he chooses to go vehicle. So let's watch out for this player in the upcoming if he gets out of the groups, which I believe it looks quite possible. I haven't really looked at the points. How are we on those in the group stages?
I don't know. Maybe we should take a quick break after this game to look at those.
All right.
So once this game's finished, maybe take a quick break and discuss the standings. If I bring up the standings on my one at the moment, where are we looking? I can say a few things quickly. So Randy is the winner of Group A. Group B has both Goopy and Breezy at the top. Teddy is doing very well in Group C, unsurprisingly. Kehvin did win one of his games, so I wonder if he opened air there. I kind of hoping he did. Group D, we have PtaQ is in the lead. And then we have
Looking good.
Faf for Groups E. Group
And
F,
this one here.
MightySheep, unsurprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
Group G, we got Therxyy, I think he is. Lopactor is 2 out of 3 wins on Group G as well. We saw him earlier. Shocks is winning hands down on Group H. Group I's got LSR or LOL Steamroller at the top, with Sabutai at Group J. Group K's got X Factor Live. Yotaniko is on Group L. Daywalker, Group M, and then Duck for Group N, unsurprisingly.
All right, so no big upsets. I believe Flash was not rated the first in the group based on open skills. So actually, I think that makes it 0 upsets, I believe.
So far, 0 upsets.
Right. Very tough, however, though, to be not first seed in those groups, since the difference can sometimes be really, really large. So I would have been quite surprised to see an upset, but it's always nice to see some of these games as a preparation for the next stage. Dubdara going in with his commander, 2 LLTs, I believe. No energy for Zlo. That could have been a game over already. He's baiting out some grunts. So I actually came out on top of that, despite a suicidal move. Low window, so perhaps it's a 4D chess by Dubdara attacking when the wind's low.
They're both.
But that also means no deacon.
Bearing in mind, it's they're both heavily reliant on the wind. So we have 0 solars for Tag, and we have 0 solars for Dubdara as well, who's actually building a construction turret and is swapping into vehicles.
Oh, interesting. That could be a potential game changer. He doesn't have that much map control, so he's quite low in metal. And this is the thing on this map: why you go you don't go solars, because it's very expensive metal wise, and you don't have that much metal. Yeah.
It's worth noting that vehicles will be slower at attacking around the sides of the map, but perfectly fine in the middle of it. So if all the fighting was to take place on the top right or bottom left, then the bots would have an advantage at the slopes, because the tanks would be limited in how fast they can go up or down them. But all the fighting takes place right in the middle.
He's a bit slow with the transition, now reclaiming his bot lab to fund this, but with just the 1 nano turret, it's going to take a while. So let's see if Zlo can take advantage of this in the meanwhile, with a larger army, since he's still producing from his bot lab some thugs.
Yeah, Zlo has a nice combination of grunts and thugs, and even a couple of storms now. Oh, sorry, a singular storm. It's just approaching the front line now.
It's poking the LLTs. It's quite useful. Just putting a little bit of pressure on the enemy with the storms against LLTs is always a good idea. Bit of a raid on the top right side, taking out the LLT. Is it gonna? No. Did get the mech down, so that's kind of the objective, I suppose. A bit of a throwaway of those pawns, unfortunately. Tried to get in there, failed. Alright, what's he building out of his... he's building artillery, stout, and Janus. A very, very good mix. Very healthy mix as well. Stouts take up the damage, Janus deal it, and then Shell Shocker put some long-term pressure with artillery. So I really like this build order from Dubdara. Unfortunately, he has this army of thugs right at his front door that he has to deal with before those vehicles arrive.
Indeed.
LLT is getting taken out. This is going to be a little bit tough. In the very long run, though, the vehicles will outperform these thugs. But just one or two that he has now are not nearly enough to deal with this army.
Worth noting that the bots do not have an equivalent to the artillery piece. The artillery piece significantly outranges the bots. However,
No, he mismicroed. He loses his few units. He's getting pressured from all sides. He's going for the kills. Low, the killer has the enemy inside. Some nice deguns, but that's not going to be good enough. Dubdar taken out. Chi. Quick death here. Surgical strike. Well played, Slow. All right, and I think that's the group as well. The end. Tanish Knight, do you want to have a talk about the groups?
Explosions, those commanders, always love seeing them being blown up. Yeah, so I'm just double check whether we've got the lovely displays of tournament standings, the group stage. We do have something on show, so I'll just show that now, and hopefully it's been enough. It's sufficiently up to date and in detail, and I'll have to go into full screen view myself so I can actually see what we got here. So, yeah, wow, there's quite a lot of battles have been going on. Group stages, groups D, F, G, I, J, M, and N have resolved their winners. So it looks like that Teddy, MightySheep, Therxyy, Steamroller, Sabutai, Daywalker, and Duck have qualified going through into the elimination stages, and we're left with 2, 4, 6, 7 have yet. This is probably tracking a little bit behind progress at the moment. So let's see who actually goes through from there.
Meanwhile, let's load a Goopy versus Breezy, perhaps.
Oh, good shout.
Yeah,
Where are you,
sure.
Ragnar?
Are you in that battle, Kehvin?
Yep, I've just joined it.
I'm just
They've been running for just under 3 minutes.
joining. Right. Okay. Just loading that up. Just let the audience have a bit of time with the leaderboard while the loading screen's going on in the background. Admire the lovely artwork that's been put together by Ice Quick for this. It really does add a lot of flash to the tournament.
I'm going to jump off to take a very short break, so I'll be silent for a little bit. Tanish Knight, good luck.
Thank you very much. I'll try to assist you as best I can, Ragnar, with the with the match commentary. Are you in the match, Ragnar?
I am. I just started Goopy versus Breezy. Breezy, relatively new player, playing here in blue core and is going bots versus in the other corner, Goopy, also core bots. Goopy, I would say, one of the favorites to win. He is on top of the leaderboard. He's been playing excellently. And let's. I'm terribly excited to see what Goopy is gonna bring here in this tournament. He usually actually perhaps has a bit of a issue with anxiety or stress or something like that. Since I've seen him sometimes falter in tournament games, but I believe in the Goopy. Goopy is a very, very good player, and I'm very, very excited to see him play.
Share money's on Goopy for this match.
Absolutely.
They've noticed that the casters have joined. Breezy taking a moment to say hi, Mum. Oh, that's very nice. So yeah, so in this, I guess we're expecting to see much of the same sort of plays that we've seen in the previous match up. This what we're seeing here, do you think it's going to play out faster, or are you seeing any telltale signs that this is going to play out the same way?
Well, we have pretty standard openings from both sides, very mirrored. So this could take a little bit longer. Let's see how Goopy excellent micro, usually with his grunts as well. So I'm quite curious to see if he can use that to his advantage early on. A switch into rocket bots already from Breezy. However, not expanding, so a little bit stuck on the two mixes, which will run out his metal sooner or later. Whereas Goopy is expanding already. So
And not only is Breezy not expanding, but Goopy knows that he's not expanding because Goopy's all over the map. Yeah.
he is, and he's testing the waters. He's seeing can he get a little bit something in, attacking in the front while at the same time attacking in the back. Takes out one of the grunts in the back. Second one goes down, and he's in. He microed. He targeted one grunt at a time, allowing him to win 2 versus 2. Shows how good he is with the micro, and then he distracts the enemy. The enemy goes in the back and attack, and Goopy comes in, destroys some more wind power, and that's almost all of the energy. That is all of the energy by Breezy, and he displays his absolute mastering of micro and takes on a decisive advantage, basically ruining Breezy's day right there and then.
Yeah.
Does he have a chance to come back from this, do you think?
Well, not much, I would say. No, one max, he's expanding to his second max is about to get taken out. So very little income. Doesn't have a huge amount of build power to rebuild either. Whereas Goopy is just pumping out units to his commander, so he has a really large amount of units. I do not believe Breezy has any way of coming back from this now.
In fact, there's actually another bunch of grunts on the right-hand side about
Yeah.
to wreck the rest of Breezy's base.
Absolutely, and this is already over very quick. Very well done by Goopy, winning out just 2 AKs versus 2 AKs, targeting 1 AK at a time, overcomes it, has a grunt in the back of the base. Breezy overreacting, sending his entire army to the back, and then Goopy was able to then just kick in the front door with his army that was on standby. So very well microed here by Goopy.
And Breezy's factory just went down. I think that's got to be GG.
That's the moment where, as a player, you press those 2 letters on your keyboard.
I think you might be right on this. Goopy has a bunch more grunts coming in. It might look like he's going with his opponent. I think he's trying to be careful that he doesn't want to overcommit. He's got the advantage right now. He can take an extra 20 to 30 seconds to ensure victory, as opposed to tripping up and going, oh, I miscalculated, for example.
Absolutely. I see a lot of new players sometimes trying to overcommit. They think they've got a decisive advantage and then throw it away in too early of an attack. So here, Goopy assembles his army, goes in for the attack, no energy for D-gun, so this looks to be over. GG, very well played, and that's game over.
Yeah. Fantastic attempt by Breezy.
Yeah, GG, well played. That was excellent execution from Goopy. Just jump back to the commentating booth.
Oh, so there's the next map, PtaQ versus Horoscope. They've just started.
All right, you in that one?
I am indeed.
Okay, we'll take the audience there with us then.
It's because I'm already there.
PtaQ, another very good player.
One of the developers as well, unsurprisingly.
Okay.
It's interesting. Previously, PtaQ, spelled PtaQ, he's been organising a lot of the tournaments in the past, and we more recently introduced a rule that the person who is organising the tournament is not allowed to play in it. All of a sudden, he stopped organising tournaments.
Coincidence? I think not.
No, it's big kudos to PtaQ for organising some of our earlier tournaments. He's done an awful lot with that and laid a lot of the groundwork. And obviously, Jazz Cash has just built upon that with this one here.
Jumping into the match.
Going very well. In fact, no, they're both going heavily into their wind. PtaQ's building 3 turbines, whereas Horoscope is building 4. PtaQ's opening Bots Cortex, and Horoscope will be opening Bots Armada. What are your thoughts?
Very safe. Very safe build here by PtaQ in the corner. Very easy to defend. One LLT basically defends your entire base. Corebot's also very traditional opening by PtaQ. He wants to place this by the books, it seems like.
Yeah, can't blame him. He's, as the ratings show, he's the clear favourite to win this one, and I would expect him to win it convincingly. What do you think about PtaQ opening with a resurrection bot for his first one, presumably to get this energy?
Indeed. It's about the energy. It's a free income basically by this res bot. It has a plus 52 energy. That's quite a few solars. There's 3 solars worth of energy income. It depends on the wind. You know, if your wind gets really low, this pays off massively. Now, unfortunately for him, the wind is quite high, but the res bot stays. You know, even when all the trees are reclaimed, so you still have your res bot laying around. So it's quite useful actually.
Yeah, worth noting, the tree-based economy is a very powerful economy. However, it is also temporary. If you reclaim all the trees, there are no trees left to reclaim. So it should PtaQ be slowing down the reclaiming while wind is this high?
Well, as long as it doesn't, and just as I say that, overflow, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. He saves on micro by not stopping and then restarting, and he can focus on his units at the front. I wouldn't worry too much about it. There's so many trees, even he shouldn't overthink this. I don't think. Yeah, some naked mexes here could be taken by these grunts that are attacking. There's no defending units yet from horoscope, so early advantage possible here.
Yeah. For those who are a little bit newer to it, naked expand means that you're expanding without providing any defenses or guards or support. Horoscope is going very greedy, building that construction turret. He is about to be ravaged by the 2 grunts. His wind is all forfeit, I think, or at least a large portion. Have pawns out.
Let's all remember LLT saves lives. Okay.
It really does sometimes. Especially if you place it in the back of your base, as we've seen very well here.
Would have been the same thing here as well. Maybe that's the new meta, as back of your base LLT.
Worth noting, PtaQ is not impervious to it either. A raid did just take out 3 or 4 wind turbines, I think. Also, it's worth noting, Horoscope does have an LLT at the front of his base, not at the back. So it's not like he was, being careless or not building an LLT at all. He could have just positioned it slightly more optimally.
Yeah, he's not aware of the new meta. It's too soon. He doesn't know you should put your LLTs in the back of your base.
Yeah.
Joking, by the way. Please don't necessarily do that.
Worth noting, if you mouse over Horoscope's LLT and you hold down Shift, you can see the range circle. He's placed it so he can just about hit the left-hand side of the map. So I think his concern was his commander is going to the east, attacks coming to the south,
absolutely.
Be a vulnerability for him. So it's
mind you,
stupid mistake.
Mind you, it's a little bit too far since a tick that moves there. By the time the turret moves to target on that side, the tick can get past that range actually. Yes. So not actually. That being said, huge attack on the front, a very little defense. He could force it. I think he can even take the LLT out. There's no energy to fire anyway because the wind is so low, and he takes it out, and that is like basically game. The lab will surely fall next. The commander tries to get back here. He repairs nano, and it survives actually.
Yeah.
But everything else will die, I'm sure. This does not look good at all for Horoscope, unfortunately. That being said, he does a decent job, but the commander is going all the wrong way.
So he has a bunch of 4 grunts, so 4 pawns, 3 pawns and 1 extra at the back, going down this right-hand side. PtaQ does have radar, so he knows they're there.
I think he was focused on the attack. He just now saw it. He has 1 grunt out. The wind has picked up, so he'll be able to produce. He's producing a res bot, however. He did not transition fast enough, and wow, I was speaking too soon. The pawns will wreck this base really bad. And this is they're not being microed too well though. No wins anymore. 1 solar being taken out, so he doesn't have enough energy for building these grunts, but
it's gonna get cleaned up.
It finally cleans up. So as we say, he was looking away, got too quick, and another construction bot falls here. So very, very heavy damage
Horoscope
being
did
dealt.
idle for quite a period just now, I think because he was microing the pawns so much. PtaQ just going, why build energy at home when you can build energy at the front? And is now building a wall of solar panels.
Bring it with you.
Yeah, this will make him impervious to low wind, which is worth bearing in mind that's messed up both players a couple of times this game.
It has.
Both have a certain amount of wind range. This is one of the larger ranges between 3 and 19. So if you think you're doing great when it's 19, you are going to really struggle when it goes down to 3, as we've seen with Horoscope, just at the wrong time as well.
PtaQ expanding all over the map. He's got the map control, but his commander. I was thinking it could get sniped here if he's not careful enough. Is PtaQ going to lose this match? He walks away just in the nick of time. He could have gotten sniped right there. He saves the day. Horoscope out of metal. He's stuck in his corner. Could not expand at all on the map, and he's stuck. Unfortunately, and PtaQ is I think now starting to play with his food a little bit.
Few quick stats from our Statsman Board King. PtaQ is 50-50 Cortex and Armada, whereas Horoscope chooses Armada for duels 100% of the time. PtaQ has also dueled on this map 20 times.
Wow.
Very familiar with it. The Horoscope 11 times, so not unfamiliar.
Okay.
That's it, though, the two have never actually dueled each other before.
First encounter?
Yeah.
Let's see how they experience this encounter.
And I've only just realised that they were there, so that one's on me.
Wrap around by Horoscope, trying to catch PtaQ off guard, but he sees it. He saw it coming. He's prepared, and it looks like he's going for the attack while the raiding parties on
PtaQ using construction bots rather than the construction turret to assist his factory.
I don't think we have time. There's here a big attack. The Centurion got degunned, the one big advantage that Horoscope has. So now he is practically dead already in his base. That's his game over.
Game over. Well played, PtaQ.
Yes, well played. All right. All right. I believe this is almost the end of the group stage, Tarnish 9.
Yeah, I'll just give a instant replay.
We game still going. We have a game between True and Pro Zellion, or Zellion
in the booth. We got going straight into another game. Cool.
Minutes, so I'm going to quickly catch up and let you know if it's just about to expire or not. I mean, you can.
Yeah, but I believe this group is already decided, so I'm not sure that even counts anymore.
Might just be having some fun.
Yes.
Why not? You're in a tournament. You're supposed to have fun.
That's very true. It's all in the name of fun. Everything we do in the name of fun. And I think the players should always remember this before they get too worked up, too stressed. It's about fun. It's about doing something that you love, enjoying your time.
This game is very much still going. We may want to spectate it.
Oh, okay. There is a match to watch. That one, True versus.
Who is playing?
Yes, True versus Pro Zellion.
All right.
But I do not believe this is a tournament match because I see True is not in a group with someone called Xilin at all. Or is that Orgasm?
Categories D and K are the only ones that don't have their resolution yet.
Yeah, the group is decided. Goopy's. Is it one from each group goes through?
One goes through in each match.
Yeah, I think this is True and Orgasm. So.
Okay. It's a different name in the challenge. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get you to that match as soon as we are able to join in. So we are in. Having a bit of a catch-up go on. So try and centre that. Bit tricky. So the priority of Bar is to catch up as quickly as possible. So it tends to mean you watch.
interesting fight. We are fighting on 3 fronts. So the previous few times you've seen this map, all the fighting's been down the middle. Here we have True engaging with Zelen on all 3 fronts. I'm really enjoying this actually. I know that the outcome of this battle doesn't matter for the group stage, but it is still an interesting one to watch. We've got Pro Zelen has a bunch of tanks and bots, so both factories, whereas True is still on just bots. And interestingly, potentially a mistake by True, has gone heavy into the energy converter economy. Ragnar, you must have something to say about this.
Energy converter, in most cases, I would say one of the most useless units in the game. And there's very, very few scenarios in which I would advocate to build a tech on energy converter. But again, I'm not playing. These are the players, and actually, this might be one of the maps where it's not that bad of an idea to build, since it is a low metal map. There's a few maps like this where there's so little metal on the map that it does actually potentially pay off if the game prolongs, as it does here. So let's see how that works out. And I suppose this is the difference, and this is the price that True has paid with these metal makers, is that he's invested quite a bit in it, and that means that it has given the advantage to Xilin to take over the map. So Xilin will have to draw from the map itself to get a medal versus the economy of True, which is actually, he's actually overflowing metal. See, he's built these energy converters and he's not even using the metal that it produces.
He needs more construction turrets, I think.
More construction turrets or more high costing units such as vehicles. Also, very, very, very dangerous spreading of the wind here, or would I say lack of spreading, since just a tiny damage to these will completely annihilate his entire economy.
Yeah.
But it's worked out so far for him, actually, since he has a comparable army to the opponent and is actually producing quite a lot of them now. So he might be looking to push back with his Thug army in the center quite soon, and has taken the top with a geothermal plant. I have never seen a geothermal plant on this map ever, and True makes it work here. So I might be eating my words pretty soon.
Given the time they've been playing for it kind of makes sense, especially with his energy converter economy.
Absolutely, and he has tons and tons of energy production, while Xilin himself is struggling with energy. And wind is high at this moment, so let's not think about what happens when the wind drops.
Yes. It is worth noting that True, over the course of this game, has just over a 4k metal lead. So he's definitely got the economy to win this.
Absolutely.
As long as he doesn't throw his units away piecemeal, which he potentially is doing at the moment.
I think it's just a probing attack. He thought maybe there's no defenses there. He can get some economical damage. Fortunately, those units are a bit too slow to really perform that action. I believe Xilin is on a timer here, and it might be too late already. True has, I believe, too high of a production. He's going to get overwhelmed soon.
Yeah, he clears those up, no problem at all.
Deacons. Up the hill, they move extremely slow. Easy targets for Deacons. No contest there. I believe one of the issues that Xilin had is it looks like he got raided so much, so he didn't actually get that much metal from the map. He's missing quite a few extractors, so this has allowed True to really overwhelm him economically.
That said, he's pushing forwards into a serious concave, nearly lost one of those tanks, and he hurt one of the thugs. Oh, okay. He's going tier 2.
Wow. All right. First T2 of the tournament so far. It's probably a good decision, I would say, even though usually it's quite risky. He has an actual army advantage. Probably doesn't feel too safe attacking. Doesn't want to throw it away. Xilin must be scratching his head. How did True get this big of an army? So he must have felt good having a map control, so he's not trying anything too special. But that has caused him to fall further back. So True actually accomplishing exactly what he needs to with this.
A few stats came out. True has duelled an Avalanche 9 times, whereas Zelen has never duelled on this map before. Zelen has, however, won 4 of their 7 duels against True in general.
Interesting.
That
So
one-
quite even players actually.
Mm.
And the Fiends, no PtaQ con for PtaQ economy, probably the right choice, I would say. Fiends, very devastating and doubly so versus the army composition of Xelen. Brutes have an incredibly difficult time dealing with Finns who are fast, who dodge the plasma from the Brutes. So this could get really ugly very, very quickly. He's building artillery on top, so that's not going to help whatsoever against these Fiends.
What do you think of the fact that True has gone straight into Fiends? He's not built a tier 2 constructor.
Well, it's slow, right? Okay, PtaQ constructor, it costs quite a bit of metal. Then the Mohomexes cost quite a bit of metal themselves and build time and everything like that. So I think straight to Fiends is the correct choice here. He can finish this match with just the Fiends. He doesn't need to delay it that much longer, I don't think.
Would it be smart for him to add in a couple of Sheldons, do you think? Really outrange the tanks and force the engagement?
I don't think so. I think that he wants a decisive surprise element, and if he starts showing Sheldons now, then Xelen knows that the gig is up. He knows about the huge economy that True actually has, and then we'll have to do an adjustment. But now with this, True has time to really mass these Fiends and do a one-time big surprise attack with them. So I think this is the right choice.
Worth noting that Zelin's view, he can see all those units, though he only knows what some of the thugs are. He's not aware of the tier 2 units yet. Though going by the speed the thugs are moving at, he might well think they're grunts.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the tiny corner that True has on a map, it's what you would assume, I believe. Now let's see a bit of a raid in the south of the thugs, further restricting Xelen's income. I believe it's just a matter of time. I don't think there's something that Xelen could do to snipe the commander. I think he could try, but I don't see that happening.
The artillery could be quite effective here, especially if True keeps on using thugs. Obviously, he's switched over to. He has built his tier 2. He's built 2 tier. He almost built 2 tier 2 constructors. He had it on repeat by mistake, I think.
I'm not quite sure if he got into the range of the Fiends, if he saw the Fiends there or not, but he definitely saw that there were units coming from that direction. Yeah, this could be the killer blow, attacking from the side. There is a HLT Warden to defend that, but it's not quite. There's still an edge on which the Fiends can attack that. So let's see what he does. He
Still not.
Sorry, how do I re-enable the map extension? Oh no, it's on. Oh, it's on. I was told it was off. Oh, okay. Going without the map extensions, but it looks like it's actually on. Oh, okay, no, that's been turned on for it. Sorry about that.
Huge engagement here, back and forth. Looks like the thugs are winning out on this one with their added mobility, and they can go back and forth. The Fiend's still tucked away in the corner, so he still has that in his back pocket. So I forgot about him, it seems. Now he's moving in.
Yeah. He was very careful not to reveal the brilliant surprise attack method.
And he's going from both sides. He's going through the left as well. And I think this is really nice thing to do is you distract the enemy on the front. You move around. He has a cues of these ducks to move back and forth. So he will distract his opponent at the front. His opponent will be microing before he knows it. The Fiends are coming in right into his base, ready. They might get the commander here. Let's see the D-guns coming in, killing a few already. Another D-gun. The lab is destroyed.
Yep.
He's not going for the commander, however. He's not looking to finish it just yet. GG, alright, game over. Well played. Good game, both of these players. Very interesting match.
Amazing.
And I believe that's the end of the group stage. So Do we have a call yet for the starting of the next stage? Do we want to take a little assessment of the tournament so far?
So back to the booth. Let's have a look at the tournament standings as we have here on our lovely graphic play group stage. Is it completely up to date? We will see. So according to this, he is not. The graphic doesn't. Is a bit dark, but I think it has actually resolved. We have winners for all group. Group D, yeah. So I think we have winners for everyone there. So as the audience can see.
We do.
So Pro Randy wins his group. Goopy wins his. Teddy, PtaQ, Zlofaf. That's low from Faf.
Yeah, it's low. Yeah.
A legendary player from that community. MightySheep, Therxyy, Shocks, Steamroller, Sabutai, X Factor Live, Tonico, Daywalker, and Duck. Congratulations.
All right.
So when will challenge be updated is the next question, in terms of them appearing in the next stage, the final section.
Very good question.
Askai is probably working on this as we speak, and that will be exciting to see the brackets. I believe the brackets are again by rank.
I think from what I can see here that they're actually starting to play out. So it looks like, I don't know if this is just representative or it's just been updated, but it looks like Goopy and Pro Randy have made it to the quarterfinals.
That would make sense.
There may be some other matches going on at the moment, if you guys can find those.
I'm just closing down a bunch of the rooms that have been left open, so that way it's a little bit easier for us to filter through them. So you should see those vanish from the web page momentarily. Okay, that's the True vs. Orgasm one. Right, we have Sabutai versus Therxyy. There's a 1v1. They've been going for about a minute.
Oh, you're in that one, are you?
Starts as soon as the game starts.
Okay, we'll get straight into there. We want to see these matches. These are where it's all starting to hot up. Our veteran players really strutting their stuff. So we're just loading in. We'll give you all the coverage the moment we are in. Okay, casters, do you want to talk about this match if you're already in?
Yep. So we've got Sabutai, who has gone for Cortex bots, and then we have Therxyy, who has gone for Cortex bots as well. They're both on the Z map. So obviously we saw this previously. We saw someone go vehicles against bots. So it'll be interesting what happens when both players are bots. Both players are quite high rated as well. I've played against Sabutai a number of times in team games. He is very competent, and both of them have a good 1v1 rating as well. So I think this is going to be quite a good one to watch.
I believe round one starts with Ravaged, so this would be the second game, I believe.
Unless it's a group stage one, or they're doing a warm up or like a quick warm up game. I mean, it's a game that's ongoing at the moment. So Sabutai and Therxyy are, maybe they're just playing them out of order by mistake, because it's showing them that they're meant to be playing against each other, but obviously they're not on Ravaged. So it could just be a blunder.
It is a best of 3, so they could be on
Hatch said once we get to the semi-finals, he is going to request that the players slow down and only play the one game at a time.
At a time.
Spectate all of them, yeah.
All right, so core bots versus core bots, a very traditional matchup with Grunt Micro being a key component here. 2 mexes with Commander assisting the lab versus 3 mexes. So a little bit slower for Therxyy. Therxyy?
I'm just going through and cleaning up some of the players to remove access to the rooms at the moment. There's a few of them been knocked out.
Yeah. a bit of an engagement here. 2 versus 1, that usually goes bad for the one, and we saw that here. A bit of prodding, seeing what the enemy is up to. Both sides quite mirrored, using res blocks to reclaim these crystals as well. And yeah, a bit of a raiding party, seeing what's up, poking your opponents, making sure they're not being too greedy, making sure you keep them on their toes, and not building pure eco. A bit of a raid here on the left-hand side might be coming up later by Therxyy, but he's keeping them now. However, a radar being built by Sabutai, so he will see them right now coming in, and he should be able to defend from this sneaky raid.
Oh, I've just been told by Jazzcash, this game is not a tournament game. They're
There we go. That's what I thought.
that makes a little bit more sense. It's just a normal game.
It
But,
does.
I think it's still worth watching because they're going to be up against each other next.
Perhaps, but do we want to perhaps take a brief overview of the tournament so far, what's coming up next, talk a bit about the players a little bit more. Now that we have this break, we won't necessarily have such a break coming up later.
We could
Punish
do.
Knight.
This would be a good opportunity for Board King to potentially jump on and release some statistics. Would you that Board King?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, we've got it all.
And you can jump in instead then.
Oh, they've paused. All right, so we'll bring the casting booth back. Oh, yeah, 2 of us. Okay. Well, here we go.
Hey, King, how are you doing?
Guys, really good tournament so far. I've been feeding in the stats as we've gone along for the players. So, shall we have a look at the matchups for the quarterfinals and maybe talk about some of the players?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can take a stock of our final stage players. Let's get ahead with it. Turks versus Sabutai, these two. What did the stats say?
Well, these guys, they've played a different amount of duels. So Therxyy has played 239 duels all time. Where Sabutai's only played 46, but they're both very seasoned players. Therxyy has really played more duels than anything else, though. People will see Sabutai playing the 8v8 games quite a lot.
He does.
And then in terms of like the maps that we've got coming up, so we've got Ravaged. Sabutai has never dueled on there before.
Oh, interesting.
But Therxyy has been dueled on Ravaged 42 times, so he really should know the map and some of the tricks around the terrain.
Well, we can say Sabutai now has dueled since he's doing his practice game now.
Maybe that's why he just realised he needs to get his practice in.
There we go. Next, Teddy and Duck. That's an interesting match, and they actually faced each other off in the last big Alpha Cup tournament, if I remember correctly. So a bit of a rematch here.
Quick interruption. Jazzcash has just informed us it is a tournament match. Right matchup, wrong map.
But they're going ahead with it then, or?
Not certain. He's posting the tournament casting chat right now.
All right.
So
Let's go on with the players while we're at it. Teddy and Duck.
Yep, if you want, continue running through the pairings.
Yeah, so Duck versus Teddy. Teddy has played 217 duels, but Duck's only done 10. So again, he's a player that we've seen on the other team games quite a lot. And also, Teddy's got a 67% win rate on his duels, whereas Duck's only got 50%. So player versus player, let's see how that plays out. But Teddy's definitely got more experience in the duels arena.
To be honest, let's be real here. What did you say? 70-something% win rate is enormous for. Yeah, that's 76. That's huge win rate for a 1 versus 1 player. Slow and Nico. Quite interesting, I would say, Teddy and Duck, since, like I mentioned, they played previously, and a bit of a different play styles, I would say, as well. So let's see how they bring that to the 1 versus 1. So just something.
Well, Slow, like we said, he's very well known for FAF, but he has managed to still play 270 duels on bar, and he has a 63% win rate in duels.
All right, not bad, not bad.
And then Yotaniko has played 198, so still, quite seasoned there in the duel arena, and has exactly the same percentage win rate, 63%. So we're, it depends on who they've played, of course, but that's a remarkable coincidence. Talking about the first map as well, Ravaged. Slow has played that 37 times. Yotaniko's he's never played it. Never been on Ravaged before.
Quite an interesting fact too, because Ravage plays quite differently since you have a bit of the hill to protect yourself from early raids. So you can do some sneaky strats, some air start or all-in push very soon. So that's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth thinking about the fact that the leaderboard rating for both of them is quite different, even though their win rates are the same. As Low's got 28.7 leaderboard rating, whereas Yotaniko's only got 16.5. So that might reflect who they've actually been playing in their duels. So, interesting to watch that game. Well, there's
right, so info coming in now. Apparently, this is their third game, Sabutai and Therxyy. It is on the correct map, so they will be continuing the game, and it will count. And the winner here goes through, actually, since this is the third map. So perhaps we can go back to the game.
Yes,
real quick.
We'll have to.
I'll let you get on.
Yeah, I have to reload into that.
All right, and meanwhile we can go quickly over the remainder 3 pairs. Shoxen, LSR, aka LOL Steamroller. Do you have something for us there, Balking?
I do indeed. Just bringing it up now. So, again, seasoned player LSR. We know him very well. 336 duels to his name. Shox is only 37 duels. Again, very, very similar win rates there. 63% LSR, 62% Shox.
Those are high win rates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, okay. We're nearly caught up now, so I think we will be ready to switch back to the action with Ragnar and Kehvin.
Excellent.
Yeah, no, Therxyy here pushing hard, and this actually looks like it's almost a wrap. There's one LT in the base to defend from this engagement. The LT is going down. There's some grunts coming around and destroying the production, the wind. It's looking really, really bad here for Sabutai. He had an early lead, and it looks like in the end Therxyy caught up. He has a huge army just standing outside. It looks like anytime he wants, he can just come in here and finish this match up. And that since this is actually the third game, they went ahead with the games quite quickly, it looks like. So it looks like Therxyy will be going through, and Sabutai, fortunately, his tournament run ends here. Very well played by Therxyy.
Worth noting that this was actually not meant to be one of the maps for this stage, but Jazz Cash has made an executive decision and he will let it slide. But just a heads up.
All right. Is this supposed to come up in a later stage of the tournament?
I don't know for certain. I can't remember what the map list is. I've been so focused on server-related things that I've actually not been able to follow that this time. But yeah, this is looking bad for Sabutai.
Yeah, and he got a tech switch Therxyy, that is, so he's bringing now tanks, vehicles as well, and Sabutai is trying to, the king of the hill, defend his commander with some LLTs and drag it down as long as possible. Out of energies, LLTs are not even firing anymore. Unfortunate and very, very well played here. Borg, perhaps you can already ready up the stats for the next few pairs. We can finish that up before the next match begins, perhaps.
I mean,
and here comes the final push.
To be honest.
Here comes the final push, going encircling the commander from all sides.
Get that flank.
Killing, and that is GG. All right. And I believe that's Already, the next matchup already locked for Therxyy, playing, I believe, Randy in the next round. So we already know one of the quarterfinals matches.
One second. I'm not sure which match it's meant to be. Let's have a quick gander. So we've got DuckDuck versus Teddy going on right now.
Ooh,
John, would watch that one?
That
sounds
versus
good.
Teddy. Sure, that sounds good. Are you
Sounds like
4 minutes into the first map on Ravaged.
Duck versus Teddy? Right. Okay. Let's get connected in there. I noticed, Tavin, you probably left your camera off.
Oops,
There.
sorry.
No, that's perfectly okay. We just more screen time for me and Ragnar. We're going to be jumping into our match anyway in a few moments. I hope the audience have been enjoying themselves.
So they are on a different map, Ravaged Remake. So this is one which we saw being playtested quite a lot yesterday, where Kehvin was trying out some of his air strategies, which obviously haven't played out the way he hoped. Teddy has opened with Armada bots versus DuckDuck's Cortex bots. Almost a mirror matchup. Teddy has got a very slight economical advantage and a bit of a map control advantage, arguably. It's I believe this map was inspired by StarCraft 2 maps. The style of it is quite different from most other bar maps. So it'll be interesting.
Indeed, as mentioned before, it has this little plateau on which each player starts that allows a safe start. So it allows for creative plays, and it allows for a greedy start as well, or a rush. You basically, it's difficult to know what the opponent's going to do, since it's difficult to scout up that ramp. Engagement in the center, LLT plus commander versus thugs plus grave robber resbot. So a bit of an aggression there, but yeah, it takes coming around for Teddy, looking to harass. He has 1 LLT in front of him with 7 techs. Will that be enough? I'm not sure. And meanwhile, DuckDuck pushing at front, destroying the LLTs. Teddy did not micro the takes. They all died right in front of the LLT, so that commander is foiled. That
No energy
attack
either.
is foiled, and the commander has to retreat. So very, very strong showing here by DuckDuck, showing why he's not to be messed around with. Getting degunned, however, just as I praise him, he gets his thugs degunned by Teddy, who makes a surprise U-turn. All right, let's perhaps think about the production differences. Teddy here has quite a bit of metal and has 1 construction turret. He's going to make a next queued up a second one, and is going for rocket bots. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have
production as well. It's worth noting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, DuckDuck going on a construction bot economy. He has used up all of his metal, but he's quite low on energy, since he's mostly on wind with a few solars. That being said, he pushes the front with his thugs, and he's doing so decisively, like taking out the LLTs. LLTs quite weak versus these thugs. He's pushing together with his commander, together with Resbot, and Teddy's on the run. A harassment of these expanding bots as well on the top. Doing very, very well, moving away, and the commander is under attack. He's getting 3 shots off. Deacon possible, missing the thug quite close. Half HP on the commander, 40% even. Constructing bot also dying to the grunts, harass. This is looking very, very grim. Very well played by Duck. Keeps reinforcing with more thugs.
Also,
and pushing him back.
One of the things I'm seeing DuckDuck do a lot that other players aren't, I'm not seeing other players do, is he's always got units at the front to repair his troops. So he's presumably getting more efficiency out of each of them.
He does. And when you look at the damage efficiency, 146% from DuckDuck, showcasing how well this is paying off for him.
Very well. Like, he's he's up against the person who won the last 1v1 tournament, arguably the favourite for this tournament. I think it's fair to say.
What would be fair to say if we were not watching this game here right now, where DuckDuck is doing really, really well.
I think it is fair to say Teddy was the favourite for this tournament. Obviously, favourites change over the course of a tournament.
Immediate overreaction from a single game. I love it. Rocketbots getting picked off one by one. This is a very, very bad situation he's in. Huge army at the front. Keep getting LLTs built and destroyed over and over again.
There's a grunt at the back line.
Indeed.
2 mexes, nearly took out a third and a solar plant.
Indeed. So not only does Teddy have a really low amount of mexes now, he still has a huge amount of metal banked, and he's making pawns and techs. So this is taking quite a while to spend. So a huge army advantage, I would say, for DuckDuck, even though has a huge reinforcement time for his army.
So I was going to say, has Teddy invested in the wrong unit? There's a large number of pawns there. That's metal, energy, and time have gone into that. Has he got the wrong unit?
I feel like the pawns are a desperate move here to try to either snipe the commander, do a counter attack, but he has to survive this push by the thugs here, who's really deadly. Fortunately for him, he has very low reinforcement time, so any units he produces will immediately be accessible to him on the front line, whereas however, attacking the LLTs is costing him a lot, and DuckDuck is going up the ramp at the same time. Very, very tense, back and forth, very difficult to micro everything at the same time. King of the Hill, Teddy, with his crown on his head, defending against this onslaught of thugs, but he has a range advantage up the hill with the rocket bot, so he has to survive this attack here by DuckDuck. Lab under attack. Commander low HP now already. Very, very tight fights. Will DuckDuck be able to take this? He is getting quite a bit of shots. He needs to win this rather quickly. But the lab is blocked. He's not producing any units. The res bot is stuck on top of the lab and not building anything. He thinks it's over. Teddy low HP getting hit, and there we go. GG. Amazingly well played here by DuckDuck. Wow, what a game.
That was a great first game of this series.
Absolutely.
Will we be following this series, or are we going to jump around a little bit? Tarnished?
Brilliant. That was a fantastic match. We already lined up for the next match, or do we have a few moments for a breather to reflect?
I think they're about to move on to the next map, but I was going to say, do we want to follow these two, or do we want to jump to a different pair playing?
Was this not the last of a best of 3 then?
This is the first of the best of 3.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
So our other options, we have Therxyy versus Pro Randy. We have... Oh, that can't be a tournament game anymore. I'll say True versus Zydka. We've got DuckDuck versus Teddy still, obviously, as we said.
We have Shocks versus LSR. Very interesting. MightySheep versus X Factor Live, I believe. Indeed, X Factor Live, a player that we have not talked about yet, is a very new player, and very, very exciting to watch since he's just started playing as... And he's already playing very, very well. So I'm excited to see what this player can give us.
Bear with me a moment. There's been a slight glitch. And X Factor Live got removed from the room by mistake. Let me just quickly sort that out.
Certainly something you don't want happening.
What it was is, as people got knocked out, I removed them from the permissions to join these rooms, and I accidentally removed one too many people. So that's I brought him back in, and that is completely my fault as well.
Is that favoritism there? Typhon's accidentally showing place. Secretly rooting for MightySheep.
No, that is not the case. I am rooting for X Factor Live because he has less rating. He's the underdog. No, to be fair, very
I
accomplished.
see on the challenge though that MightySheep has just scored a win versus and gone through against X Factor. So are they?
Before we join, so they'll be moving on to the next map now. I
Right,
think.
right. Okay, so perhaps we can continue with Teddy and DuckDuck. That was a very tight game, very high level as well.
Wait, no, these two haven't finished all of their games, have they?
That was just the first match.
That's what I thought. That's fine. We can carry on with the other one.
Yep, just
No,
jump into the right room, Tyvian. I'll follow suit. I'll
right.
defer to.
Okay, Teddy Duck Duck won. They're on a different map now.
Eye of Horus, a very interesting map. Quite large, high metal, high energy. So yeah.
Steep cliff. So the first time I played this, everyone's like, if you're going on the sides, you have to go bots. I'm like, haha, watch me show them and go vehicles. I got destroyed. It was not a pretty sight. So basically, the spiky bits that you can see, or the mountains you can see, are very impassable for vehicles and mildly impassable for bots. So
they'll get to see very, very shortly. I'm just loading into the map, so we will be with you, bringing the action as soon as possible, which will be in a few moments. So continue away, Tyvian. We'll use our imagination.
We have Duck going Cortex, and looks like he's opening bots, and Teddy's going Cortex and also opening bots. Now, Ragnar, when I've watched tournaments previously, we've seen a lot more Armada than Cortex, in my understanding, because they're typically regarded as being better at Tier 1. What's changed?
So what has gotten really, really popular for quite a while now, it's already been in the meta for some months, I would say, is grunts. Grunts, microing versus pawns are absolutely destroying pawns. Very, very powerful stuff. So it's no surprise that they're really, really powerful and picked a lot. That being said, they do have very significant weaknesses that can be abused. So I'm quite excited to see some of these players use that to their advantage. We saw in the previous game that not even being that big of a factor, since it was mostly a Thug versus Rocketeer match. So let's see what happens here.
So to address one of the things from the chat, there are two cats in the background. One of them just blends in with the blanket it's on. So the white one is called Pickle, and the black and white one, mostly black, is called Nacho. You will get to see more of them later, I'm sure. Don't worry.
I'm not going to change the transition just to show the cats off in the middle of a match.
Not being anything interesting right now, I promise you. They are still mostly asleep. Chat was getting ahead of themselves, saying they've woken up. So Duck Duck has gone heavy into his wind turbines, whereas so as Teddy, they've actually got very similar builds. Teddy's gone for one solar instead. Both of them starting on the double 2.9 metal spot start. So that's, 2 mexes there is at least 3 from most other maps. So very, as you're saying, very rich start. What do you think the implications of that are going to be here, Ragnar? Do you think we might see Tier 2 happen?
Tier 2 is definitely a possibility on this map. Happens rather regularly, I would say, considering the distance between the bases, considering the high metal, high energy income possibilities. So that's definitely something to look out for.
That is good.
All right, nano turrets coming up for both of them as well. So yeah, as you said, very mirrored, very traditional, beyond all reason gaming, I would say.
I think that's a fair comment. Based on what you saw last game and the way this one's opening up, do you think Duck Duck is favoured to win, or is it really anybody's game?
Anybody's game, absolutely. It's a different map as well. We have to know each player has their strengths and weaknesses on each of these. And I would say Teddy is a very strong macro player, and this is something that he could use to his advantage on this map. He tends to get ahead when it comes to build power, when it comes to economy, and then use that to destroy his opponents in a prolonged fight. So this is certainly the map to do it on, I would say.
Do you think that if you're in a 1v1 situation, we're fast forwarding 5 or so minutes, the battle lines are drawn, is it better to do a tech switch, and add in air units, or is it better to go tier 2?
I would say air units, especially on a wind map. Bombers are so much more powerful on wind maps since they can destroy wind so easily. Low HP eco really favors bombers, and as well as, let's not forget, the blade wings. Blade wings incredibly powerful on large maps since they can defend against enemy raids on any side of the map. That is a lot more difficult to take advantage of on smaller maps. So certainly here, I would say air switch first before your PtaQ. Just small engagements, each player trying to carve out their territory.
To say, so we have both of them have really similar builds. They've both got a bunch of wind turbines. They've both got one construction turret. Teddy has a non-trivial metal advantage, 25 to 16. So that's worth
Does
noting.
he expands way quicker as well through the sides.
And he's got some really good map control. Duck's commander
He
is
does.
very vulnerable there. Oh, as if he heard me.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. The grunts, they wouldn't be able to threaten this commander just yet, I don't believe. But Duck is in big trouble. He has not expanded the way that Teddy has, and as I mentioned earlier, Teddy's already garnering that macro advantage very early on.
So I've got another question for you then. So obviously you said, don't worry about the grunts. If a commander is on his own, what is the number of grunts that you should have before the commander should start to get worried?
There's definitely a large number of players who wouldn't be able to tell you that number exactly. However, it's a touchy-feely thing, I feel personally. I would say it
Ballpark.
depends on the map. It depends on the terrain. If you can go to a corner real quick, it's easier to degun enemy grunts and so on. It depends on how well you degun. It depends on how much energy you have to degun. Yeah, no. I would start feeling threatened, I would say, around 8, 10, 12 grunts, somewhere in between that, I would say.
That's fair enough.
Depends who as well. There's some people are really good with grunt micro versus commanders, and you can die from just 5 grunts or something like that, I think.
Worth noting, Duck went for a flank on the east, but that's been headed off by Teddy's units, who's microing and macroing very nicely. There's a commander LLT fight happening between the two commanders. They're both trying to push into each other. Teddy has the advantage with a bunch of thugs, though. So
It does.
Duck's going to do much here.
And yeah, absolutely. The grunts on the sides not being paid attention to, and Teddy came in through the flank and destroyed them one by one. Devastating.
Some of them just got through, as we can see from the minimap. So they may cause a bit of damage. There are a bunch of laser turrets, and there's not that many grunts, so I wouldn't expect them to get more than like a mech or two.
Did he see the air lab? I'm not sure.
I'm clicking on his view. He did not see any factories at all, so he has no idea that the air switch is coming. If he had seen that, that could be decisive. At this stage, I think Teddy's in it to win it, though. I can't see with the air switch is presumably to catch Duck completely off guard. Sorry, just taking a bite of chocolate there. Some nice thug play here. Teddy does outnumber Duck nicely, and he's got the flanks as well. So Teddy's got the entire bottom half or bottom third of the map, whereas Duck just has the middle top part of the map. And Teddy's, well, he's starting to get that west, but Teddy made sure that the east is completely clear. He's going to bring those grunts back and then potentially move them back into the base. I don't know yet. He's also trying to flank around the middle crater. It's worth noting, bots can move through that crater in the middle. The players are moving around it on purpose, because they would move more slowly when they go up and down those hills. By the way, Ragnar, we can't hear you at the moment. Zuck's thugs engaging against Teddy's here, and I think he's got the advantage. Teddy is busy microing other things, normally on the north part of the map. But he's also got the laser touch right behind the thug, so I don't see Duck making much progress on this. Oh, is that one? Okay, the bombers have just been revealed. They've flown straight over Duck's commander. He is rapidly building anti-air bots. Will it be enough? The bombers have been queued up to bomb an area covering multiple wind turbines, and that is the vast majority of Duck's eco gone. He's just called good game, and he has resigned. Well played, Duck.
GG, well played, good match.
Indeed.
Macro power, overcoming hit, the push from Duck. And I believe Teddy was that picked this map, and now we see why. All right, Tarnished Knight.
That was fantastic. I'm sure, Tyvin, you must be absolutely elated to see at this stage in the tournament the unexpected airstrike.
I was very happy about it. It was a very good thing.
Yeah. Was that in terms of that play? You know, with the hills, obviously, as an aircraft has a big advantage in that front. You know, we've seen a lot of players when they do a tech change, they often go to tanks. So in this particular match, would there have been a good excuse to go tanks, or is it just too rugged a terrain to just consider tanks?
As soon as you're fighting around those hills, your tanks are rubbish. The enemy can just walk over the hill and you can't get to them. So while the tanks might win a straight up fight, they're not going to win the war as a whole because they'll just get outmaneuvered at every turn. They're swapping to Comet Catcher next, I believe.
Oh, right. Now I've seen the map.
He has boss mode, so Duck wasn't able to call for a map change, but that allowed him to rename the room and stuff, I think. I swapped it for them.
Brilliant. So have there been any...
Meanwhile, just...
Oh, sorry.
That's right. Meanwhile, just to keep track, we have PtaQ playing Daywalker on Shallow Straits in another round, and Therxyy versus Randy playing on Zero Lata, just keeping track of the other games happening at the time.
Sabutai has been knocked out. He lost 2-1 against Therxyy. It's worth noting that as well. But those are the quarterfinals. So they might start playing that while we're still spectating this, mostly in the interest of making sure that things move along swiftly. Because in previous tournaments, we've had a situation where it's run on just a little bit too long.
Yeah. So yeah, just showing the leaderboards at the moment. So Pro Randy and Goopy are in the quarterfinals. Therxyy has joined them in the quarterfinals. There, work out.
And the winner of this Comet Catcher game, I suppose, will determine the next to join them.
Quick note for those looking at the challenge thing. MightySheep has incorrectly reported himself as being the victor of him and X Factor. They are still playing. So Jazz Cash just gave a quick update on that. It might be fixed now. He won 2-0 apparently. So yeah, he may have correctly reported it inadvertently.
Right, back in the booth. So we're just waiting for... the match is just loading up now. So this will be the decider for them.
Yes. I think Duck is the one who selected the map, so I would assume advantage him, but it's a bit of a macro map, which, as you said earlier, Ragnar, that kind of favors Teddy, doesn't it?
I believe so. However, it is Duck who picked this map, so he must feel quite confident.
Got some special tech in mind, some plan or play that he wants to bring out at this stage of the tournament. This will be, we're starting to get to the stage of the tournament where people would like to, have to play their card, special cards. So hopefully we'll start seeing some really clever plays. I think we've already seen some that have been absolutely amazing, but the map with attacks from multiple directions at the same time, we saw that a couple of times in the last match. Just doing deployment, so I will now switch the audience over and let the casters take it away.
Game starting right now, so we can see both players starting in a mirror position of each other. So the map itself is flipped vertically either side. So they are in opposite positions or equivalent positions, and neither of them has queued up a factory yet. So we don't know what they're going. Teddy going for 3 mexes to start with, before even any eco. And Duck as well. I thought you were meant to go for 2 mexes, get some solar, and then do it. They're both doing 2 solars as well. Duck is Armada with Teddy as Cortex. Now,
Interesting matchup.
Duck, the loser of the previous match, has chosen Comet Catcher, but he's only played this map once versus Teddy's 50 times, presumably specifically in duels. Zuck was going to go vehicles by the look of it. Yep, he's going vehicles. Teddy is as well. I mean, vehicles very popular on this map because it's so flat, presumably.
Large distances. You have loads and loads of metal, and let's not forget, very importantly, vehicle construction bots move quite a bit faster, have more build power, so you expand much faster as well. Since you have a lot of metal, you expand fast, and you can get ahead with vehicles if your opponent is going bots.
Yeah, good point. Do you think that Armada, having the Janus, has notably better tier 1 vehicles than Cortex, which has, I believe, it's the Mauler?
Levelers have their own uses as well. Very, very powerful versus blitz raids and so on. So I wouldn't say decisive advantage, even though they can certainly be used to great effect. I would say here a difference: 8 rovers built here by Duck versus only 2 versus Teddy. But Teddy sends them straight over, so he's going to see this large amount of rovers, and he's going to have loads of time to react to this play.
Yeah. I like how both are starting out with scouts. Now, I've played a few 1v1s on this map before. I've lost most of them, as you can probably gather. One of the tactics I saw that someone employed against me, I think it was Nobby did it, was a lot of scouts. So like I had swapped over to incisors and then brutes. He just kept making scouts, and he harassed me so much that I lost. Is that a strategy we could see here? And if so, do you think it would be viable with players of this caliber?
I would say anything is possible when you have such a large map, because it takes a really long time for the enemy to come over. So you're left to be as creative as you personally feel like on the larger the map, certainly.
Worth noting, Teddy again has an eco advantage. He's using 15 metal against Duck's just under 9. So that's again expanding so much faster and more aggressively. Duck keeping his commander back at base, building a laser turret first. Teddy hasn't even bothered with the laser turret. He's just walking off and building mexes. Though Duck has 9 scouts to Teddy's 3 at the moment, and has one at the back of Teddy's base. So this could be an interesting choice.
Teddy, a monster of a macro player, we see here getting a significant advantage indeed as you bring that up.
Duck knows where Teddy's commander is. He knows that Teddy's commander is on his own. Is a snipe a good choice at the moment, or would he be throwing units away? Obviously not right now.
Too early. No. You want to be a bit careful with that, since it's so early. There's no way to know really which way this is going. This is not a time to do this, I wouldn't say.
That's fair. So interestingly, Teddy, while expanding quickly, the ones near his base he has built laser turrets by, and also the one nearer his commander. Duck is not building laser turrets. His are mostly naked expands up the north. The south, by his commander, does have a laser turret, and his commander's idle, which is not good.
It's not good at all, and he only has a single con in his base as well, so very, very low amount of build power. He might fall further behind here.
He might have low build power, but he is using almost all of his metal. Is that really a problem at that stage?
His metal is very quickly going to build up as he expands, and it already is already at 300 metal. And he needs build power for energy at the same time. So I believe he's quite far behind right now.
He's just put a second constructor, and he's building a construction turret in his base.
Yeah, and he's bringing his commander back. That's going to help massively as well with the build power.
Oh, nice engagement up top. Teddy with 4 incisors against Duck's 4 or 5 flashes. 4 at the front, 5th one almost there. I assume Teddy will pull back.
So with the incisors, a big advantage is very similar to the difference between the pawns and the grunts. They have a range advantage. So Teddy really needs to keep a distance here and managing slightly, but the Blitz are getting in close and surrounding slightly. Let's see how this goes back and forth.
I think
And
Teddy,
yes,
that engagement, he outnumbered and he's in so
but
much.
he had flanks. He's everywhere right now.
Twice the metal income, and he's spending a lot of it as well. His build power is slightly higher, and his combined army DPS is significantly higher as well. That massive force of tanks, 9 incisors and a rascal. I think Teddy's got this one in the bag at this point.
It's hard to look at Duck here already this early on, forced into his corner of the map while Teddy roams freely.
Another type?
He's fine. He's fine. No.
Duck is moving back forwards again very quickly, very aggressive.
And the commander already passed the halfway point, building a bot lab in the middle to further his push, deal with the defenses.
Blitz is in the middle,
Not microing. Seems
That-
like Duck is panicking here a little bit, and he's feeling the pressure, I imagine. GG calls it. He knows it. He's done with this. He's out of here. All right, Teddy defending his title for now on successfully so far.
Yes.
And it's a 2-1 tight back and forth. But Teddy just these big maps. It's too much for Duck, unfortunately. All right, let's go back.
I
To the
suggest
casting
PtaQ
booth.
versus Daywalker. They're 10 minutes into a game at the moment. We've seen PtaQ already, but I don't think we've seen Daywalker play yet.
We have not, I don't think.
Just loading in for me now. They're 10 minutes in already, so there'll be a little bit of catch up involved.
All right. Okay, we'll try and do that one. Hopefully, they won't finish before we've called up.
Stream wants a cat update at some point, I'm sure.
They can
both of
see
them
your
are
camera.
fast as you can see. I could wake them up, but then they would stay awake, so that's not happening. Okay, so let's have a look at how this map's going.
Yeah. So this is just loading in at the moment. As I say, we've got everything. We've got battles, we've got explosions, we've got robots, and we've got cats. And of course, we've got Tyvian shirts. So you know.
The game has actually just ended. PtaQ won.
Oh,
That was anticlimactic. I'm at that stream. I know that you were asking for PtaQ versus Daywalker. I tried to deliver, but I just wasn't fast enough. And let's have a look what the other ones are.
all right. We'll find something else.
T versus Therxyy. They've just started, so I'm very confident that we will get to see the game play out.
Have we seen Andy yet? I don't think so.
No, but this is the only game showing as in progress at the moment on the tournament list. So that's why I chose this
Yeah,
one.
no, so I'm excited. Andy, I think, extremely powerful player, very, very old school, very consistent player as well. One of his main strengths. So very exciting to see him play.
I'll try and get into this this match. I've just shown the current knockout stage leaderboards. So MightySheep has joined Goopy, Therxyy, and Pro Randy in battle. That will probably be updated with the results of
PtaQ as
Teddy
well.
and Duck. Yeah.
So it's between.
So let's have a look at this one then. Okay, so they're still placing at the moment. They're saying good luck to each other. That's very polite. Ragnar, you're a bit more familiar with the players than me. What can you tell me about Randy? Obviously, you said he's an old school player. And if memory serves, he played StarCraft before?
He actually did. He did play StarCraft professionally as well. So a seasoned player, war veteran, one of the big names in this tournament, I would say, and definitely one of the top contenders. Very exciting to see what he's going to bring here. And yeah, we've already seen Therxyy. He doesn't need an introduction anymore. Very strong player. Exciting stuff.
So we have Therxyy is going for Armada bots, and Randy is Cortex, and he's gone 2 mexes, a wind turbine, and a laser turret. Ragnar, what am I missing? Why is he not building a factory?
Well, larger income means that you can spike differently. So it's all about when exactly you're going to spike with your production. So more mexes means that he could, for example, suddenly make a bigger army before having to transition into expanding or a bigger economy. Whereas if you build on 2 mexes, you're forced to very quickly move away with your commander from the lab. So it's just that it spikes at a different time that you can try to take advantage of.
Quick update. So I don't know if you could see the chat, I don't know if the chat could see the in-game chat,
Yes,
but
they can.
Randy was the previous one. And going by stats, which are from earlier today, so they won't include any warm-up games or group stage stuff, Randy has won 10 of their 10 last duels against Therxyy. So I think
Yes.
it's an advantage Randy at every stage here, right?
Absolutely. So what can Tux really bring out of his bag? Can he cheese his way into? Will he try? I know he's a very strong player when it comes to Tux. So interesting to see if he can manage something off here. But obviously Randy should be well aware of this by now.
I'd expect so.
Building a raider as well. He has LLT in the back of his base, but there is a wind blocking that commander getting in position.
That wind
Ensure-
feels like poorly positioned. The other thing is, if the tick is right next to the metal extractor, doesn't that block the laser turret as well?
Certainly does. And we see the tick harass here. Tag's very good tick player. Has to actually really do something with this, since he'll have trouble with the grunts later versus his pawn. So he wants to delay this expansion as much as possible.
So at the moment, both players pretty much neck and neck for economy. Therxyy is expanding with 2 construction bots at once.
Both of them are expanding with 2 bots. So a very similar opening in that regard.
Why expand with 2
see.
bots rather than one in one direction and one in a different direction?
It's safer. For example, they get a LLT much faster, meaning that if there's an enemy coming, it's just safer this way. It's a bit slower because the time required to move is just outright slower, but it's just safer. That being said, I say Therxyy is maybe a little bit slow, knowing he's up against grunts with no scouts. So I think he could have gotten away with naked expansion without DLLT, and they got an advantage there. But he will actually expand doubly so with another 2 con at the bot. So it looks like he might gain an advantage with time if this keeps at this pace.
Ooh, I'm going to have to quickly step away. So Tarnish Knight, please do continue casting my stead.
Certainly. Absolutely. So cat and mouse game at the moment, playing with ticks and grunts.
Yeah, and here we see the counter to these grunts on these very large maps. When the grunts can't have this critical mass to go up against the ticks, they have a lot of difficulty to harass versus ticks, because the ticks, they can move very fast, so they group up, and then you have a very large amount versus a small amount, and numbers win in this game. But Andy's trying to group up. He's trying to gather enough force to threaten something. Eventually, you start hitting a critical mass of grunts where it gets really difficult for the ticks to do something. But there's already an LLT up, proving me wrong once again, using that LLT to counter this push by Andy.
Just constant. It looks like an arms race between the ticks and the grunts at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice threat here by Andy. Usually players will just send a few grunts here and there, but I think he's very familiar with Therxyy. He knows about this mass take, and he's doing exactly what he needs to play well against that. Taking out the LT, taking out a mix, threatening the cons now. Very, very close. The LT will go up just in time. He's not committing the takes. He's keeping them in the back. And the cons look like they will go down, bringing some pawns as well.
Was there just not enough ticks there to discourage the grunts going in and actually doing all that damage that they achieved there?
Yeah. He was bringing the pawns as well because the grunts have to move in close against the LLTs, and that's when the pawns shine. So he's trying them now, counterattack, but really good spread by Andy. It's he's killing a few, but he's losing quite a few of ticks with this. He's getting the reinforcements. This is really where the ticks shine, getting the reinforcements one by one. But now the question is, how is he defending his base from this large grunt attack? Very, very nice game. He's switching to vehicles in the meanwhile, something that he absolutely needs to do if he wants to survive long term. Interesting to see, very similar economy. Turk's actually ahead in metal produced. So even though he lost his expansion and he lost his construction because he double expanded, he sends 2 bots to the south. He's actually a little bit ahead. So it looks bad for him, but it's not that bad quite yet.
No tech switch yet for ProRad. He's sticking to bots by the looks of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tux has quite a bit of metal invested in his bot lab that he can't use to make units, and he doesn't have the time to use that yet. And Andy's not giving him the time. He's attacking front door. He has to kite a bit. He can't get too close to those splits. So splits have massive DPS and will crush those grunts in a very close encounter. So LLT going up, trying to defend this push. Very aggressive play by Inda. Andy has to really be aggressive here. He has to get a critical advantage because the longer this drags out, the worse. Push here, sacrificing the ticks. It's not doing the damage that he needs against this ball of grunts. Very, very tense game. Very, very well played by both of them. They know exactly what they need to be doing at this point. A beamer going up, but Andy, I think he's going to go around where there is no LLT, and he's going to get the economy. Very well done here. The few blitz they go in, but that's not enough, and that looks like this might be over. The whole economy is dead, or at least dead in the water.
So you think this might have played out slightly differently if Therxyy was able to reclaim his bot lab in the process of switching to vehicles?
He was not given that time by Andy. Andy putting up the pressure. He knew he had to do this, and just a couple more blitz out there could have helped him defend, and he was getting ahead. But this massive blow here might be the end of him, I think.
So Pro Randy could have told, given the number of ticks, it was obvious he was going to be switching to a vehicle some point. Therefore, put the pressure on. Don't give him the chance to use his APM to focus on managing his economy efficiently. Keep it always focused on preventing the loss of any of his existing economy.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Not only that, but the strategy with the takes, you have to eventually switch over to vehicles. So he knew this was a matter of time, and now he's surgically removing the expansions of Turks, and I do not see Turks coming back from this.
So using lots of ticks, then you wouldn't have just say, I'm going to switch to pawns and rocket bots and stuff like that. Instead, you really need to go vehicles, do you?
So the pawns they get basically kited by the grunts. Eventually, the pawns are in large numbers doing all right against grunts, but in these low numbers, the grunts they just move back and kite indefinitely. Actually, trying to have a counterattack. Let's see how that works. That's power that the Blitz have is they pack a punch. That being said, Andy himself already way ahead of the curve, switched over to vehicles himself. Has incisors and Brutes. Brute's not the best actually against the Blitz, so he's he's not going to have an amazing exchange, but he's just so far ahead. He controls so much more of the map, has more income, has more build power, and his Blitz are not doing anything, I don't think.
Sorry about that. I was attending to one of the most important duties I can possibly attend to, feeding the cats.
Andy even using resbots to resurrect attacks, construction units here. Very nice stuff. And building a forward base right next to him. So just adding insult to injury, looks like.
I'm sure our viewers will forgive you, Typhian, if it's feeding the cats.
Yeah, so they're obviously not going to be on camera next time we swap to camera. Well, not in the same place. They might be running around like idiots. We'll find out in a couple of minutes. The game looks like it's fairly decided at the moment, though. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a rather fair statement. Very interesting stuff. I really like what Therxyy was trying, and I believe that he was close to achieving it, but Andy is just too good of a player, and now he's amassing his strength. Although these Blitz here are doing quite well versus Brute, so he is identifying this threat here and trying to take it out, but the advantage is too big. Andy hitting with his wallet, with his large army on the map, and he's not giving any chance of comeback.
It looks like LSR 2-0'd Shocks.
Wow, and that's
That's I think Shocks one of the favourites to go far, I'd have thought.
Yeah, indeed. Shock's extremely good player. Perhaps LSR, I believe, has been practicing quite a bit, and very, very good player himself as well. So I think he's wanting to prove himself. Has some ambition here, I think.
I may interject, guys, on that matchup. LSR actually had a higher win rate than Shocks. So despite Shocks' high rating and obviously good performer in the past, LSR had the stats, and it paid off.
I think you put in the work. I think LSR lately has been practicing, and it's showing off now.
Yeah. Is Randy playing with his opponent, or is he just being cautious?
Cautious. I think Andy is a very consistent player. He knows he's winning. He doesn't want to throw it away. He wants to make sure he wins. So he's playing safe just in case. You never know with these. You want to respect your opponent, right? So you don't want to feed too much. You don't want to throw away all that metal to the enemy. So he's playing it safe, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Therxyy does have some quite good defenses. That beamer turret is very powerful.
But yeah, economy getting crashed. Therxyy throwing in the towel. Very well played by both of these players. Very, very good game. Very nice clash of styles. Andy simply too good of a player.
Jumping back into the booth.
All right, we have Sheep versus PtaQ happening. It's just started.
Right.
Let's go. Hype.
Right, get in there.
Well, we've managed to get in right at the start as well. I don't know if this is their first game or not, but it's the start of whichever game it is. So obviously PtaQ, one of the devs, he's been a dev for quite a long time, and Sheep also a very old school player as well. So this will be a high quality game.
Absolutely.
I'm just loading in.
I've actually not played on myself either, but it's another metal rich map. Not loads of metal spots, but each spot is high. And there's also a geothermal close to and nearly close to each player. So, rich map?
Rich map, and I would say that interesting part of this is unlike the previous map we just saw, where the expansions are a bit spread out everywhere. They're like small clumps of expansion that you can easily defend, but units can also sneak in between them more easily.
That's fair enough. I need to go AFK for one moment. One of the cats is yowling and can't hear me because he's deaf. One moment.
Yeah, so as we're loading in, just showing the leaderboards there. Yeah, okay, we are in and catching up. Okay, so Ragnar, what can you tell us about this particular map that provides interesting, strategic elements? It's quite interesting in its design.
It is, it is. So it has a nice starting location where you have like your little hill and your little cliff that defends you, so quite a safe one. Allows you to start a bit however you feel like. And as mentioned, so you have small little clumps of expansions. It's not a huge amount of metal on the map, but the map is significantly larger than your average map, I would say, especially the distance between both bases. And this I would say allows you to switch over to a vehicle, switch over to air quite easily, and allows you for raids as well. It's really difficult to defend against raids that are like sneaky onto the sides, and you need to keep radars up as much as possible to see those coming.
Fair enough.
There's spectators in this.
Yes. No, so Crunchy Chomp is one of the other casters, so he's
Oh.
casting on a different stream.
All right. Okay.
He's casting
yes.
a different stream. So I actually had this earlier. Sometimes you have network issues where if you can't join, so if you just leave and then rejoin, it should be okay. Is there any value in starting in one of the other start spots? I assume not.
It's vastly superior, I would say personally, to start where they are. It's safer. You have this hill, you have this cliff, and when you expand in every direction, you just expand faster since you're in the center.
Okay. Ivan, can I pass control of the camera to you?
Yes, certainly.
3,
I'll try to be calm.
2, 1.
So at the moment, we've got a nice little force from MightySheep. It's going to get cleaned up by PtaQ, who I think knew it was coming, but couldn't see it properly. No, he could actually, yeah, the radar gave him full coverage. So he wanted
He was just luring in. He was just luring in the grunts.
Yeah. I think his concern was that he would show his large force at the wrong time, and Sheep would just retreat, whereas this way he's guaranteed to get 2 or 3 of Sheep's units, which is a good shout. We've also got another skirmish coming from Sheep on the right-hand side. They're not in radar range just yet, but they're approaching it. Sheep keeping
I
around.
would say PtaQ has a very good start here. He has more construction, more army going on right now. Surprising, considering Sheep is such a good macro player in general. Let's see if this large attack force gets pushed back. On both sides, sides are attacking with a raiding party. One in the front and one on the right-hand side.
Actually about to fight. Sheep has enough that he can get a concave, though, I think. So I assume...
Yeah, splits his force over the cliff, unfortunately, and yeah, a few grunts get picked off, and that's it for this raid. Unfortunately, he has to retreat. That's very dangerous places to split your forces.
While this is happening, Sheep is not microing his other force at all. However, and fair play to him, it was until just now outside of radar range. I don't know if he knew where the radar was, but he did a very good job of not revealing it, except for one brief moment, which is why PtaQ has a few units waiting for him.
It does, and an LLT should stop this.
Good max and a bunch
right.
of units, though, but those wrecks are right by PtaQ, who has queued up Resurrection already. So that's a nice gift of peace there, really.
Construction unit destroyed the tower and top right, and this is what I think MightySheep was trying to do. He was going to the expansion, trying to shut that down, and PtaQ had simply expanded in a different direction. So a bit of a unfortunate event there for MightySheep.
Here's a question: MightySheep has just found PtaQ's commander. PtaQ's commander
not gonna go
is
for it.
walking back.
He has radar, so PtaQ sees everything in this area. If there was a large force coming, PtaQ could use his force as a defense. And a vehicle lab being built in the middle by PtaQ, whereas MightySheep is keeping his commander in his base. PtaQ playing very, very well here, I would say. He's already ahead significantly.
People's Fist is asking if we can get a second stream going of just the cats. I don't think we can. However, what I will say is both cats have woken up. They may be falling back asleep again already, but I'll ensure that one of them is on camera after the game, don't worry.
All right, a little bit of a raid on the right-hand side. I believe this one is outside of radar range as well. So I think there's some construction bots on that PtaQ that are gonna get picked off by this tiny raid. Very, very nice. Always splitting your forces always helps with this kind of situation. Easy to raid on large maps like this, especially when there's like gaps in between the mixes that you can sneak in through. PtaQ trying to do the same here in the back with one little grunt, but that's gonna get caught. And
Worth noting for those watching that what Sheep is doing is he was moving his middle force backwards and forwards, because as soon as there's motion on your mini-map, you have to go and look at it because it could be attacking. So he was using that to pull PtaQ's attention away from the sides. Obviously, in focusing on the sides, he completely didn't micro his force in the middle and lost quite a few grunts. The top right raiding force is going to get a solar, maybe one other thing, the commander's there. However, this is the really big one. There are 3 grunts right at the back of PtaQ's base.
no, there's Nanos building LLT just in time here. PtaQ has a massive build power advantage here. Loads of Nanos, and he's going for the eco. PtaQ is not going to play aggressive. He's building loads of solars, and I imagine he might start soon building metal makers as well.
Wouldn't be surprised. Worth noting, both players have very comparable metal income and energy income right now. So while PtaQ has the build power advantage, it's not sort of like a massive advantage all on its own.
And actually, since the commander there was harassed, he did not end up building that vehicle lab, whereas MightySheep did already switch over to vehicles and making pounders, which absolutely destroy grunts.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, they'll destroy pawns as well, which, no, PtaQ's Cortex, well, sorry, for some reason I thought PtaQ was Armada. Yeah, pounders will annihilate.
Interestingly, PtaQ changing his mind and is now going for a bot lab with his commander on the front.
Very forward bot lab as well, away from...
Oh, he's reclaiming his bot lab at home and building an air lab. So he doesn't want to stop building grunts. He wants to keep building grunts, but at the same time, he will make 1 bomber, 100 shuriken.
Yeah.
Bomber for the energy. It's a nice little clumped up group by MightySheep to get in one go, would really knock down his energy production. And then shuriken to counter anything that Sheep is sending his way.
Sheep's build orders suggest that he is completely unaware of this attack. He's not got any anti-air capable units around whatsoever. As you predicted, there's the bomber and 100 shurikens. It's like you've played PtaQ before.
It's a really powerful thing to start with. You send the 1 bomber, you knock out a bunch of wind, and he already knows where the wind is, and then it forces a huge amount of anti-air by the opponent, and then meanwhile the shurikens deal with advantage that MightySheep has on army side, considering that Sheep did not actually build air. Has a nice little push with his tanks, these pounders, to deal with the grunts, but he's calling off the attack. I think he knows something is up. Yes, he's building.
Oh yeah, he
saw it.
Yeah, bots out now.
Yeah, no, the shurikens are gonna get the tanks, so he's gonna get those pounders and the bombs drop with the bomber, and he gets all of the wind, the clumped up wind, huge damage to the economy of MightySheep here.
Not that big. Sheep has a lot of economy elsewhere, so I don't think it's as big a win as we would have first thought. PtaQ pushing forwards with his grunts really aggressively. Sheep has no pounders in range of these grunts. But he does have some anti-air, so the shurikens have done nothing. Also, he did have pounders.
But they were taken out. So the shurikens came in, paralyzed the pounders, then the grunts came in, and he's trying to res it now. Is he going to have control over this battlefield long enough to res the pounders? That would be critical. The shurikens are not here, however, and it looks like he has to back away. He's trying to res this one little pound. And meanwhile, attacking the base of PtaQ, he didn't see this one coming. He didn't have enough APM to see the shurikens to defend, but I'm not sure there's enough of them. But they're not being macroed, so no, he gets away with it anyway.
He killed a construction turret, so well played by Sheep on that one. Not a massive advantage.
Huge army incoming, though. PtaQ in huge trouble here. He doesn't have enough production of units. Rebuilding his bot lab, but I don't think it's in time.
I think Sheep's going to take this.
Absolutely. Sheep saw the vulnerability here, and he's striking. He has to go fast before PtaQ has enough of an army to contest this. But very well played by Sheep. He saw the weakness. PtaQ took too long to switch over Tex, and then now he's going to go in for the kill. Very well played by Sheep.
Yeah, fantastic plays. I assume PtaQ would call GG in a moment.
I believe so. Yeah, absolutely. That's his whole economy down the drain.
Yeah, his army's nearly half the size at this point.
This is a very critical seizing on the opportunity, seeing when your opponent is at its weakest, and then decisively striking. That's the important thing here.
So PtaQ building the bot lab on the side but forwards, was that a mistake, or was that actually a really good plan that just didn't work out this time?
It was a good plan that didn't work out. So he moved to air in his main base, and then with bots with his commander. Trouble is that he had loads of build power in his base and not so much next to his commander. So when Sheep saw that he had a lower army, he just went for it and didn't give enough time for PtaQ to do what he wanted to do, which was a tug push that was coming in a bit later.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what should PtaQ have done differently? Because Sheep's, they obviously both played very well. Sheep just played better. What could PtaQ have done differently that might have gotten him the victory here?
Yeah, and instead of building the lab and trying for a tug push, build some more grunts before he switched over. He switched over quite early with a low army count. Perhaps instead of the bot lab, he could have gone with a vehicle lab in his base where he had tons and tons of nanos.
Need to take control again.
PtaQ has fought off that force from his base, but Sheep has such a big army advantage. And even has his own air lab, though he's not got any air units there.
He did. He sent some shuriken with the attack that got pulled off. But he has the map control.
Yeah. Sheep also has 2 to 3 times the energy, the metal production of PtaQ, double the energy production as well.
PtaQ never got to expand in his corner. His other expansions got taken out, so he's quite low on metal. He does have loads of wrecks in his base, and in the middle that are easier for him to access, that he could potentially try to use, but I don't see it happening. Obviously, me well known for exaggerations, as I just called it for different players several times by now.
Yeah. Do you think PtaQ is right to not give up, or he should be giving up at this stage?
Oh, you shouldn't give up. I think as long as you have some production going on, you can try something. Yeah, this is a fight to the death, I think. You never know, you can pull something off.
A quick question, can you hear that cat in the background?
I wouldn't say so,
Nope.
no.
That's good. Yeah, Pickle wants the stream to know that he's awake, and he wants more food, probably. Okay, Sheep
Bomb.
with Bomber.
Yeah. Trying to give back the favor that was gifted to him earlier.
Yes. Sheep is actually not having a good engagement right here. The thugs are doing a really good job against the brutes.
Thugs plus grunts. The grunts taking the shots of the brutes while the thugs deal out the damage. Quite effective, but I think he has a production behind this. 3-lap play here by Sheep. Very, very nice. Has resbots, has brutes, has drones and bombers. Very powerful stuff here.
It's basically where they're going to go. So, I mean, if you were Sheep at this point, what are you thinking? What are your concerns, and what are your opportunities to seize? Because he's in the lead at the moment.
He is. And when you're in the lead, it pays off to play safe. You don't want to throw away something. So you want to make sure you take into account everything the opponent could potentially throw when it comes to curveball. But he's going here for an attack. He thinks there's no more shuriken, or at least he could build fighters if it needs to. He's kiting with his brutes against grunts, absolutely necessary. If the grunts get too close, it gets really dangerous for these grunts. For these brutes, let's say.
Support him as well. PtaQ only has 2 missile turrets. The scout just flew over, so Sheep is well aware of exactly what's in PtaQ's base. There are some
bombers coming in.
Has no anti-air with these tanks.
He does not, and this is a dangerous thing for Sheep. He can't throw away this army. He can't let it get rezzed after it was EMP'd by those drones. So he has to be playing carefully, but he did exactly that. He played carefully. He threatened. He forced a reaction by PtaQ such that he couldn't just recover. So that was very well played, and he did not overcome it. And now he's going for another attack in the center. But the drones are out, and there's no fighters, so a little bit on the dangerous side. But ultimately, keeping up the pressure is not that bad of an idea to not give PtaQ the time to recover. Some AA bots are coming in, going to deal with these harassing shuriken. Trying to fight tooth and nail here, PtaQ, for his survival. Unfortunately, little by little, another bomber comes in, kills the wind, and he gives it up. GG. Well, very, very good game. Very well played by both of these players.
Unfortunately, Pickle has chosen this moment to wander off, so he won't be on camera. But I can definitely point at Nacho, who is currently curled up on the seat being boring.
Aww.
I would call Pickle, but he is literally deaf. So yeah, that would be an exercise in futility. So I think that's 2-0 to Sheep now, is that?
I believe so. It looks that way.
Yeah, well done, Sheep. It looks like Rad beat Therxyy, and has also been asked to play his semi-final game or games until we are ready for that. So
right, he's facing the winner of Teddy versus Low.
How's that going?
And then
we'll find out in a moment.
And then on the other side of the bracket, so whoever wins between Andy, Teddy, and Zo will be facing either Goopy, LSR, PtaQ, not PtaQ, obviously, or a MightySheep.
Can I suggest that we watch LSR and Goopy, because we've not seen LSR play yet, but he's clearly
true.
very well.
Okay,
absolutely,
I'm fine with that.
Very good call.
To the chat, I have just fed the cats. Pickle is insatiable and always wants more food. If you give him enough food, he would actually explode from too much food. He's that thick. So LSR and Goopy are on the same map that we've just seen. They're about 2.5 to 3 minutes in. LSR has opened Cortex vehicles, whereas Goopy has Armada bots. So that's a nice asymmetrical matchup. I like that. Also, I don't know if he started there or not, but LSR has moved to the low ground very quickly, while Goopy's still on the high on the little mountaintop thing. I assume that's partly because LSR's gone bots, vehicles, and so they're not as fast as going down that hill.
Yeah, I'm just loading into the game moment. As soon as I've got something to show the audience, I will show them. And in the meantime, they are enjoying that cat in the background that looks more like a pillow.
Well, hang on a moment. There we are. Wake up, Nacho. Say hi to the stream.
Oh, there we go.
That's Nacho enjoying a belly rub.
Indeed, we have a difference between
right, we're going in.
The starts. Right, we have a difference indeed, as mentioned. LSR builds the 3 mech start as he's going vehicles being more expensive. He indeed wanted to get a higher income before he starts his lab, whereas Goopy went for a faster bot lab. So we have a nice vehicle versus bots game. This is pawns versus incisors. So it's a bit similar to the difference between pawns and grunts, but it's exaggerated, meaning there's even more outranging from the incisors, but when pawns get in closer, they're even more devastating.
Or King, would you like another go at casting a game? Because Pickle is currently being annoying.
Yeah, I can jump in, man.
Yeah, go for it. Take over from me.
Right, so we have a back and forth. It's very important here for the incisors not to get caught, and they don't have vision of the pawn, so they can't really move too easily without being microed.
Yeah, and they have a range advantage, which they should be taking care to keep away from the range of those. Yeah, pawns moving off wisely there once they'd disengaged. Interesting difference in eco. LSR's going on solar's much more goopy, well, fully committed to wind pretty much. Both players just probing each other's maneuvers, see if they can get around. Intel is key. Interesting as well, we've got a res bot up for goopy. Not many wrecks yet, but he's already taken advantage of resurrecting there. Goopy doing a really good job to keep the close range to those incisors and to come out on top, even though like for like, I think the incisors had advantage in numbers and DPS.
Yeah, that's quite an effective clean up there. Leaving the middle of the map somewhat open for now. See if Goopy can capitalise on this.
Yeah, and Goopy's got, like I said, the res bots are there. They are already resurrecting the units.
A little bit of a crash there. Coming back up in a moment.
Yeah, let us know when you're back in.
Right, so we got you covered, Ragnar.
Okay, LSR's realised now that he's seeing his own incisors turn against him, trying to interrupt that resurrection duty.
No avail. Six coming in on the flank, more reconnaissance. Lars commander coming forth.
Yeah, he knows at this stage that the momentum is with Goopy and he needs to do something drastic. I think bringing the commander in just to be able to put some pressure and regain control. Oh, it's an all-in.
Ooh.
Good first D-gun. But now he's surrounded. This is looking really dangerous. He's just got it. No, he couldn't quite get the D-guns off. Very good job there. LSR, it's unfortunate, but he knew he had to try and change the tide. Goopy had all those units resurrected, but just couldn't quite do it. That was an interesting match.
Yeah, it was just showing the final moments of LSR trying to hold out valiantly. So had that sort of, oh, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? Afraid not. No. The last bit of microing was absolutely lovely. Yeah. Oh, dear, right. Let's go back on then. And all. Oh, there we go. There's a cat, everyone.
This is Pickle. He's the one who's been really annoying. Sorry about that. Teddy's low is still in progress. Might be worth watching next.
Are you?
Was that the final game between these two?
Or one of them left the lobby, so I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so that means Goopy is moving forwards to the semifinals.
So everyone can enjoy Kehvin and his cat.
Yep, this is Pickle. He's literally deaf and very lovable. You can do basically near enough anything, he just doesn't care. So the current game has been going for nearly 10 minutes. Zlo and Teddy, bit of back and forth. Teddy just did a very effective raid against Zlo. However, Zlo has pushed forwards really far, but Teddy's shurikens, by the look of it, are doing a fantastic job of cleaning that up. So I think it's advantage Teddy right now, but it's not in the bag at all.
Right.
Oh, okay,
Just
Slow has
jumping in.
jumped in GG.
Oh, so
Alright.
just as I get in.
They know we're coming. They're like, I don't want to be having this on the camera, and they're.
I don't want my
Too
defeat
late for the camera
recorded.
now. Yeah,
Saving their blushes, maybe.
I'll just put it on the Benny Hill mode. Watch it play out very, very quickly. Then we jump to the leaderboard while another match is being found.
I think we have our 4 semi-finalists now. Then no, Andy, Teddy, Goopy, and MightySheep.
Don't think the
that
board's
was a
been
lot of
updated
these
yet.
two. So, that looks like.
I know that's it. So now we can follow every game actually. So you can go Andy and Teddy or Goopy versus Sheep, and then after that's the finals. So we already have the 4. I believe the 4 prize winners already. So these are now 4 professional players here.
So we're now at the point where they're now just figuring out how much they're taking away from the
Exactly.
tournament.
And they're fighting amongst each other for the prize pool right now.
I think Jazz Cash is going to arrange which one happens first.
All right, let's.
Or chat. Are we on video at the moment, or are we still on the leaderboard?
I can take us off the leaderboard. Leaderboard's currently being updated, but I'm sure everyone would love to see more of that.
Picture now. We have Jam over my right shoulder, or stage right shoulder. That is Jam. She's been downstairs up until now. Oh, sorry, Pickle. You want more? No. Okay.
Okay, so we can talk a bit about these following matchups that we're going to see for the semifinals. Let's see, they're being played also first match on Theta Crystals.
So we haven't. Have we seen that one yet? I'm not sure we have actually.
I don't think so.
So what the player's going to have to take into account with that, Matt, when they start playing on that?
I think Teddy and Slow have 1 game left, by the way.
Oh, did we call it too quickly?
Yeah.
Well, we could start with the first semi-finals ready to go.
I don't think they're going to do the first semi-finals just yet. I think they're going to wait until they find out who wins this one before they start doing the semi-finals. That would be my expectation.
Direction from
Organizer Jazz Cash, any input on this?
Well, Jazz Cash is behind the 2-minute delay as well, remember?
Right. All right, well,
All right, so
what map?
we'll pick
What
up
map
with
are they playing?
where we are at the moment with the tournament,
Looks-
unless there's a match.
Looks like
Oh,
right in the map.
Yep, they're doing start vote
Yeah.
now, and they're loading in.
all right, yeah, Teddy and they were now starting. So, all right, we'll watch them. So, fantastic.
We can extend our apologies to Zlo for counting him out too quickly. He's still got a fight in him, and could potentially upset here versus Teddy.
Randy has just said in chat that Teddy's low is 1-1, so this is a deciding game.
Wow, there we go. That would make sense actually. So he would have won on that first match, surprising, and potentially here upsetting Teddy. Exciting. Copper Hill also very snowball map, so potentially 2-1 here for Sloan. Exciting.
Well, I'm sure that's what he's going to go for. Yeah, calling Slow out early on that. I'm sure we'll have a grudge
Shame on
match
us.
later.
Shame on us.
People explode. So Ragnar, what makes Copper Hill a snowball map? You just said it was one. I don't understand that part here. What's that?
All right, so that it's not that large of a map, and there's a pretty big, as the name implies, hill in the center, meaning any person controlling that hill can use that to their advantage to try to snowball into the enemy and getting permanently favored trades, especially when we're talking here about thugs and the like, which are often played on such small maps, even though there is not actually that much metal in the center.
Teddy's having a connection problem by the look of it, so we'll have to wait for him to connect.
Test.
Who's
Are we
got a connection problem?
on camera at the moment, Tarnished?
I've got the camera. I'm connected. I'm in the match.
One moment.
I'm just waiting.
Here's the third cat. This is the one that was curled up early. He's not a fan of being held, but he is very cute. This is Nacho.
Oh, I'll just come back while we wait for Teddy to connect. Hello, Nacho.
he goes "Ooh," in the most pathetic way when you hold him. He's not upset at being held. He's just not a fan of it. But he does like belly rubs. He has a very annoyingly loud purr as well when you're trying to get to sleep or have a lie-in. Zlo is going, because Teddy hasn't reconnected yet. So it might be something on Teddy's internet. I know he's had this before.
Oh no. Well, that'd be terrible to actually get this far into the tournament. You know, you're almost there in the money, and it's the deciding match, and that's when your internet service provider just decides to completely fail you. Just doesn't care.
Yeah. So he's just said that Spring XD not responding. He is restarting right now.
All right. So Teddy joining soon.
Right. Well, okay. We'll show the standings. I suppose Ragnar, Typhoon, everything's been going so quickly that you guys probably haven't even had an opportunity to even start doing any of the predictions.
We did not actually. It's so action-packed, especially the group stage flew by so quickly.
I think Jazz Cash has done a really good job of organising things behind the scenes. So there's
Absolutely.
a participants-only tournament channel, and he's been really active there, making sure that things move quickly and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Teddy, meanwhile, has joined, and we're starting the match.
It
Yep,
has
here we go.
begun. I will take us over. Okay,
Cool.
here we go.
He is Cortex again, and Zlo is also Cortex. Cortex really seeing popularity this time.
It has. It's the bread and butter. It's the standard play. It's the grunts that are a safe bet. And if you play ARM, you have to get a trick up your sleeve. You have to abuse the weaknesses, but the ball is in your court. So Cortex bot start is a very standard opening, I would say.
Yeah. Given that it is such a standard opening, on a map like Comet Catcher, for example, do you gain an advantage by opening vehicles and choosing units that can counter them quite well?
You do. Moreover, the core bot's weakness of not having scouts is made worse since Comet Catcher has such a large map size. It's so difficult to get scouting, to get raiding when you have only slow units. So that does play into the weaknesses of the core bot.
That makes sense. Teddy just commenting on the wind. It dropped at the worst possible moment for him, unfortunately.
Just like his internet connection.
The world conspiring against Teddy.
It was an application crash, unfortunately.
Another important point of the Cortex lab is the Thug, which is a really powerful unit and makes use of this large hill in the center, being able to abuse the range advantage that Plasma got with height. So that's a very important consideration as well.
Yeah. Interestingly, neither player is scouting at all at the moment.
As part of the core bot, you forgo scouting for the most part, and you trust on not having any surprises. But yeah, so rather similar builds. Bot advantage, construction bot advantage is low, so he should have a small advantage with time here. Although never mind, Teddy sent his construction bot to expand.
Some interesting stats coming out from Statsman Borg is that PtaQ has an all-time dual win rate of 64% when playing as Cortex, while Teddy has 70% while playing as Cortex.
All right, interesting. Hard to beat Teddy in stats.
It is. The more interesting part, though, is that Teddy only picks Cortex for duels 48% of the time, whereas PtaQ 78% of the time. So 4 out of 5 times in a duel, PtaQ is Cortex.
Yeah, Zlo has been an all-time Cortex player. I remember from quite a few years ago, he was already a core player versus Teddy, who really goes with what he feels best and switches depending on the map. He likes to be a bit creative as well. So Zlo going for comfort, Teddy going for what makes sense for him in this particular case. the small engagements on the side here. Some grunts get taken out, so nothing too special going on. Bit of a slower expansion from slow, but
This
everything
is
else
a much more
standard.
passive game than we've been seeing up until now. Would that mean that typically you want to play more greedy and eco-focused?
Absolutely, especially against core bots. I think both of these players could have gotten away with playing a bit more greedy, but yeah, hindsight is the wisest of all, obviously. Both have a net threat coming up, but sooner expansion as well from Teddy with his commander. So yeah, he will soon have economic lead here over Slow. Slow opting instead for the almighty energy converter, creating metal out of nothing.
Oh, okay. Teddy's actually pushing forwards now. I like this. He
He has
has
an army advantage as well. Yeah.
It's
Slow is caught with a part of his army on the other side, so if he could engage this, however, the Rex would be on Slow's side. He chooses instead send a single grunt and then moving back with the rest.
Teddy
He
doesn't
sees
know
there's no expansion.
he didn't quite see it. If he had gone in,
He did.
9-6.
Okay, no. There's a little grunt trying to take out the max fails, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Slow has a little scout on the north trying to distract Teddy. But Slow is staying with his commander in his base, even though he has enough build power. This might be a mistake that cost him, since his commander is now just not really helping him that much. Whereas Teddy is grabbing maxes with his, so this is not looking too great for Slow. I think he will have to do something special to be able to really come back from this deficit he's digging himself in.
I do like
less.
Borg has just posted something into chat. Armada versus Cortex win rates are highly variable according to map, player skill, etc. To quote someone else, how could you say something so radical yet so brave? We've got almost the same number of grunts squaring off against each other in the middle. Teddy does have a non-trivial metal advantage right now, though.
It does, yeah.
22-16. So he's pulling ahead significantly in metal. He's produced 4.6k versus the 3.6 of Slow.
Slow is trying to make up with that with energy converters, but that's just not quite the same. Perhaps if Teddy doesn't abuse his advantage, Slow will be able to catch up with energy converters eventually, but I don't think Teddy is that kind of player to do that. And you can already see the pressure coming in on both sides, north and south. So let's see how Slow is able to deal with this.
Violently, I'd hope. Down the south, he's got 21 grunts against 12. But Teddy has another 15 up the top. So if Teddy pushes in at both times, he'll lose the bottom fight, but the top force should be able to push in and take out a huge portion of Slow's base. Oh, Slow is now moving most of his force up.
I think Teddy rightfully sees that he has the advantage economically, and so he's not forcing the issue. He just got construction bot further delaying the expansion, but he's not going to go for an all-in, not risking it while he's getting ahead. So he's playing safe. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing.
Worth noting that Slow does have a radar that covers a large portion of the middle, but not all of it. So he can't see up the top of the hill, for example.
Air lab from Teddy coming in, some bombers, scouts, and shuriken, and this economy of Slow that he's relying on these energy converters. I think they're about to be explosive. You know what I mean?
He'll have the one scout, 4 bombers, or 4 bombers and then a scout, and then he'll go the shurikens. The scout will fly in just before the bombers, and then he'll bomb the ground on where the energy converters and wind turbines are. I mean, honestly, I would avoid the energy converters in favor of the wind turbines, because without them, the energy converters are pointless anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely. I foresee a surgical strike here by Teddy and solidifying his win. I imagine, even though I tend to call things way too early than as supposed to.
Unless he goes to bomb the grunts. And the other thing is, if he bombs Low's base, should he attack straight away or cement his eco lead?
No, he's going to use the shuriken. So he's going to bomb, get shuriken, and then use the shuriken. Slow, after being bombed, he's for sure going to attack, feeling threatened. And then that's why the shuriken come in on the defensive.
Going in without scout.
He is, and he's bombing the grunts on his way towards the. No, he's
not
just
on his
bombing
way.
the grunts.
So the problem is, Zlo is now building a bunch of missile towers in his base. He's adding in some anti-air to his stuff, to his units, but that's not. It's only one or two that want to do an awful lot.
And fortunately, the thing about anti-air turrets is that they shoot after the bombers have dropped. But that being said, the metal extractors were targeted, no scout was used, and so no windmill were actually taken out.
The scout. That's the thing. The scout went in first. I thought.
Did it?
Yeah. It
You're
looked like
absolutely right.
bombers went in after the grunts, then the scout went into the base, and then the bombers went over the base. So I don't know why. What happened there? That's not like Teddy at all.
It is probably getting quite late, Teddy local time. And that's something to be taken into account. Big attack in the north, going to take out this fledgling expansion. Shuriken coming in for the kill, and this is Teddy's territory. He exclaims loudly to Zlo.
He's not pushing his advantage too much. There's a nice choke point there where numbers don't help him as much. The problem is it's grunts versus grunts with shurikens involved, so I think Teddy's got this.
He does, and he secured the Rex, and Teddy is not one to leave Rex on the ground for too long. He's got his res bots reclaiming everything. He's got max metal right now. He can do as he please. He can switch into anything he wants. He's in control of this map.
Yeah,
Another engagement.
Who's this?
Slow trying with thugs, trying to do something to get back into this. He has to try something, but anything he does, Teddy could do a lot better with the kind of 8 core that he has right now. So
Yeah.
T2, guys. T2.
Yep.
there we go.
Times before, when you're in the lead and it's not a sure thing, you play cautious. You don't want to throw away the win.
Exactly.
Especially if this is a third game of a best of 3.
Yeah, he like a lot of players here would have gone for an all-in with the grunts. Maybe they would have won, maybe would have succeeded, but it's not that sure of a thing. And what Teddy does here is surgical. He waits until he leverages his economy advantage that he gains through map control and through reclaiming of the Rex, and now he's going to use that to maximum effect.
Yeah.
Also, not only is Low on an economical disadvantage, he's forced him to build loads of turrets as well, 8 turrets everywhere.
Yeah.
And making Zlo very scared of moving out, considering the shurikens. So he's not threatened in any way. He has loads of possibilities of simply executing his own strategy.
Zlo has 13 anti-air turrets, each of which costs 80 metal. So that's close to 1,000 metal used.
1,100.
Yeah. No, 80 each times by 13. So close to 1,000 metal, I'd have thought.
You're right. I selected Teddy's 8 turrets as well.
That's fine. That's why there's 2 of us. I make plenty of mistakes. So yeah, it's a lot of metal spent on anti-air when it won't provide any value against the grunts. So
Against the Fiends that are about to come in here and wreak havoc. That being said, Fiends are perhaps not the absolute best choice.
Only 4
since
and then a sumo.
All right, so Fiends are just a fail-safe in case of Slow suddenly attacking with overwhelming force. But Grunts actually do quite well versus Fiends. Fiends is one of the few units that Grunts do well against, I would say. He switched over in the meanwhile to Sumos, who or at least one of them that absolutely wrecks.
He's not producing any units right now. He is just
He's not.
doubling down on his economy.
Yeah, and that could be a little bit risky. Zlo could be doing something cheesy or something like this that he's not aware of. But if Zlo doesn't, that just furthers his lead. Zlo is going Tech 2 now. He's just simply missing the medal. His Tech 2 lab is forecasted to take well over 2 minutes to complete. By that time, he's dead.
He's building a construction turret and more wind turbines at the same time. This is not good. Critical blunder. Should he have stayed on tier 1? Did he have any choice?
Well, I would say the critical blunder right there was believing that energy converters are better than expansions and map control. Perhaps he thought he did not feel confident enough to contest map control from Teddy, but at that point you're just agreeing to lose, I feel like.
Yeah. Teddy is quite low on energy, and it's worth bearing in mind that unlike the tier 1 units, tier 2 units often require energy to fire. So that can
Indeed.
play here, especially as the Sumo will be left on its own if the Grunts will retreat. It is significantly slower than them.
So Zlo could consider trying to snipe the commander. Teddy, obviously, though, well ahead of the curve and has camped on a hill full of defenses, just daring Zlo to come up his hill.
It is worth noting that Zlo has now spotted tier 2 units, so he knows that Teddy's gone tier 2.
But his tier 2 has not come up yet. I think he could have tried perhaps his own air lab and done a massive bombing run instead of this T2, but
Okay, so Teddy has some Sheldons, and they are making use of the high ground right now. He is shelling Zlo's stuff, and he's forcing him to to dodge at the moment, but he's going to force him to take a fight.
Sheldon don't have that high DPS though, and there's only a couple of them, so for now it's not that big of a problem, but it will soon be one Zlo building a Tech 2 con first, and then a Twitch. He could try to reclaim his lab and build Fiends with his Twitch to try to gain some sort of advantage, but Eddie's getting restless and is getting ready for something decisive, it looks like.
The longer this goes on, the stronger it is for Teddy, I think. But I also don't know
Absolutely.
what's change it.
So Teddy does keep accumulating a larger advantage. That, however, is if the game gets really late, Zlo has an advantage to pull out something sneaky with increased economy. So it could give potential for Zlo for something if it takes too long and Teddy doesn't put off enough pressure. But the army size is dwindling for Zlo. He's getting shelled. His units are taking damage. Indeed. He reclaimed the lab. He's building Fiends with the metal, so he will have a temporary advantage with his metal lab that he's gonna put into Fiends. But yeah, Teddy is more than 10,000 metal produced ahead, so this is not enough.
No. He's also got a number of Sheldons now. I know that individually, not high DPS, but he's got 15 of them, the majority of which are in a forward position. We're starting to see the army size change drastically. Teddy has a 2-to-1 advantage on army size, and a lot of that is a tier 2 army. Zlo has reclaimed his factory, and he's swapped over to using combat engineers to produce things. It's not long term.
This is a long, painful, drawn-out death here by Zlo. Not much he can do. He's getting slaughtered. Hetty is anxious to move in for the kill.
Yeah.
Little by little, dwindling away.
Yeah,
this looks like a game over.
I think so. Teddy's been careful not to throw it. He's still using the Sheldons to do as much of the damage as possible. Focusing the commander, there's GG.
GG called.
So that is
All
slow
right.
running, sadly. For slow. Well done for Teddy.
Well played, both of these players.
Very much so.
Giving Teddy a run for his money.
Right.
All right, Tarnished Knight, I think we're ready for the semifinals.
Hey,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
We have.
Cashing first. Which one is going on first, though?
Which has Jazz decided?
Let's see what happens here. I'm just going to close out some of the other ones. Oh, no, right.
Hey, back in the booth. Oh wow, that was quite something. People want to see T2, and we got to see it from both sides this time.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I suppose since Teddy just played, we can go to Goopy versus MightySheep.
There's only one tournament game open at the moment, and it's this one here. So I'm assuming they're going to make their way over here. If I'll just rename this room now.
Do we know who's going to be standing into the tournament room?
So I've renamed it to the Alpha Cup tourney room. Hopefully that'll help. Jazz Cash is here. So hopefully he's going to tell us what happens next. Back in 1 moment. Nacho's being an idiot.
Ooh, wow. So, what do you think?
There we are.
Oh,
Your
there's a cat.
account happy? So he was playing with a cardboard box that he's not meant to be playing with.
Naturally.
If it was any other pieces of cardboard, it'd be fine. But he specifically chooses the one that he's not meant to be doing, and now he's annoyed at being held when he doesn't want to be held.
Right.
Also, he's seen there's a couple of biscuits on my desk and thinks they're for him as well. Obviously.
Oh well, of course. If it's food, it's theirs, right?
Yeah, of course. That's the only reason there'd be any food at all would be for them.
Ah.
Yeah. So it's Sheep versus Goopy happening first.
All right,
So
let's get them in here.
predictions then between you two: Sheep versus Goopy. Who do you reckon is going to come out on top?
I think this is very map dependent. They each have their strength. Goopy, very, very aggressive player, very good comp sniper. Sheep, on the other hand, a very eco-oriented player, plays a bit more long-term, so a bit of a clash of styles, I would say. That being said, Goopy recently having done a really good job at playing macro himself as well, so I'm super excited about this one.
Brilliant. What about yourself, Tyvian?
My money's on Goopy. Sheep is a very strong player, and I think it's a far from a foregone conclusion. But if I had to pick, I'd pick Goopy.
Very well. There we have it. So the map's going to be Theta Crystals. Is this one that's going to favour...
Brad picked that thinking that he was playing. I think there's a slight miscommunication.
No, it's just that Teddy just played, so it makes sense to get to the other ones to play first, so Teddy can have a bit of a rest before his match. So yeah, we're gonna play on Theta Crystals. Very, very interesting map. New map, beautiful looking as well, and has crystals on the map, has choke points, has open areas. Let's get this started soon. The players are getting ready.
Yes. Yep.
And we're soon going to be launching in, I believe.
Yes, so we'll be able to determine who's going to make it to the finals. I didn't actually
While
go
we're
over...
at this stage, do you want to talk about these last four players while we're waiting for it to start?
I was just
Perhaps
going...
the stats about their head-to-heads.
Yeah, so Goopy and MightySheep. Well, Goopy on his own, I mean, he's got a win rate of 71%. You know, he's approaching 500 duels all time, which is incredible. Whereas MightySheep is less than 200 duels, but a 74% win rate. I think what might be interesting for this one as well, as you say about Theta Crystals, a really nice map. Goopy has a 73% win rate on this one, but MightySheep has a 100% win rate. So it might make a big difference knowing the map. What's really interesting as well, they've come across each other in duels 21 times. And so if you predicted Goopy's going to win, the stats are in his favour. He's won 7 of the last 10 against MightySheep.
Okay.
That's a pretty good record. Goopy in general has been on an upward trajectory when it comes to the leaderboard. I believe he was contesting for first before this tournament started, when going back and forth with Andy. So definitely one of the favorites to win. Let's see if MightySheep can get a halt in that trajectory.
Okay, we are in the next match, so this is going to determine who's going to go through into the finals, where first place would get 60% of the winnings, second place get 30%, and third and fourth get 5% each. So it's quite a lot on at stake, with 623 euros online, unless someone's made some donations in the meantime.
I think we may have cut off donations once it started. Interestingly, Goopy is starting much further forwards than MightySheep.
Exactly, indeed. Very aggressive start. I like it. It really fits his style as well. So I think he's going to go play quite aggressive here. MightySheep, and meanwhile, starting in the back, safe corner spot.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I see with Goopy is he's quite a consistently strong player, whereas MightySheep has a little bit more variability to him. Again, still very strong player, don't get me wrong, but I think that Goopy's a bit more consistent about it. So I think him playing really aggressive like this might throw MightySheep slightly.
It might, and let's also say that Goopy has been playing a lot recently, so he's very comfortable playing what fits him and everything. So it's gonna be on him to try to catch MightySheep off guard. Oh my goodness, what do we have here? Goopy starting with the air lab in the queue. Is he gonna go through with it?
Oh, I'm a big fan of this. Oh, is he
Wow.
gonna come drop
So
or
what
what?
I think he did here is he purposely chose that spot because that was going to get scouted last. Because you would think you'd start in the corner, so the enemy would scout that part last. And since Sheep is core bots, he's not going to see this coming for quite a while. He's making one grunt, not first. So first a res bot, so very slow start, and it's a bomber for Goopy. So one bomber, two shuriken, a scout. So he's gonna go for the harass on the eco, bomb the wind, and then reclaim the lab, presumably, and then go more of a traditional play.
How he's going to get a bomber, a scout, two shurikens, and the transport. I don't know, like, because he's obviously going to move his commander somewhere, right?
He might do it indeed as an aggressive move. He might do it to get to the mexes faster, to get the mexes on the high ground. Who even knows what's in Goopy's mind right now?
Well, probably not MightySheep because he's not got any anti-air, which is, building anti-air at this stage would be unusual.
It would be very, very strange for him to build anti-air right now, but his wind is very clumped up. So the bomber that's coming right now is going to do massive amounts of damage.
Okay, he's got a scout headed ahead of him. I'll say he had issued an attack order for where he had started, which means that he was predicting Sheep would start there as well. So it'd be interesting if he cancels that attack order quickly.
He does, he cancels. And all right, we have anti-air turret coming in for Sheep.
Very quick response.
Scouts is dead. Very quick response. And he's not going for it. Yes, he is. One turret will not prevent the bombing run from happening. He's bombing away.
Oh,
all right. He's
radar, a mech, and a wind turbine.
He kept his bomber alive. It seemed like that was quite important for him. So he got a max, radar turret, and some wind. Perhaps not what he was expecting. I think the scout is a bit too forward. He could have gotten away with better, I think. And no, the trans is going for a kidnapping, I believe. I think he's trying to get a construction bot with this.
It's worth noting for those who aren't aware of it that you can't kidnap units that are moving. So the paralyzer drones are there to prevent it from running away, so you can kidnap it. The problem is he's only going to get one grunt from this. I assume that he wanted a constructor, surely?
Let's see what he does. It's a very micro-intensive game right now, but he's indeed getting the grunts. He's kidnapping the grunts, and he's bringing it to the high ground. Oh my goodness, this is brilliant. So he can move on to the next unit. This guy is a genius.
I don't know if I'd say genius, but that is hilarious.
I would say a genius. Goopy is amazing. I love this guy.
Oh, is the transfer going to get shot down?
He's behind the hill. It's safe. He's flying away.
that was close. 2 health.
That being said, you might be right though. However, that goopy did delay quite a bit everything he did, and MightySheep has expanded so much faster now, and perhaps that bombing run was not exactly what he needed. So very spicy, very very good game here, but did not work out as well as it should have needed to, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big fan of the unexpected bombing raid. I just don't think it worked as well as I'd liked. Interestingly though, Sheep, because he's seen so many air things, he's still got to keep anti-air units around. He's not building any more.
He has to.
Spent a
He can't raid without anti-air unit, so that is absolutely true.
slows him right
Oh.
down.
He is sending down a small attack force, but there's only 3 grunts there, so this should not be too big of an issue for Goopy.
And Goopy will get 2 anti-air bots for free as well. Yep, so Goopy's now seen that, and it's moving really slowly, so that's going to be easy for him to clean up, I'd imagine.
Still, I think Sheep is still at a huge advantage here, and I think these are just small little things that are going Goopy's way, and he's just so far behind when it comes to eco. Sheep is way ahead.
Nice side attack there from Goopy. That's going really nicely for him.
Bringing a Shuriken as well, but no, he's calling it off. There's a AA bot as well.
Yeah. Shurikens are obviously incredibly fragile.
Yeah. But yeah, he's keeping MightySheep on his toes. He's attacking and prodding on both sides, so there's no absolute free expansion. And Sheep himself now going with an air lab, so
Choice.
he has lots of metal, so he can afford to do so. Whereas Goopy is still on a relatively low eco.
Are the semi-finals best of 3 or best of 5?
Best of 3, I think. Best of 3, yes, indeed.
Cool. Okay, so she's
Gonna get 1 bot.
Structure way out on its own that's about to get picked off. That's a small win, but a win nonetheless for Goopy.
Small win. Indeed.
But Goopy is very
Shuriken. Shuriken coming out from MightySheep, so that's gonna stop all aggression from Goopy. And
he needs to show 1 or 2 shurikens to stop the aggression. He can show them, then reclaim his lab if he wanted, because he's forcing Goopy to go and build anti-air now.
Sheep has enough eco. He doesn't need to reclaim it. He still has metal in the bank and everything. Goopy is trying to catch up. He has a naked expanded everywhere almost. So he did try to catch up there, and he's not doing that bad of a job. And going vehicles now as well. Something that maybe he didn't use that much advantage of is the bomber that he played very safe with. He didn't really use that as much as he could have. Engagement here on the left. Looks like a favorite to Goopy, but the Shurikens threaten it, but the AA turret already built, already foreseen it. And this hill on the left could be important to gain a good defensive position on the high ground for later. Still leading with the metal produced on MightySheep's end, but let's see how this evolves with the vehicles.
In his shurikens to take out the laser turret. He's moving in the grunts. This is a really nice move by him, I think. He's also backing out straight away. He's not overcommitting. He's just forcing Goopy to spend resources to resurrect those things. That's a really nice little attack there, I think.
It is. You have to constantly, as much as possible, try to keep the enemy on the defensive. Get him to build defenses. Any defenses that the enemy builds is not offense directed at you. So
yeah, that's one of the things that you find some new players will make a mistake on. They'll build a lot of defenses, and then the enemy go, "Well, that's great. I can just go around them or stay out of range." Don't get me wrong, there is a time for 4 light laser turrets near each other, but it's rarely all the time.
MightySheep again with the 3-lab build. He's as well caught up with the vehicle switch. I really like that. That gives you it's cost quite a bit of metal, but with the income that they have, that's quite alright, I think.
Yeah. Worth noting that they are both level on metal income for now, though Sheep is about to wreck all of Goopy's metal extractors on the top right.
That's so unfortunate. Just two grunts take that all out.
Massive value right there.
Missing a radar, I believe. No, he has. He does have an army advantage on the front, but he's not using it to his advantage right now. He's trying to clean up this mess in the back of his base.
He's not quite going to get the construction unit though.
No. He didn't micro.
Corner. He's going to wait for those mexes to be rebuilt, and then he's going to go and do something.
Alright, so Goopy has a large army in size, but MightySheep has now brutes on top of his grunts, so those are quite a significant advantage he has there with range. But they're getting caught off guards. Alright, Goopy is getting a nice round and he's killing some units, so a little bit of caught off guards, as well as an attack, a simultaneous attack on the west.
These are exactly the trades that Goopy needs to be making, and he's demonstrating really good multitasking here.
Some bombers though coming in for MightySheep, so that could threaten his economy. But very, very nice attack. So will the bombers be enough to offset this loss from MightySheep?
He has spread his wind turbines out slightly, so it won't be
not that much. But he hasn't scouted. MightySheep didn't scout, and he's bombing empty ground.
Oh, he might change his mind. No, he's still not.
Bombers have terrible vision. He probably just simply hasn't seen the wind, I don't think.
Yeah, he actually can't. He hasn't seen any of Goopy's main base yet. He's guessing.
He probably doesn't know where the base is.
No.
This is a crucial advantage he has right there. Meanwhile, Goopy's attacking, but they're running into shurikens, which will turn this attack into a large metal donation.
Yeah, massive gift of peace. Worth noting.
Very back and forth. Amazing game so far, I would say.
Yeah. Goopy has a 62% dual win rate against Sheep, which I think we're seeing why that might be. You know,
he was at such a huge disadvantage with his start, and he's managed to crawl his way back. It's a bit dangerous what he's doing here, throwing so much metal to the way of Sheep, but at least he's keeping Sheep on the back foot. He threatens his expansions as well, kills some constructions at the same time. Massive battle here.
And why?
Well, I guess he is killing some of the shurikens with his units, and if Sheep had reclaimed his air lab, he would have already killed all the shuriken, but Sheep did not, so he can keep producing these drones. But he's going to get more expansions, more bots on the north side. So despite this difficult start, Goopy, I believe, actually is pulling ahead. He's rebuilding his air lab as well, so he's going to get fighters soon. And yeah, these expansions, okay, they're exploiters, so they're more difficult to take over, but he is taking care of them. And I think he is doing exactly what he needs to be doing. And meanwhile, he kept rebuilding his base. And it's a very tough neck-and-neck fight. I love this. This is amazing.
Interesting. Goopy is also gone with a 3 separate factory builds.
And indeed. Now the scout comes. Now the scout sees the base of Goopy.
So is she going to use that knowledge very well, or he's just sending scouts in piecemeal as well?
He just wants to keep track. Scouts are pretty cheap, so he wants to keep track of whatever Goopy is doing. Now he's building bombers, so he's going to try to get those windmill. But Goopy already ahead of him is building fighters. Fighters, the ultimate anti-bomber unit. very back and forth. Brutes for sheep in the west, whereas brutes for goopy in the east. A bit of a advantage. He has fighters. He will need to use them against the drones.
I think it's
And
worth
yeah, he's
Oh, go for it. I was going to say, that grunt that was dropped up on the cliff at the start of the game, that's still there. It's not important, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely
beautiful.
interesting.
It's beautiful. More construction bots getting taken out here. This is again and again he's catching these construction bots
Oh, he's not chasing.
off guard.
That is 12 brutes for goopy and 9 for sheep at the moment. Obviously,
Fights all over the place. Fights in the air. Fights on the hill in the west with grunts versus brutes. Fights in the south. There's going to be metal wrecks everywhere. This is a high quality game that we have here. Lots of APM requirements everywhere. Calling for attention. Res bots being used to reclaim some of this. Bombers coming in, but they're flying straight into the fighters, completely negated.
well, they're flying.
Or will they? Or will they?
What's going on there?
No. 2 bombers left. 1 bomber left is getting his bombs off. Is he going to get a good hit?
No.
Absolutely not.
Wow, that was
Huge.
really bad.
Those fighters sometimes you need to get them in a good position. If they just patrol in a circle, sometimes they completely miss their flybys.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, goopy has asserted his dominance over the map. He's reclaiming the medal as well in the middle. Some drones are back, but there's fighters as well. Some air construction to get the medal. Very back and forth, very tense game. A brilliant start to this series.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, given the way that things are going, though, isn't this looking like goopy's the stronger player? Like, he had a bad start, he's recovered well. You could argue he's now ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. And I would make that distinction indeed. Coming back from such a deficit that he was in requires mental fortitude. It requires really strong display of talent. So hats off here to goopy. He's raiding left, he's raiding right. Sheep will have to be able to pull something out of his hat. I think he's getting pushed back.
So the next question then, if Sheep's known for being a little bit more volatile than goopy, is this initial loss going to be something that has a big impact on the other games? Like, obviously, opening air like that's going to mean that Sheep must now be a bit more aware of that. But is this the fact that
he's getting the nano turrets? The production here of Sheep getting a big hit as well. He's not getting all of them, but that is significant, especially since Sheep already has a significant amount of middle in the bank. So that's gonna put a halt there. So I would say so. Sheep is I believe, well known to be a rather emotional player in the sense that he will let the flow of the game affect his the way that he plays the game. But Sheep has gotten here to the semifinal not just off of random play. He's a very skilled player, so no matter what, you can't count this guy out. And he's, as we're saying, that he's rezzing the wreck field, the huge wreck field that was left behind.
Oh, that's big.
This is quite important.
He was reclaiming the wreck fields, so it's good to see him resurrecting them, because that really could turn the tide of the battle.
It could, and this is a bit dangerous for goopy right now.
There's 4,000 metal worth of stuff there in Rex. I count 24 brutes, if not more. That's really big.
It is. It certainly is. And goopy has still quite a few metal extractors that he has missing, that he hasn't rebuilt with some idle construction units. So. And another failed attack. This is very unfortunate.
Is this possibly a comeback by Sheep? Is the next question.
It is, absolutely. This is a very back and forth. Any mistake will be abused by the other player. So some drones coming in to hope to save the day. So it might turn into a mistake for Sheep here. But does he have enough to punish?
Quick request from Jazz Cash. Could you turn the music up slightly, please, Tarnish Knight?
Oh, PtaQ being queued here. So first some nanos, and then a PtaQ bot lab for sheep.
Oh,
Nothing yet of the like for goopy.
Let me know if that's gone up high enough.
Cool. Jazz Cash will let us know in a couple of minutes, I'm sure. Okay,
all
so
right.
given the incomes they've got and the map control they've got, is Sheep right to queue up tier 2 now, or should he be focusing on the tier 1s?
No, this is about the right time to go take two. The combat has died down a little bit, and there's not immediate threat to sheep. So I believe this is exactly the right moment for him to tech up. And Goopy is gonna be really in a tight spot if he doesn't either follow suit or has a bombing run, and he does. There we go, as we call it. He goes tech 2 as well. They're very aware of the timings required for these transitions. Sheep will be a bit faster, but Goopy has tons of metal built, and he's just missing out on the wind for now, on the energy.
Yeah, Goopy's building a whole bunch of solars right away.
He is, and he has advanced solars as well. So if the wind drops, especially if the wind drops really low, Goopy's going to have a massive energy advantage right there. And he has tons of metal in the bank as well. So I think Goopy, even though he started a bit later, is in a better spot to take advantage of that.
That's dead. 24 brutes for Sheep versus 11 for Goopy on the right-hand side.
But Goopy has the blade wings, the shuriken, and they're ready to go on the attack. There's no anti-air other than this one turret here, and he has a fighter advantage as well. Goopy could very well go for the attack with this.
Goopy's now finished his tier 2 factory. Sheep has also finished. Sheep just finished his tier 2 constructor. Goopy's not even going for
he's going for fiends first. He wants to deal a decisive blow here.
Well, given the move distance and the fact that he's making an attack right now, which I'd be hesitant to call successful, are the fiends a good idea? Shouldn't he go for the economy?
Going with the shuriken. I think he has a shot with the shuriken. Let's see if he can pull it off. There are some AA turrets and there are some fighters. He needs to bring his own fighters as well. He has the fiends in the mix as well. This has a potential, but they're already all dead. His fighters were too late. The fighters didn't cover for the AA bots.
Yeah, lack of combined arms coordination, unfortunately.
He still pushes back Sheep.
Behind this, Goopy is resurrecting a bunch of wrecks at the moment. Not very quickly.
Not very quickly. Yeah.
It's also interesting that the north is completely stagnated. Goopy's got a line of light laser turrets on that hill, but neither player is fighting over it. All the fighting's happening down the southeast at the moment.
MightySheep gaining a retreating advantage. When you move away with unit, you do have some advantage there when it comes to damage dealt and shots fired.
More so with plasma rather than laser as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Goopy getting the Rex behind this, which is crucial.
Yeah. Could he be just going for the reclaim to get it faster at this point?
I think this is necessary for him. You resurrect when you try to snowball, but I don't think he has enough res bots for that right here.
No. Sheep has swapped over to Fiend production as well at this point. Goopy has not built a tier 2 construction bot yet. So I think Sheep's going to pull ahead of him in metal production fairly soon.
He will, and he does have mines behind this, so there's a limit to how much Goopy can take this, and he did reclaim now. He's starting to reclaim.
Yeah. The mines will be very effective against the units Goopy is currently using as well. Worth noting.
Well, but an absolute banger of a game to start this semi-finals off. Absolutely amazing, both of these players. There's a fusion reactor being built by Sheep, so long term this is going to be a threat to Goopy. Goopy going for a Juno instead to counter these mines.
How did he find out about the mines? Because, oh, hang on, there was some on the right-hand side just there. I think he hit one, so he got the notification about them.
Sheep was really low on energy, so he saw the mines being uncloaked, and me criticizing Goopy for going for the straight, but he pulls it off. He completely dominated this battle thanks to the fiend. So delaying the construction bot might actually win him the game if he's able to abuse it. The mines as well. Ooh,
Yeah, I thought it was a terrible strategy by him, in all fairness. I was like, yep, that's a bad idea. You're going to throw the game because of it, but that's why Goopy's in this tournament and I'm not.
exactly. And he's catching up. He's getting map control. He's getting the wreck field here as well. Let's see where he takes this.
Yep, Randy
It's
go as well. So
it's for him now to be able to pull something off.
anyone who's a current player is able to spectate at the moment, so that's why some of the other players are able to spectate this. I don't know if you've got spectator chat coming up or not, Tarnished.
Don't seem to be seeing anything at the moment, although I don't think I've explicitly turned it off.
Something here, so I wasn't sure if that came up on stream or not.
All right, so Sheep went for the eco. Oh, Goopy?
Oh,
Oh,
where?
what? What happened? He's out. Crash. Can you pause?
Sheep has now paused.
All right, okay. Wow, this is incredibly intense game right here.
Yeah. So Goopy needs to reconnect fast enough, or the game will count at him as resigning. Is the reason for the rapidity of the pause request.
The race against time.
Yeah.
But it does show he's in the playlist as not here. No, can he still rejoin?
He'll be retrying in a moment. Yeah.
So very tense game right here, back and forth. MightySheep going for the economy and Goopy going for the aggression, exactly to their player strength. I love to see this.
Well, it's Ball King from the statistical front line, guys. Look at the stats now in game. The amount of damage dealt by Goopy is significantly higher than MightySheep. Another thing it's worth looking at as well, the metal produced. MightySheep's produced 68k metal this game. Goopy 65k. But unfortunately, Goopy has actually lost 3.4k metal because he didn't have enough storage for it. That's probably when he was reclaiming wreckages. So it really plays into the overall eco picture now.
I'm going to jump to the thing because Goopy's currently catching up, so I can give an update on how that's going over time.
Oh, brilliant! Yes, you can see he's reconnected there.
If you mouse over the up-down arrow, it shows how many seconds he's since he last did. So he's at 600 seconds at the moment, and that's moving rapidly. I know what chat wants to see.
Yeah. Oh, he's almost back. He's almost there. About to resume.
400 seconds. So he'll be here in a few minutes. I must say that since the last tournament, the improvements in the engine with the catch-up speed are phenomenal. Really nice.
Hopefully, a few more will be coming in the next engine update.
Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, can you give us a sneak peek of the sort of things we should expect to see in the next engine update?
Well, at the moment that catch-up is limited to 85% CPU, so we're removing that limit, so it will use almost 100% if necessary. So that's coming there. There's some performance improvements with pathfinding coming in, so that should. So, for example, there's been tendency in big network games to have lots of ticks. Moving around, and that should remove some of the stutter caused by that. Goopy is now
He's
to
back.
up to
All
speed
right,
with us.
we can continue this banger of a game right here.
Marvels of modern technology.
All right, so Sheep turtling up, using pounders, using pop-up PtaQ turrets and dragon teeth. He's really turtling on himself and using the home eco, the fusion and the metal makers to try to gain an advantage, whereas Goopy has taken control of the map.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good that Sheep did pause it there, because I think Goopy's in the lead again. But that said, actually, Sheep has a massive eco advantage right now.
He does, yeah.
A little bit. Goopy has only just started his tier 2 eco, and he's starting off with a fusion plant.
Yeah, he wants the energy. He had a huge amount of metal in the bank, so yeah, that's why he went for the fusion.
Right there. Massive damage on the mines.
Unfortunately, there's some PtaQ pop-ups behind us. I don't think this is going to go anywhere.
No, I don't either. Well, yeah, there's enough units as well. I think Goopy's going to do a little bit of damage, but not much. Yeah, he's just not quite got the numbers to get past. And then there's an armed metal extractor as well, just to really finish off the last few things. Yeah, that was a completely failed attack. Nice job on the mines, but just a heads up, Tarnished. The stream is unhappy that we didn't go with cat camera until the resume. I need to let you know that.
I thought they would
Do
like
it
to have seen some stats. Very well. I guess we know what they like versus stats versus cats. It has been answered.
I don't think the whole stream wants it.
Fair enough. We'll bear that in mind next time.
And we have a nuke launcher queued up. So first a fusion, a second fusion, and then a nuke launcher. I did see Goopy queue up an anti-nuke, foreseeing exactly this, but instead he switched over to building mexes instead. Continuing to prod on every side possible, trying to force reaction from Sheep. So he's not sitting idle.
Yeah, do you think Goopy has any idea that a nuke is a possibility at this stage, or is it quite far from his mind, do you think?
No, like I mentioned, he queued up an anti-nuke earlier and then changed his mind to mexes instead. So it's definitely on his mind. Let's see if he brings it back to the forefront of his thoughts.
He's only got one advanced. He's only got one advanced construction unit, I think. Yeah, he's not got any more queued up, and that one is doing a lot of mexes first.
The lack of units from MightySheep should alarm Goopy. He should know that something is up. He hasn't started the nuke yet, though, and he cancelled it. He is going for a metal converter instead. So both of these players thinking first thoughts nuke, and both of them switching over. Look at that.
He switched over because he's seen how many units Goopy's gotten into his base here.
Very fair point.
Worrying potentially.
Yeah, very nice workaround. Instead of going heads on into the defenses, he finds a workaround. He does some damage.
Yeah, quite trickle damage.
But not decisive either. Very back and forth. Very strong clash of styles. The aggressive player versus the eco player. Going back to the nuke now. So yeah, he just wanted to make a.
Oh grief, he's going for that hard, isn't he? Should be ready in 2 to 5 minutes, depending on exactly how his metal goes.
Let's see what Goopy does once he finishes his first fusion. This is going to be a telltale point if he thinks about the nuke or not. He should scouts at the very minimum. This should be a high priority for both of these players to scout.
Yeah.
Very quick building on the nuke there. It might be decisive.
Yeah.
This might be a game winner if Goopy doesn't catch on really quick.
Yeah, if Goopy doesn't spot it, he's potentially in quite a lot of trouble, because he still only has the one tier 2 thing. Oh, in fact, actually, Tarish, have a look at that top middle bit by Goopy's base. His tier 2 constructor is stuck.
No.
He's done an area max on top
He
of
did
it.
area max.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's going to cost him.
Can you ping me?
I did ping it. Yeah, just here.
Right, nuke ready. He's missing some resources to build it at full speed, but Goopy really needs to start building an anti-nuke very soon. And even if it does, the nuke would be able to hit other parts of the map anyway. So goopy is on a very, very short timer here. I don't.
He's got 6 construction units there. One of them's the tier 2, and they're just completely not going to do anything until he tells them otherwise.
He's building a PtaQ vehicle lab, so I don't think an anti-nuke is going to come.
Mobile
out of
anti-nuke? I doubt that's what he's thinking.
That's a very quick lab, though.
Oof.
Bombers, he does have bombers, so if the bombers take out the nuke plants, that might actually do the job just all the same.
Yes.
But it doesn't have enough, though.
Sheep not got much though of anti-air. Look, he's got like a couple of fighters, and that's it, I think. Yeah,
Very
he's got
tight.
missile turrets in his base, but yeah, 2 missile turrets in his base at the back, I think. And
The window for the anti-nuke is disappearing very quickly, I think.
Yeah.
This might be MightySheep's game. A nuke to win such a tight game, what a...
Yeah. Explosive way to start. Sheep's nuke is 50% done.
Building tigers, PtaQ tanks. And a EMP bot freezes the fiends. Alright, it looks like this is game over for goopy.
Yeah. He's not going to scout the nuke. He's not going to build an anti-nuke in time. And I imagine that Sheep will just hit his base square on, and that'll be GG straight away. Worth noting for those who are newer to this, a single nuke will not kill a commander in one. But if it destroys the rest of his base, goopy will probably give up. He has realised the mistake he made with his construction unit, or it gave up automatically. I think he probably manually realised it. Oh, okay, so goopy has just Juno'd some more mines of Sheep's up north. The problem is that Sheep, again, lots of defences up there. Goopy's going to manage to do
that's going to be enough. No.
He's going up a hill as well.
Hill. Nuke almost done.
Yeah.
And now he's building an anti-nuke.
Oh.
But it's too late. It's too late.
With his metal income, it's way too late.
He's not focusing on it. He has a lab or two too many, I think.
He's already queued up the nuke strike. Now, there's one thing to bear in mind. That nuke strike goes straight through the tallest hill on the map. Is it possible that that hill will block the nuke?
I don't think so. Because it goes a bit to the west of it, so I don't think so. But it is definitely a possibility.
Click on the nuke launcher.
It is definitely a possibility.
Click on the nuke launcher and look at where the line was. Oh, the line. Oh, okay. Here we're going to find out. If that hits the hill, Sheep is going to get spicy.
Yes, and the anti-nuke is almost done, but it's.
Just.
No, it goes through. Just next to it. Well played.
He cancelled his anti-nuke order.
All right, wow, what a way to end this one. This was such a back and forth.
Not yet.
He has not, but I can't imagine.
I can't see how he can come back from this.
I can't either. He does have still a huge army lead, but that's not going to be enough.
Not really, no. So he's got 8,000 DPS, while Sheep has 13,000 DPS lead. So he's not actually got the army lead anymore. He's got a decent amount. Wrong.
Yeah, but you have to take into account things like fiends that have really high DPS, but are not necessarily as much worth as some other units.
Oh yeah, completely. Yeah, it's not a clear cut. You have more DPS, so you win. But I wouldn't say that goopy's got the lead. And I think Sheep may have just detonated a spy in the middle of a bunch of brutes.
Yeah, and it's GG. All right, game over. What a banger of a game. Amazing way to end this one. And well played, MightySheep, for the first 1-0.
Well played indeed. That was quite a long match. Very, very long.
It was.
That's the first of 3, potentially.
The PC needs restart now. So goopy will be back shortly. He's just going to quickly restart his PC.
Oh, well, I guess we know what that means then.
Yeah.
That cam. And there we go. Which one's this one again?
Oh, hang on, I think he's doing it because so it came through in the lobby chat that Crash, please pause and memory and think out of memory. So we'll see. He might be. Yeah, he's just left the lobby, so he'll be back in a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is Jam, by the way. Jam is very cute and not naughty like me.
Wow.
So I have to
So
ask.
unfortunate for Goopy. He built the anti-nuke and then didn't finish it, and even the second one was built, but just finished not in time.
Yeah.
So I have to ask, Ragnar, did Goopy scupper his chances of victory by going for that airbase first?
I think what we've seen in this game, how far behind he was because of that, it could have gone very different, very quick. So I think I like what he did. The execution just fell short, I think, yeah. And I think it could have looked very differently, but who knows?
And, Goopy's an excellent player. So in terms of if execution wasn't quite good enough on that, it's like what chance anyone else going to have been able to pull that one off? But I think he did very, very well, string it out for as long as he did. And there were times where he was actually looking as though he may have potentially have turned it around. So what was his critical mistake at the, that essentially sealed his fate there?
I think the Crash cancelling his anti-nuke was one of the problems. I think that had that crash not happened and then the anti-nuke reset, I think he would have had a serious chance to win this.
So
He was ahead in some terms. That being said, I think it was quite difficult because he put himself in a position where he was trying to overforce the offense, and Sheep was playing in the defense. I think at some point there, Goopy could have switched over completely from, instead of offense, going full on eco, and that would have allowed him the chance to not only get back into the eco, but overtake Sheep as well, because Sheep didn't have any way to push back since he was so much on the defensive.
Yeah.
yeah, no, that was that was absolutely incredible. We even got to see a nuke at the end there, which was quite nice to spot.
You don't see that every day in a 1 versus 1. So now they're picking for the next map. Goopy, having lost, is going to pick the next map to play from.
Yep, they're just figuring out what they want to play. So with MightySheep 1 up, you think
crystallized plates?
You think Goopy's still got a good chance of turning this round to going and reverse sweep essentially?
Well, it looks like Goopy is picking Crystallized Plains, which is a map maybe more fitting his style of aggression, and is not as easy to eco up as hard as we just saw.
So Sheep is suggesting, did I do really bad in this map at some point? Goopy, looking for something I don't crash on. So I was saying, my question, we the fact that Sheep is a bit more of a volatile player earlier, a bit more emotional. The fact that he's won the first one, is that going to give him a massive mental and emotional advantage going into the second game?
Well, he probably knows better than us, and I certainly imagine it to be the case. So, especially winning such a tight, long, drawn-out match for any player, I think must be quite difficult to overcome.
Okay, so we're just loading into the match at the moment, and as soon as that comes through, I'll be able to share that with our audience. So Goopy trying to play to his advantage of not having very much memory. And here we go. Later, Chris. Okay.
And MightySheep looking for a core start.
Yeah.
Goopy still loading in.
I assume Goopy's going to go core again, but I would imagine he's not going to open air this time, especially on the smaller map.
Although that being said, it's not a bad air start map.
No? Why would air be a good start here? Sure, the distance is short enough that bots could close the gap quite quickly.
It's not that short of a distance, certainly not for core bots. Furthermore, you have a really nicely tight, packed base that is really easy to defend, and it's a wind map, meaning that you can bomb winds quite well. You also have the elevated point, and there is a possibility of building air lab on the elevated point, I believe. So a bit of a cheeky move there. Right, core versus core.
I'm going to take a very quick break, back in a few minutes.
Okay, well, we'll have you covered. So Goopy's is going to go bots. Like a lot early, is that early grunt aggression we're potentially going to see from Goopy?
You know, both players picking bots. Sheep not sure what he wants to do. Radar first before the bot lab. Bit scared for the air, I think. So that's why he built the radar before the lab, which wouldn't make too much sense otherwise.
Radar, good coverage there. It's a nice little trick. Actually, the commanders have got a long enough reach to be able to build on hills.
Right, 1 con, 1 grunt, repeat for sheep, whereas 2 8s for Goopy. So a bit more of an economic game for sheep, as expected.
As requested by the audience, we have our little cat mascot on the screen. The sheep slowly expanding.
But both players expanding with 1 con. And Goopy opting for a bit more grunts.
The 1 grunt, 1 control builder combo there. Is that because it's just so highly probable that there's going to be sniping attempts on the constructors?
Yeah, the expansions are quite far away, so it's easy to snipe them. So you have to be careful with these. But yeah, with core bots, it's quite difficult to use scouts to attack and stop these expansions. So playing greedy actually pays off quite well. And the ends both have 3 con, so almost mirrored games here.
There we go. Oops, sorry about that.
First contact made. A bit of a outwards fanning from Goopy versus a concentrated attack from Sheep. But now that he's seen that, he's transitioning just the same.
I'm back. Sorry for that.
No worries.
My 4th cat, who's been out all day, finally showed back up.
I'm
I'm a little
relieved.
bit worried about him. And if you're lucky, stream, you'll get to see him.
So Goopy's a bit faster on the expansion. His frontal expanded and outwardly expanded a little bit faster, but he went naked expanded, meaning no LLTs, and now his con is under threat by just 3 little grunts that are going to find him and catch him. Since there's no radar in range, now he sees it. So this is this greediness is a bit used against him. And another threatening attack on the left side is going to shut that down. So greedy expansion by Goopy being punished here by Sheep. Goopy trying his own counter attack here, but that's not gonna find the construction bot that's hiding, I don't think. Goopy's construction bot survived that as well with a sliver of health, 1% HP, just hid far away and is going to rebuild the Maxis.
Worth noting the eco for both players is pretty close. Actually, no, sorry. Sheep might have a slight advantage for now.
Very brave constructor going to the center. I don't see that working out too much. Both players with the commander in the base using the build power advantage that it provides. Some nice threatening here with some grunts being clutch played, being reclaimed by these bots. So that's not going to go too much. But that being said, there's a significant army advantage in the center here that Goopy could try to abuse. But nice micro from Sheep stops that for now.
Do you think that on the heels of his loss from last game, Goopy's playing a bit more conservatively than normal? Or this is just how he normally plays?
I wouldn't say he plays more conservatively. Like with the naked expansion, I was actually quite risky, at least. But he's not going for aggressive play with commander or something like that. The angle of his attack with the grunts are not ideal, so he's giving some wins over there to Sheep. And Sheep has out-expanded now. Sheep has gotten his side expansions, and Goopy has to catch up.
I find it interesting that every time we've seen this map played so far today, there's been a lot more stuff on the sides, whereas with these two, despite being very good players, they're both only fighting right down the middle for the most part.
Well, there's been raiding on the sides, but yeah, the main attack, and then there's this countering attack happening here where he's trying to get the expansion, so that will give him a nice little boost to catch up, but he still hasn't recovered himself.
Left expansion before the tower fin. Oh, you won't. Okay, never mind. Oh, Sheep is self-destructing the laser turrets, or he was, to prevent them from being able to be reclaimed. Interesting.
And unfortunately, Goopy missing his micro there is probably a bit nervous right now, since there's a big attack in his base, and he called off his attack probably by mistake, I would say. And he doesn't have a LLT in the back of his base, so he's getting raided there as well. He's a bit over greedy there, not building the LLTs that he needed to, I don't think.
Bald King reminded me that LLTs have a large self-destruct explosion, so he was probably hoping to catch some of Goopy's units if they got really close to the LLT itself.
Now with the killer move from Sheep transitioning to vehicles, this might be very dangerous. Goopy on 2 mexes now. This is smashing by Sheep. Very, very well played. And Goopy has a medal, but he doesn't have the production, he doesn't have the income. He's still 1,000 medal in. This is not looking good at all. He's going to have a lot of difficulty dealing with these vehicles.
Yeah. Sheep has a very non-trivial metal advantage right now as well.
And a build power advantage.
Oh, massively so. Grief, yeah, that's huge. I hadn't noticed that.
I think this is the nerves getting the better for Goopy after last game, after losing it like that, and he is dealing some damage, but it's just not enough, I don't think.
I mean, the way that he lost the last game is probably part of it.
I would imagine so. Brutes not doing that great versus well microed grunts, not very cost effective. That being said, it is working out for him all the same.
Goopy's commander is trapped within his wind turbines, which means he can't expand with it, which is potentially a disadvantage, I'd have thought.
He really needs the build power though.
That's true, yeah. He's only just now getting his first construction turret. That said, Sheep has no construction turret, so, you know, maybe not that big a deal.
Yeah, but he's been okay. So there's lots of reclaim on the map, and that might help whoever takes it. But such a massive income advantage for Sheep for such a long period of time. We see this as well in the stats: 12k metal produced versus 9. It's an uphill battle here for Goopy.
Yeah.
Sheep also switching to end scissors versus the brutes. Maybe easier dealing with these grunts, I would say.
Yeah.
And that is a nice attack here coming from Sheep from the northwest side. That could have devastating impact, killing this wind if it doesn't get. He is seen. He is coming back, but I don't know if it's going to get in time. These grunts. He's sending quite a few back. He's got a few LLTs, but alright. Construction, but destroyed. The wind is the crucial part here. Can he chain this? No.
Even
He
this
did
attack, Sheep is using it to claim map control.
Yeah, because it pushed back so many of his units that he's able to take over the map, basically. It does give quite a bit of reclaim to Goopy, so it is a bit dangerous in that regard. But I don't think Sheep is gonna take off the pressure. I think he's getting more build power. He's keep making units. He has an army of resbots himself. This look like he's solidifying his victory here.
Yeah. Again, Sheep, despite being a very aggressive player and prone to, let's say, more eccentric tactics like the nuke, he's still playing it sensibly. I really like to see that.
Absolutely.
Now, I mean, it's
Nice
too early to
trade on
count
the-
Goopy out, and obviously this game is still in progress. Is Sheep going to be a potential against the other two people if he wins this?
Oh, that's a very good question. Is Teddy and Randy waiting for this one to be over to get their shot at going to the finals? So no matter what, it's going to be an amazing set of games, and it looks like we're about to find out. Actually,
Yeah. So yes, I asked the question because it looked like things were just slowing down a little bit. So I was like, oh, you know, perfect thing to ask. Because I know that Stream cares, Pickle is running around in circles behind me at the moment, making silly noises. Cat update's very important. Yeah, Goopy has one main force, and it's moving around way too much. Sheep's got two and a bit times the metal production of Goopy.
there's so much metal on the map, though. And MightySheep is doing a really good job. He's trying to get the reclaim with his resbots, but Goopy caught him, and both sides of the map he's killing the resbots. Guys, when you litter around on the map with your broken units, it's important to pick up your trash and reclaim it.
Okay, Goopy and Sheep engaging in the middle here. They back off. But again, so Goopy's engaged in the fight, but the wrecks are just by Sheep stuff, and he's reclaiming them straight away. So that's really bad for Goopy.
Goopy has stabilized a little bit and has been able to, establish himself a bit, but he's just so far behind when it comes to income and production and everything. I think it's just a slow death from here unless he can pull off a miracle.
Yeah. Which, let's face it, he is capable of. He's a very good player. He was down after the bad opener from last game and still came back. So I wouldn't count him out yet, but at the same time, Sheep is not easing up. He's playing sensibly and carefully, but he's not easing up either.
Yeah.
And again, Goopy engages and then pulls back, leaving Sheep with more Rex to resurrect or reclaim.
Generating the snowball that is MightySheep wrecking through.
Yeah.
Continued battle, but the army size is just so large right now for our Sheep. He's doing a really good job trying to come back in this, reclaiming everything. And very good game by both of these players.
I think this is
Some
a really
construction
strong-
wars on the west, building LLTs right next to each other.
I think it's a really good example here that Sheep has arguably the more powerful force, 17 versus 11 brutes, but until now, he's not been pushing forward. He's been doing slowly but surely side to side, drawing out Goopy's forces until he was confident that he can deliver the critical strike.
Commander action,
Seen the commander,
beacon.
yeah. So he's retreating.
Yeah, brutes are very difficult to use versus commanders. So easy to get them decanted. He doesn't want to throw it away. Just like you mentioned, he's a very good player, so he wants to solidify rather than risk an all-in. Going around both sides, he's going to kill all the wind everywhere.
Yeah.
This looks like it's getting over, and Goopy knows it, and he calls it. Very well played by both of these players. Amazing series. MightySheep takes it, all right.
Yeah.
Does indeed.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's conclusion. MightySheep goes through to the finals. In the last few moments of Goopy's valiant defense against the onslaught, no avail. And there we go, nice lovely explosion. That's what we want, explosions. And back to, well, I would say the casting booth, but let's be fair, it is cat cam, isn't it?
It's Noodle.
So
And I have a pot of dreamies on my desk, which is what he was after.
Ah,
He's been
he's,
out all day and he hates the rest of the cats.
he's watching those very closely. Yes. So that's what your fourth cat now?
Yep.
You
Yeah,
sure?
he was the first cat we got.
He's come back. There we go. Well, I'm sure the audience will be absolutely delighted.
I hope they are, because they've been clamoring for it. I've been watching the chat and they've been cat cam, where's cat cam?
Cat cam.
He against Teddy now, I think.
So yeah, the Randy's in. We're just waiting for his opponent to go in, which I'm trying to remember who that is. I mean, so focused on that last match.
Teddy.
It's been Teddy. So it was incredible. Had a lot of excellent back and forth in those matches. Absolutely nail biting in some of those points. It's just a shame Goopy was it the same sort of problems Goopy had this time to last time, or was this just new situation and stakes?
I can't remember.
So much happened. We can't.
They're playing on this map. Okay, so question: will either of them go for the air opener like Goopy did?
That would be ballsy.
That game.
Ooh, yes, that would be indeed.
We're looking to start on the Tether crystals.
Yeah.
Well, no, well played to Goopy. He did he did really well. But MightySheep just a better player here in this match and came out on top.
I feel that Goopy had some clever plays, but MightySheep was able to deal with those well enough that Goopy wasn't able to get the advantage he was looking for from those, and then couldn't quite pull it back completely from MightySheep being so careful as he was with. They've been quite careful in this tournament with pushing each time the advantage, but trying not to overextend or take unnecessary risks.
It's what this game is about in the competitive scene. I would say it's a sort of risk analysis. So you have different options, and you have to constantly reanalyze what are the chances of this, what are the risks of this, and you some players like high risk, high reward, but ultimately what games is a nice calculation of risk versus reward and going for the better of the options.
Both players starting the forward position by the look of it.
Ooh,
Both of them, yes. And Arm for Teddy versus Arm for Andy. So they think those other two players who are playing core, they don't know a thing about this game, and we're gonna play Arm on here. Now, what happens if both of these players start air?
Then we have a really good game. Unfortunately, Teddy, being boring, is going vehicle.
I wouldn't say vehicles are boring.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's being so boring and not opening air like we were hoping. I mean, Randy's not put a factory down yet, so it's possible he's going air, but I doubt that he's going air as an opener. It doesn't seem like a Randy thing. Yeah, he's going bots.
Bots.
So, Teddy's cancelled it. Okay, no, he is still going vehicles. He just tweaked his build order slightly with more wind turbines. So, do you think bots or vehicles is the better opener on this map, bearing in mind that there's that big hill on the top left side?
He switches. He went to vehicle and so both vehicles.
That question,
Honestly, I am in general of the opinion that there is no wrong way to start in these games, and you should always do what works for you. And this game really allows you to play to your own personal style. So.
Next time we're on the same team and I open air with bombers at the front line, I'm going to quote you on that one, Ragnar.
Remind me not to play in team game with you anymore.
Oh, we don't have an avoid list just yet, sadly. It is in the works, though. So Teddy's opening with a blitz first, actually. Not even a constructor, not scouts, a blitz. Whereas Randy is going for construction units and scouts. Oh, so, okay, Randy is going to scout the map way, way faster than Teddy.
Well, he see the blitz, and this is the crucial part. He does not. So there's some sneaky blitz on the way, and those are potentially very dangerous.
He saw the blitzes for a fraction of a second. He may not have noticed them himself.
Little scouts being annoying, getting a max here. That's always a nice win.
That was a nice little mech snipe. Not a huge deal because the commander's already there, but still useful.
First expansion though from Andy, so three construction vehicles expanding already, and so it's the pressure is up to Teddy, who did not to actually punish that with his advancing blitz. Yes, 4 blitz, 2 on each side. That could potentially be devastating, but if he does not use this, it will be a huge advantage over to Andy. And Andy building actually a radar, so he sees it coming now. A crucial, very quick radar on the front there, sees the blitz, and he will have to react as soon as possible.
The right-hand side, not the left.
Exactly. So he will lose potentially 2 constructors on the north here, while trying to protect.
Depends if Teddy expects that to be a okay, the constructor's going over, so he's going to lose that as well then. The blitz
That's the micro. He's trying to focus it, and he's going to get it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's devastating. And then the north as well. He's going to get both on the north, so he did exactly what he needed to. A very aggressive play by Teddy, and it pays off massive dividends.
Huge advantage in this game. Getting 3 construction units, ignoring the mexes that he's gotten, because that not making a huge difference here. That's, yeah.
Will he get the last one? He's trying. Yes, he will. And there we go. It goes down. So
this is one of the weaknesses of the vehicle start. He can't get a resurrection bot to go and resurrect them.
True. And behind this, Teddy's going for a naked expansion with his own cons. Quite delayed, so he didn't immediately naked expand. So it's not that punishing for Andy to catch up. Got some scouts trying to harass, trying to delay this. And it does some job of delaying Teddy's expansion here if he's able to get this con in the back, but he's not microing in time, unfortunately. He has to deal with his own harass in his own base, scouts trying to get mechs, and he's... It looks like Teddy's itching out advantage after advantage here.
Yeah.
Getting some harass, but that's the end of that. Scouts for now. Nice little attacking force, a mixture of scouts and blitz, but Teddy's prepared. Gonna go up the hill, try to find this construction, but vehicle that he saw earlier.
If you've got enough units around, I don't think he's going to get much, if anything.
No, he's not. But it is very important for Andy here to keep up the pressure, to keep trying to get picks off here, because otherwise Teddy's just going to skyrocket ahead. And he does get some mexes, so it is something.
I think the other thing, though, despite losing all those constructors, Randy's not actually behind on builders. They have the same number of builders, and Randy's army is only slightly smaller than Teddy's. The main thing is a lot more defenses.
It did cost Teddy quite a bit to start with those 4 blitz, all right? So it was indeed a big early investment from him. It did pay off, but it did put himself a little bit behind on what he would normally be. He's going for a blitz attack in the south on this LLT, which 2 blitz should be enough. And he does get it, so this expansion here gets shut down if he's able to get this con as well. He's trying to reclaim. Is there going to be a really tight battle? 10%, 5%? No, it's going to die off. Wow, it's going to reclaim it, some extra metal. But the scout comes in and takes off the construction. Wow, this is huge. Shuts off that expansion. Meanwhile, there's back in Andy's base return attack, but that's gonna taken care of. So a few wins here for Andy, for him to get back into this game.
I like
neck and neck.
Really aggressive and multi-pronged both players are playing. This is really nice to see.
This is top tier, top shelf, beyond all reason, right before our eyes. A little attack on the north side. Let's see if this LLT is gonna get made in time before the blitz come in. If there's just one LLT, those blitz are gonna take care of it. But if the second one comes up, this raid is gonna get nullified. And it does get up in time. It should be fine. Meanwhile, counterattack in the south by Andy, collecting his blitz for an attack, and he's got enough to take care of anything that Teddy's got here. So,
or blitzes.
And the counterattack comes in. It should take care of this little expansion, and it's getting up. Should take care of the vehicle lab. He doesn't want to give too many wrecks, so he should be maybe a little bit careful. But no, he goes through, and there's another construction vehicle. So in the end, it looks like Andy's actually doing an excellent job getting back in this.
The wind is wrong. Laser turret's not firing at full speed.
And he gets the mechs is in the back. He gets the construction. He attacks from the other side all at the same time while we were not even looking. And Andy is playing phenomenally in this game. Teddy's trying as well as the counterattacks. Not sure how well that's going to go, but absolutely really amazing match so far.
Yeah, wind's still really low. And I think that's affecting both of them in terms of production. The advantage for Randy, though, is his units are already over here.
So, MightySheep, if you're watching this, take notes. Might come in useful in the finals, I would say. Everywhere there's harassment, there's attacks, there's defense going up. Some more mexes get taken out by scouts, getting reclaimed. This is an extremely tight battle right now.
Yeah. It's also interesting that it's such a difference from the Goopy versus Sheep games. The difference in the level of play,
Completely different.
style of play.
Completely different gameplay. And then the exciting part is that we're going to get a finals where there's this clash again between what we see and what we just saw before. Huge attack in the base, though. Loads and loads of wins. Almost all of the wins gets taken out, and this is devastating for Andy's economy as the wind has dropped. So his energy production is already really low.
He does have a bunch of solars, so it's not
does, yes.
bad. It looks worse than it is, let's say. I mean, it's still bad,
does.
but it's not that bad.
A very large force of Blitzo coming for Teddy. Is he going for the base or the expansion in north? It looks like he's getting the expansion in north, and on the backside, Andy's counter-attacking a little bit harassing. But let's keep track of this attack here. I don't think he sees it quite yet. He's not reacting to it at least, and it looks like this whole north side is going to get taken out by Teddy.
I think the reason.
Oh wow! The
okay.
self D on the LLT, but Teddy was constrained himself and did not go in, so the explosion actually did not help him.
Yeah. So I've just checked. Randy has no radar coverage on the top left of his base. He's just building a radar now, but even then, it'll have a large blind spot directly above it, and it might be too little, too late.
And both backsides ravaged.
Yeah. So here's a question: would them have building walls been a really good idea here, given the amount of raiding taking place?
Okay, could be, but meanwhile, the raid doesn't stop. Teddy keeps going and wrecks the base. Rex and Andy gives up. He doesn't want to play this one anymore. He wants to go to the next match. He calls it GG.
Yeah. I mean, until that last minute, I had no idea which way it was going to go.
I think Andy might have called it a little bit early. I'm going to be honest here with you, but either way, phenomenal game by both of these players. This is absolutely top gameplay.
Just watching those last few moments, Randy, like, no, you got me. But yeah, that's phenomenal. I just love the contrast. You know, so in bar you can play things slowly, or you can just go in really fast and aggressive with that, and it's sort of lovely to see that those contrasting styles seem to be quite viable, given that these players have managed to actually get this far into such a competitive tournament.
Interesting choice. Randy didn't realize that the lobby had swapped him to Arm. He was expecting to be Core.
It's not a bad idea when you're playing, and you really want to pick your faction. You can pick your faction in game, which I would advise people so that they don't mistake with the wrong faction and they get a last-minute decision on their factions.
Completely, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So he was playing at a disadvantage there. That's just excuses.
Excuses, exactly. I think you hit it on the head there, Tarnish Knight. It's all excuses. Oh, I didn't pick the faction I wanted to.
Come on, you guys have played how many hundreds of games? You get it wrong. But I suppose there's a lot of pressure. It's been a long day.
Absolutely, yes. And this is the highest level of competition. So I think there's, as you say, a lot of pressure on these players.
Yeah.
I'll just show the standings as it's looking currently in the leaderboards at the moment. So we're just currently playing Randy versus Teddy, and they're fighting for position to play in the grand finals, to fight for up to 60% of the €623 prize pool. We've already seen MightySheep and Goopy battle it out, where MightySheep prevailed and secured his place in the grand finals. Goopy put up a valiant battle, several clever tactics, but just wasn't quite enough to tip the balance in his favour. And MightySheep's careful approach and not overexerting himself managed to secure victory in that case. We're just loading up now into the match with Randy and Teddy. Sorry, as I was looking at the leaderboard, I didn't quite catch which map that was. Which one was it, guys?
This
It was a shallowed strait.
Penetrate,
Oh,
which
right.
has water in it. Do you think we're going to see much water at all? I suspect not, given the lack of mechs is there.
So I think this is an absolutely gorgeous map in terms of gameplay, because again, this is such a map that is very different from other maps. There is indeed water, however, there's very limited amount of mexes in the water, meaning that it's not so much a contest for water, but the huge amount of choke points, the possibility for commanders to cross waters at key points, all of these things can make for games to be very, very original, and it's a bit of a battle of the wits and on this map, I would say.
Interesting that both players again starting very far forwards. Oh, okay, I take it back. Randy's thinking about changing his start position somewhere else now.
So the way that this map plays out, and that this map, there's huge potential here to play very different styles. You can easily wall off your front, and then you have quite a few maxes in your back to do whatever you want. It would not even be wrong to just wall off your front and go PtaQ straight up.
Really?
I don't think we're going to see this, but air is possible, hoovers are possible. Those are on the riskier side, but they're definitely things that could happen. Probably what we're going to see from both of these players is more of a standard start, and then once they've established themselves on the map, they might switch over to something a little spicier.
Yeah. Notable, they're both Cortex this time. Teddy's going bots. Randy hasn't chosen a lab yet, but he is going 3 mechs for wind. Also interestingly, Teddy has started in a slightly different spot with only 1 metal extractor.
Indeed, so that's why he has to start bots. Vehicle's too expensive on 1 max.
But I think
Vehicle for Randy.
it puts him nearer the shallows that would cross him over to the middle island, whereas Randy
Exactly.
goes around a bit and is gone vehicles.
So for Teddy here, he can shut off this front, and then he can be very greedy with his back or do something of that sort. In the meanwhile, Andy has a bit of a better economical start with 3 maxes that he can probably get some vehicles construction out on the map in larger numbers. Another advantage of vehicles is obviously amphibious units. So he can raid with amphibious tanks. He can get amphibious construction vehicles to get some extra maxes on the map. Let's see what they end up choosing. So scouts here for
Which
Andy.
is interesting because last time we saw both players keep the commander right by their factory, and obviously Randy was keeping his he is keeping it by the factory. He moved it, then changed it.
The scouts have a real trouble with the grunt, so he has to push out a scissor, and this will deal with the AK just fine. So the AK now is dealt with, and both know what the other person went with. They both know what to expect. Eddie, really low eco, however, he just made his 2nd max and or 3rd max, so he's a little bit behind. But expanding with his commander, that means he makes those maxes really quickly with the high build power.
Yeah. Which start position do you favour?
My usual answer, depends. Depends what they do with it. Vehicles expand faster for Andy, so this is a really nice touch. That being said, for Andy, yeah. That being said, vehicles have a bit of a trouble with the unit cost so early on, and Teddy already has the center, so. Eddie with the radar in the middle will also see Andy's base, so he will know what's up. He will know what Andy's doing, generally speaking. He will know if there's amphibious units coming. So yeah, as expected, I would say both of these players, they had a semi-standard opening, and now they're looking to get ahead economically. They're trying to cap out as many maxes as they can, get some build power, get some energy. And they each have a different idea about how to accomplish that, but I think this is what's on their mind.
Given the narrow corridor they're going to be fighting through, do you feel that vehicles might have an advantage?
Well, rocket bots and thugs are also really powerful on narrow things. So not necessarily no. Even though artillery and pounders obviously trump this, but they take a certain amount of critical mass to accomplish. I'm not even sure that's what they're going to go with. If you invest too much in an offense and it doesn't pay off for either of these players, and the other person has an easy time defending on these narrow positions, they might get out macroed later on.
Okay, so interestingly to point out, Randy has built 2 amphibious tanks. I don't think we've seen them this tournament before. The amphibious tanks are different from the amphibious bots in that they can actually fire at the ground, whereas the amphibious bots can only fire at the air. So these could provide some seriously good raiding, which obviously both players relied heavily on last game, but Teddy's not in a position to raid Randy's back line.
So let's see, right? Teddy has got a con and is making a max and then 2 LLTs, but I don't think that will be in time for Andy's amphibious attack. But
Might
Andy
be.
hasn't. It might be, but Andy hasn't sent the command yet to go all the way over there. So let's see if he macros that in time or not.
Worth noting, Teddy has a very non-trivial advantage of like 3-1 in metal production right now. Energy, Randy's slightly ahead of Teddy though.
Yeah, it's the middle maxes. Teddy with the quick capture in the middle was able to capitalize on that. And but from what it looks, Andy building the dragon teeth, I think, oh my goodness, he's building plasma artillery. I love this. This is amazing, and this is the spicy stuff you want to see.
At the same time though, Randy is pushing forward with his commander, an artillery piece, 3 incisors and 2 pounders. The pounders
Exactly.
annihilate the grunts.
And there's the raiding in the back, the LLT being made just as the raid is arriving. I think 2 of these tanks can deal with it, but and then meanwhile in the middle there's also a push coming in. All right, so the LLT goes down, and this raid will be successful. He has to send some grunts to take care of it while defending this agitator that's getting built by Teddy at the front.
Yeah.
Even if it gets built, I'm not sure he'll be able to fully defend it, especially since he's a bit lacking in resources and in energy right now.
Yep, Randy's
it's going to get built.
sending back all of his grunts right now. Randy has just finished his plasma artillery.
Amazing. I love this. This is original play. This is what we're coming here for. A plasma artillery in range of the enemy base. Wrecks it all.
And he lays a turret in front of it just to really make sure that it's an unassailable position as much as possible.
As well as a torpedo launcher to prevent the enemy commander from deconning it, which is absolutely crucial. Not knowing
coming down the bottom of that. He has cleaned up the guard pikes in the back of his base, so that's a benefit there, I suppose.
He did lose quite a few mexes, and with having bots, it's going to be really slow for him to rebuild it. He does have a huge amount of metal in the bank, so that's nice for him. And he is destroying Andy's base. Andy will have to rebuild somewhere, and he doesn't have a lot of build power himself to get something going somewhere else. He is raiding, indeed, as you said, the middle, so the mexes are going to go down in the middle.
Oh, this is not good, though.
A shipyard being built by Teddy right on the strait between the two. It's a good defensive position, so it's not that under threat, the shipyard, but what is this? This is amazing.
I'm loving this a lot.
Teddy showing the creative plays. It's going to be up to Andy to really be able to overcome this. Andy, and meanwhile, he's walking his commander over the water to get into the base of Teddy, so he might actually decon all of Teddy's base. He believes Teddy started on the 3 maxi. I'm not sure he knows it started a bit lower. He has a radar for it, so he should be somewhat aware. And destroyers. So destroyers is gonna get more artillery going from the shorelines.
What Randy's commander is doing, though, he's rotating round. He's gonna
Alright.
raid with the commander, or
I think so. He wants to degun the lab. Unfortunately, he's not sure where Teddy's lab is. I think ideally he would keep walking into the shallows, into the water, and then emerge right in front of Teddy's lab. So what he's doing there, maybe he just wants to raid the mexes instead, I suppose. That's also a very valid option. But yeah, first destroyer finished. Let's remind ourselves it's a very expensive unit, so to really make full use of it, he really needs to deal
Another
a
one.
significant amount of damage. He is.
I think it's worth noting that the destroyer also has depth charges, so it'll hit
Absolutely.
water tanks, but also given the range it's got, it can shell the shore very effectively.
And it's devastating against commanders. He could potentially try to go and kill the commander with his destroyers if Andy is like caught off guard on this little island of Teddy's.
So Teddy's
Andy has enough of this. He's going in with his army at the same time as his commanders. He deguns an LT, so he gets some damage. And meanwhile, Teddy, he comes in with his grunts. He wants to try to kill this commander that's protected by an LT, and he's coming in one by one, so it's not gonna make it. He wastes all of his grunts on this. He doesn't have that big of an army, and in the meanwhile, he's knocking on the front door. Andy, that is, he's
knocking on the front door.
He kills.
Stopping him.
Absolutely, and
Seriously damaged.
wow, what a back and forth. This is very, very tense right now. Low energy as well, so the LT not firing as much as it could. He's breaking through very so slightly. What is this? The destroyer getting hit by the grunts. He's getting really close to. It's not microed all that well either. It's gonna go down to grunts, or just not. It's moving just outside of range, but it's a very low HP destroyer right there.
That is, yes. I mean, great effort in trying to kill it.
Both of these players having trouble with eco. Both of them have a very large amount of metal in the bank and not so much energy production. So this is a bit of a
difference. Worth
but
noting.
both struggling.
Destroyer, that's nearly 1,000 metal and just over 7,000 at the bottom of the ocean or sea.
What a game! This is crazy. We see all sorts of weird stuff coming out from these players, and it's being fought by the nail bites. And Andy's making a bot lap now inside of Teddy's base. This is absolutely amazing. Let's see what he can do with it. The one huge advantage that he has is he has 2 nano towers building units right in the middle. So it might be difficult for Andy to really outproduce from this bot lab in the back. They're already being pushed with some aggravators. He's making some thugs of himself after these construction bot finish.
I honestly can't tell who's going to win at this one.
No idea. This is all over the place.
It's all over the place in a different way to last game. Last game was like, razor
Yes, absolutely.
And this is more topsy-turvy, I'd have said.
This is absolutely crazy, and this is the sort of map where this happens, and the grunts are focusing the lab now. I'm not sure this is the right call.
Bots are repairing it as well, so yeah, that lab's back up to going to be full health in a moment.
And the commander pushing here against the aggravators, so...
Teddy's commander is going to do a Randy now. He's just walking to the other side of the water. Worth noting that Teddy has 4 or 3 and then a 4th in construction resurrection subs. So even if the destroyer gets taken down, he can bring it back each time.
This game is all over the place. This is turning into a base race.
I don't know if about a base race.
But Andy's lab at home is idled. He absolutely needs some units very quickly to deal with this commander. He could potentially even kill this commander, but he's not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
He's focused on his aggression at the front. He has 3,000 metal in the bank that he needs to be using as fast as possible.
That destroyer is destroying the construction turrets, and then in a moment, the lab of Randy back on Randy's main.
He's just now looking back on the side of the map. But it's too late. His nanos have been dealt with. He is attacking though, on Teddy's side and is taking out the bot lab.
Now
So he is getting something back. This game is crazy. What is this? This is amazing.
So is Randy going to
I
get
love it.
mids and Teddy gets the middle, or what?
Yeah, well, he can threaten the middle as well from the backside. Who even know what's going to happen?
Teddy's reclaiming his seat shipyard, by the way.
Probably the right call. There's only so much use he can make of that.
Yeah.
All right, the thugs fighting everywhere as well.
And he's got enough of them that he can fight laser turrets too. Though that is a twin guard laser turret.
Yeah, but there's so many of them.
And it's being repaired.
Now it's going to come down to energy production, like who can get away with destroying the enemy's energy production in time.
Yeah. Teddy's is split up very well, but so is Randy's. The only difference is Teddy has a destroyer in that can hit most, if not all, of Randy's energy production. Oh grief! Okay, we have solars on the top left island for Randy. That's going to give him a massive boost.
Oh, crucial, and 3 nanos as well. So he could be producing something out of here and pull out something really surprising. Teddy's going for a deacon of some. But yeah, this is crazy. They're swapping places. They're saying I like your island better, and they're both swapping places. And a very low eco game as well, which gives these like crazy results that we have here in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I'm really liking it.
This is absolutely crazy. PtaQ here built by Andy. Is this the right call? Who knows? Time will find out. He needs some reclaim to make it work. But there's a destroyer, so this is perhaps very risky by Andy. Huge investments.
Hit those the advanced solars, but there are 2 LLTs, a twin guard and a heavy laser turret, all within range.
And nanos to repair it as well.
Oh, this attack is going to falter and fail. Yeah, the thugs are going to do nothing.
And they come by piecemeal, each donating their bodies to science, I would say.
These thugs he took out, I think. There's at least 6 bodies left. Ideally.
And the huge thug amounts coming in for Andy towards the middle. The destroyer is rapidly trying to catch up and deal some damage before it arrives, because this is Teddy's main base right now somehow. And... There's some LLTs frantically trying to be built. He's trying to focus on the destroyer. The destroyer has very low HP.
But the destroyer can kite the thugs really well. So
and he goes back. He wants to play safe because he has PtaQ. The first PtaQ units are coming out. There's Sheldon, and he's hoping that that's going to win him. So he's not trying to throw away too much before the PtaQ arrives. This is absolutely crazy. Like, let's think of the start of this game and say, well, you know, in 17 minutes, Andy's gonna build a PtaQ lab inside Teddy's base. This is bonkers. I love this. The Sheldon's taking care of the destroyer. The destroyer very low HP, and that's gonna be the death of him.
Yeah.
Boom, yep. He's dead.
And he won't be able to resurrect that very quickly either. The resurrection subs are quite far away.
And so Teddy has to try to eliminate Andy's corner while defending against this PtaQ in his base and turn around as rapidly as possible.
I think Randy's going to probably have this one.
It's tough to call. And how do you even call this? I don't know. Could go either way. The PtaQ is obviously a massive game changer, but he doesn't have a huge eco to make use of it, really.
That's true, yeah. He's got the Sheldons, and he's got a good army of thugs behind them. So
that's true, yeah. And the destroyer has been taken care of. There's still one more, but it's far away.
Oh, okay. So Randy is making ducks. They're amphibious tier 2 bots. They're quite powerful, and they have torpedoes. So if they come across the destroyer, they can still fight it. I was going to say he should get a spy bot so he can land accurate hits with the Sheldons, but this is good too.
Spybot would help. Ducks are amazing because he will again go over the sea, over the land, and then raid the eco that Teddy thinks is unraidable. So
Yeah.
there's so many options, and Teddy's going in. He's tired of being shelled from afar, but his attack's not going to go anywhere. He's just donating more.
Yeah. The thugs uphill have a massive advantage on the thugs downhill, and there are Sheldons backing up the thugs up on the uphill.
Even though he has an army advantage, I would say.
Yeah, I think Teddy had the slightly bigger army, but the positional advantage was just not there at all for him. He's got
Yeah, no, the corner base of Andy's being under threat, but everything is a race. There's a race everywhere to try to punish the enemy player, but a reclaim here coming from Teddy.
Randy's got 2 to 3 times the metal production of Teddy at the moment. His energy is about double as well, and he's on tier 2. I think that he's got a decisive advantage right now. He's not won it, but I think he's in the lead at the moment.
That little island full of defenses and solars and energy and everything, that's a huge game changer. Able to store some energy production. Tucked away in a corner.
Yeah, I thought it was overkill at first, but I got proved very wrong. He's got enough defenses that Teddy knows he can't fight it either.
So Teddy's trying to prolong it a bit here. He has some pop-up turrets, some radar jammer, and he's building up his production. So he wants to prolong this as long as possible for him to be able to come back a little bit in this.
Well, surely prolonging is bad at this point. Like, he's behind on economy. Does he just not realize that, or does he think that he can come back despite being behind on economy?
Well, he has map control, right? So he's got.
Really?
It's difficult to say. Well, to some degree he does. Like, he has easier time maneuvering, and he chooses which way he goes, whereas Andy's more stuck on one side of the map. And he's going take 2. All right, there he goes. He gets strapped down. How fast will this go up? What will be his reaction? Will he make Sheldon himself? He has lots of gimp. Lots of ducks moving in on Teddy's commander. I'm not sure if that's enough to kill, especially because their range is not that exceedingly high, so I don't think he can really outrange the D-gun. But if Teddy's commander goes inside the water, he might torpedo him to death, but he doesn't see it, I don't think.
I don't think he realizes the commander's there.
So there's a cleanup twice. Teddy's cleaning up the backside of Andy's base, and Andy's, and meanwhile taking out some free maxes in the middle. What is this game? This is absolutely spectacular.
I quite liked the Goopy Sheep game where Goopy's like, I'm going to open with air, and then Sheep's like, you know what, I'm going to nuke you in a 1v1. I was like, that's brilliant. Yeah, out there sort of game. And then these guys go, hold my beer.
Absolutely. There's a scuttle as well. Huge damage, and amphibious as well. So,
does he know the commander's over there?
I'm not sure the scuttle can really deal with one-shot commander. I don't think it does. Unfortunately, the ducks are getting hit by the coastal torpedo launcher.
It's not that it's tickling them. I don't think they're that concerned.
No, yeah, okay. And he's going around, so each player is doing their absolute best to pressure the other to not just lay back and eco up or something like that. So they have to try to do these things to harass the enemy, to get the enemy to build defenses and so on.
Worth noting, Randy has now fixed his economy and he is churning out Sheldons right now.
He did unfortunately cloak his scuttle, which does cost him quite a bit of energy, and he's already low in energy, so that's a bit of a...
Stationary, it's 150 energy. I think it's like 750 when it moves at that stage.
It's huge when it moves.
I think he's going to keep it stationary.
Oh.
Fire at will.
Alright. So yeah, you would need more than 3 to kill a commander.
Yeah. So Balking just spectate chatted that the scuttle has 1,000 damage to a commander on self-destruct.
Some of the base getting destroyed by these ducks here. Actually, Teddy's trying to build an air lab, but it's not looking too great. They need some energy to shoot. They're going to get the fiend as well.
Randy did not.
And they're going away.
I don't think the air lab's going to be enough of a difference maker, given that Randy's on tier 2, but he didn't see it, for what that's worth.
And he doesn't have anti-air. He's so focused. They're probably not in his mind right now that I could potentially go air because he's so distracted with this crazy game. But a huge army advantage, however, for Andy and Sheldon's. The DPS is low, but it has taken a toll now on Teddy. And he's completely massacred the front base. So the Shuriken need to come in really, really soon to save Teddy.
For I think the third or fourth time now. Every time it comes back up, it's just instantly shot down by all the Sheldons. Oh, is Randy actually going to push forwards now?
He is. It's going to be a bit dangerous since he doesn't have AA, and his lab is a little bit far away. So even if he builds AA in his base, it's not going to be there in time.
Then Shurikens, but Teddy has no energy.
And a persecutor for Teddy, so he wants to deal with the Sheldon, but with static defenses, but he doesn't have energy to build it. So Andy has to be really quick here. Andy has to push fast and before the plasma artillery is on, before the Shuriken arrive. But this is incredibly dangerous right now for Teddy.
I think it helps him to be quick, but I don't think he has to be. The scuttle's about to go off. There we are.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. He planned this a long time ahead. This was very well done.
There was the radar jammer that was covering it, which is why they didn't shoot it at all to start with. Teddy's commander just getting torpedoed a bit by a duck.
Yeah, but it's not enough.
Nowhere near enough. That duck is going to die.
The persecutor is up. There's some sumos at the front who see the jammer. The jammer gets killed, so the Sheldon now can go to town, and this is life-threatening for Teddy. His thugs are finally coming back from their long journey to Randy's initial base.
Yeah, he needs to move those Sheldons back because he's not going to kill the Therxyy in time, that's for sure. Yeah, he's moved them back now. And the Destroyer has been resurrected one more time, possibly in a really...
distracting fire.
Yeah.
What a crazy game, back and forth. Nobody wins.
Randy is building more ducks.
And he's seeing he knows where the commander is.
He might go to cut the head off Teddy. Yeah, he's positioned carefully.
Wow, this attack in the middle was pushed off. So yeah, now he's focusing on the commander at 90%, 73%. This might be game over, actually. You're absolutely right. This commander is not dealing enough damage to these ducks. 58%. Teddy now catches on, and he wants to move to the high ground. But is it too late?
Land or he's dead.
He's trying to capture the duck. Duck moves away. 52%. He has to dodge the torpedoes, which are quite slow and do not track. So he has to keep dodging. But there's so many of them. It's not going to work. He's going to die. This is game over.
Yep.
30%.
Game goes to Randy, I think.
He's playing Dance Dance Revolution, but there's too many torpedoes. 9%. Game over. Randy wins for the comeback. 1-1. One of the best games I've ever seen. Absolutely amazing.
I've got to say, it's the best game I've seen this tournament. That's for sure.
Wow, that was incredible.
Just insane, absolutely. GG, both of these. Top shelf gameplay.
So just watching those, living those last moments. Incredible. That was quite something. I don't think I've seen ducks used in a 1v1 tournament. So that was quite nice to see.
Now you have.
Yeah,
now you have.
Did he actually get any air out in time for that? I'm not sure. I think it was too late. It was immaterial. But the only thing we were missing were hovers, really. In that one.
Yeah, or tier 3 maybe.
Or tier 3, yeah. Ooh, now that would be quite something if we actually see tier 3. But there you go. We've seen nukes, so could happen. It could happen.
Anything is possible at this point.
Yeah.
But that leaves us for a third match to decide the winner that goes to the finals. And since Teddy lost this, it's his to pick a map.
Yeah. what map is Teddy going to pick? Because Randy's also a very good macroer. Which map is Teddy actually better than Randy at?
If I were Teddy, I would pick something quite large, really macro play. Ren is good at macro, but Teddy, I think Teddy takes it on the largest possible maps. But no, he disagrees with me.
Large map?
he disagrees with me, and he's going for Altair Crossing. Tiny map, loads of reclaim, very high wind, crazy potential for micro.
Oh, apparently this is not.
And the contest, it's not in the pool.
Oh.
It's not in the pool, so he's not allowed to go for it.
Naughty Teddy tries to sneak this one in.
Yeah, Jazz was generous once before, but not again.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be generous in the semi-finals either.
No, not while he's watching. I think last time it was because we were halfway through the match or something, and it was like, okay, fine. You both are happy with that, so we'll do that.
Ooh, Sky.
I was thinking about this. It has not been picked yet, or at least I have not seen it yet. Sky Isle, very interesting map. We don't see this very too often, but there is a potential to start on an island. And actually, they probably won't, but island starts are quite fascinating because you're completely safe from harassment, and you can do some really weird stuff on there. I don't think either of these players. Well, I mean, okay, I was about to say that neither of these players are known for crazy stuff, but considering last game we've just seen, might be the wrong thing to say.
Yeah, just throw the leaderboard up. So if people have just joined us, we are in the semi-finals. It is head-to-head battle between Randy and Teddy. They have gone one apiece, and they're about to enter the deciding match as to who will join MightySheep in the grand finals for the competing for the 60% share of the 623 euros that is in the cash pool prize for this tournament. Pretty exciting stuff. They're just going into the match now, so let's all the connections and load up. So as soon as we are in, I'll be able to take you to the action, and if it was anything like the last match, it's going to be incredible.
Fabian, how do you feel about the prospect of air coming up as a start here?
I'm very happy. Again, I'm a big fan of air, and I feel more people should open air every game.
Please don't tell my teammates this.
When they like, I'll be your teammate. No telling me then.
Interesting choice of map here, guys. Board King with the stats. They have played this against each other once. Who do you think won it?
Randy.
Oh, I'm going to go for Teddy on this one.
Yeah, it's Teddy. Teddy's won their one game on this, and that is his only game duel on Sky Isle.
Okay.
But Pro Randy has played this 3 times and won it 2 of those 3.
Oh, who did he play against the other 2 times?
Don't have the data to hand.
Oh,
We will be introducing more features in future.
yeah. I think that the stats man role has been a huge success this tourney.
Well, I'm glad I could help you guys out. I know it's a lot for you to take in with the matches, let alone everything else going on. We've got such a rich data set. All the games, the replays. People can literally go and see the replays on the website, download them, and watch them back if they want. I know the tournament ones are going to be uploaded later, so it's just a incredible, of the many features that Bar has. I think that's one that is quite rare in games.
Yeah.
Are we having a gentleman's agreement?
They what they want, but good luck enforcing it.
It looks like it. They could be sneaky and... So we are going to get air for sure. Unless both of these players try to go absolute nuke rush, we're getting air.
Well, here's the question: would you go air or would you go tier 2 rush? Not necessarily nuke rush, but tier 2 rush.
So when you have a start like this, the enemy has little and ways of harassing you, so you're a bit free to do what you want. And the thing here to do, a little bit similar to the previous map actually, is to have a surprising plan that the enemy can't defend that well against, and execute it before the enemy does the exact same thing. So you can go take 2, you can go air bombers, you can do all sorts of things, but you have to execute it before the opponents to gain your critical advantage.
Yeah. Do you think both of them are going to go air, or?
So I think really strong on this map is starting bots, claim your original isle, and then transport over to the center and then try to claim the center. This is like I would say a traditional start to try to be low risk as possible. But yeah, anything is possible.
It's worth noting those crystals have 350 or 500 energy reclaim available. Yeah, we see Teddy going bots. Randy hasn't chosen a factory yet. Randy is Cortex and Teddy is also Cortex. Yep, bots as well. So they're both going the route you suggested, I think.
Be right back.
So, Ball King, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's like Ragnar saying, claiming your island and then getting your air and mobilizing. I mean, both players are going to be aware of that, especially having played against each other. And so they're going to be probably looking to get some air superiority quickly as well. A couple of fighters out, maybe a scout. Figure out where the other guy's going. Information will be absolutely critical here.
Very rightly said by our information specialist.
Good question. Information specialist or stats man?
Well, I'm a data scientist by trade, but we are the Borg. We assimilate all stats.
So, well, I'm hearing stats man is what I'm hearing.
I'm happy. You can call me whatever you want, guys.
Okay, so we've got Randy building resurrection bots to harvest the resources. Teddy's done exactly the same thing, unsurprisingly. It's, despite being such a weird start, it's a mirror matchup at the moment. Worth noting that technically Randy is ahead of Teddy. He has a little bit more metal income, but we're talking negligible amounts at the moment. I've not seen either of them. Okay, right. Randy has started his air lab. Teddy has not. Teddy's going for the construction turret first. So
yeah, it looks like Randy is also queued up a bomber very early. So it's 1 scout, 1 transport, and 1 bomber.
So which order they're in, that's going to be a really big thing. So if he does the transport first, he can get his commander across the other island. Okay, Teddy has just started his air lab. He's not queued anything up on that yet, though. Teddy's reclaimed his bot lab, as has Randy. Randy is starting off with the air transport. So Teddy's construction turret being built first is probably going to help him an awful lot in getting these things out. He's going for a scout and 2 bombers.
A conservative play from both of them, I would say, to start.
Okay, Randy's moving his commander over right away. The scout is going to straight over, though, so he's going to have a full idea of what's coming his way.
But I also like to shout out to NukeOfficial, who made this map, and I have to say it's a beautiful, stunning map. Very, very different biosphere that we're used to, so hats off to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I remember when he started, he made some decent maps, and then he practiced, and now he's made some really good maps. Big fan of his work.
Worth saying for the new players, if you are playing the game, look at the bottom left of the map and it will tell you the name of the game and the author. So you get a really good shout out to who made these maps, which are a big part of the game.
And for those who are thinking, oh yeah, I'd like to get into map making, you're more than welcome to. It is quite hard to do, though, and we have some quite high quality standards, which just really emphasizes how hard NukeOfficial works on these things.
Meanwhile, Bomber was spotted by Andy. Not sure there's that much he can do still.
And turrets, both in the main base and on the right-hand side metal spot.
But the bombs are going off anyway, and oh my goodness, too much of a spread on the bombs, and he gets 0 wind generators, and he has to fly away.
He is going to kill the incomplete metal extractor. I don't know
It's
what win that is, though.
it's a small victory.
Worth noting, Teddy's commander is on the island, and Randy's bomber is headed over towards Teddy's base. He knows where some of the stuff is, but he's got relatively out-of-date scouting information right now.
And you're coming on the bomber as well.
And so is Teddy. So yeah, I don't think the bombers are going to get much done at this stage.
He does finally get.
Yeah, he kills that Mex.
And he placing a ping so that he knows where the turret is. So when he comes back, he knows exactly where to target.
Oh, that's a
And
good.
it just gets finished, but 9%, and the fighter is here, so the bomber is dead.
Yeah. Oh, that's annoying.
Another difference is Teddy reclaimed his vehicle lab and is transporting a nano to the middle, whereas Andy still has his vehicle. Did I say aircraft lab? And Andy still has his vehicle lab, so he's a bit behind when it comes to metal to be used for units on the center. Although he might opt to keep his aircraft plans to make some shuriken.
Yeah, but with the number of fighters flying around, are shurikens really going to be a good idea is the question. Oh, I say that.
Well,
Almost no fighters left.
and he reclaimed his air lab, so he's not going to make more too soon.
Okay.
Teddy is using the air transport as well.
Yeah, Teddy's using Teddy has 2 air transports, and he's using them to ferry construction units around a little bit. Worth noting, Teddy has a slight, relatively trivial metal income advantage right now.
I think Teddy might have gotten the better build here. He's got a bit of more build power, more metal to play around with. The transports for the bots, construction bots, are really, really crucial here as well. It's going to take a long time for Andy to expand at this rate. He has his air plants that's not really doing anything as of yet. So I would say this is a big advantage to Teddy for now. He's building the tugs as well. They're going to be a really big threat to Andy's base on the low ground.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Teddy pushing forward with a few units. Randy is making units, but I don't know if he's have enough. Now, Teddy, whenever he flies his command around somewhere, that's potentially quite risky. If that transport gets shot down while his commander's in it, he is out. And obviously, this
now good to harass. Good harass for Andy. Gets the construction in the back, but there's a huge threat here in the front. With those ducks, he's getting some defenses, some twin guards. That's going to help him, but he needs his own.
Worth noting, his commander is at the front as well, so I think he's probably going to be okay.
All right, okay. Now this he's got his own tugs as well.
Yeah. It's a sizable attack, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately Randy was in a very good position to respond quickly. He's got 4 construction bots there and his commander. Interestingly, a construction turret. His air lab is idle.
And they're both struggling a bit with the eco. Teddy 1,700 metal. I think they're not really used to this kind of start, and this is something that really catches people off guard. Tug battle though.
Yeah.
And Teddy's commander might be in danger here. This is a sizable Tug force.
Okay,
and
he's got the air transport coming in. If
the fighters, if the fighters they're coming, but they might be too late. They're too late. That is such a close call. He's still flying. The fighters are coming in. They might kill him in the air. Just lands in the nick of time.
Oh, that was so close.
Dangerous, Teddy.
I once played a map called Acid Quarry, and I was playing with someone who was not familiar. They said, "What's the advice?" I said, "You can move your command around with an air transport, but be aware fighters will kill it." First thing they did, move it around with an air transport. Fastest game I'd ever had on that map. And I thought I was going to see that right there.
Huge Thug army though, now on the other foot. Teddy has to quickly build some defenses to deal with this. He does have the high ground, but
He's got a lot of build power here. He should be
He
fine.
does. He does. Let's see. Commander under threat, but no,
Without
no.
a longer line of thugs, I'm surprised he doesn't keep moving them forwards.
He doesn't want to donate too much to Teddy, I don't think.
No, that's
He
fair.
needs to.
So, given the resources they're both hitting at the moment, is now a good time to hit tier 2? Like, for example, has a load of metal. Randy less so, actually.
I think they need to sort out their eco a bit, and that's what he's doing. He's making some advanced solars. He can consolidate his hold over the middle high ground a little bit more. Andy going for a harass of the expansions. But there's definitely a high eco potential on this map, considering the amount of maxes and the slow pace of the game because of the starts on the islands.
Yeah. Also worth noting that those crystals are worth a huge amount. So, for example, in the middle of the map is 75,000 energies worth of reclaim. And that's not even the whole of the middle island. So you can really accelerate your economy by harvesting the crystals. Both players have harvested all the crystals on their main islands, though. Worth noting that. Okay.
Alright, so taking out some of the expansions, but I feel like we're swinging back in the other direction. Now Teddy's amassing a huge amount of thug army, and Andy's gonna have to deal with this. This is the pendulum going back and forth.
So Randy doesn't have the build power he had last time, and he's not built any defenses there aside from that twin guard. And this could be quite bad for him.
This is dangerous. There's a very large amount of thugs.
So there, he's got a radar covering that bit, so he's not blind to it, but he doesn't seem to be responding in the way I'd have expected him to.
But this time the commander is not coming with, so a little not as potent as it could be. But as every second passes by, more thugs are produced, so it's a time thing. It has so many res bots. I think he's gonna be fine. And PtaQ we have almost already immediately finished by Teddy.
Oh, wow.
And this might be a game changer. Andy did quite a good job of raiding, and he's going for the last expansion, but he cannot raid the Isle, and the Isle is providing so much income for Teddy that he's able to PtaQ on this quite safely. And this is a really nice thing what you do. You attack with a sizable force, you threaten the opponent, forcing him to react on the back of this. You build a PtaQ so that you can take advantage of that time given.
9 thugs. He's building a 30th thug now. So he's going to have all those thugs, and then Teddy's going to turn up with Sheldon's. Teddy is moving his thug around again.
He's going to reclaim his lab. He's making a Twitcher so that he can reclaim his lab and use that metal to pump a huge amount of fiends.
Sheldon's. Okay, that does change. Because if he went Sheldon's, I think he'd have the game in the bag very quickly.
I don't know. Fiends, they really destroy thugs, I think. And with this, he has enough metal to ramp up his production of PtaQ Eco.
That's a very good point. It's worth noting, Randy currently has a 40 to 50% advantage in terms of metal production.
Huge battle here, but high ground for Teddy.
And Randy's thugs are really grouped up. Teddy's going to slaughter him there. Why is he not backing off?
He wants to keep this army here while he's moving with his other thugs on the other side. This is what he's trying to do, but it's costing him a lot. And the fiends are coming out, so this is going to be too late.
Randy knows about it as well. It's only a force of 15 thugs. Randy already has 5 fiends. He's got a 6th just finished. Building a
These
7th.
are dead.
Yeah. Randy's in serious trouble.
But he has to reveal the deck too. At least this gives the information of self-D on the fiends to completely obliterate these thugs. Beautiful, beautiful.
2 fiends to kill all those thugs.
And now Andy knows that he's on a disadvantage here. And yeah, exactly. So he has expanded much better than Teddy has, but it's all so vulnerable to these fiends. So And he likes your thinking because he's making Sheldons.
Yeah. But the thing is, he's not got the high ground here, so I don't know that I would go Sheldons for this. I would get a couple of Arbiters because they're long range, and yeah, sure, you can't hit moving targets with them very easily, but they're very effective against things like thugs where they're not moving.
Lab at Shurikens.
Oh, good shout. Wait, where's the Alab?
Teddy, and he's building a fusion as well.
Oh, nice. Randy has reclaimed his air lab. The fusion is an interesting choice. I suppose he needs the energy.
He's playing the long game here. I think he's not under immediate threat by Andy, so he feels safe to go for the long game. Meanwhile, the Fiends clean up the expansions that was keeping Andy at an income advantage, but...
So here's a question. It's a lot of APM, and obviously he's reclaimed the factory now, but would dropping units on the opposing island and then just running them around be an effective strategy here? Or would it cost
Oh,
too much?
absolutely. There's no LLT at all, so just one unit doing that would completely wipe out the whole island, and this is definitely a huge thing. It shows that these players are maybe not that familiar with the map, I would say.
Any chance we'll see a commando then? That's the real question. I think
All right, Andy actually taking this middle, and he's reclaiming all of these wrecks here, so advantage to him, I would say.
well, he was reclaiming the crystals first by mistake, I think. But yeah, that's a huge advantage, grabbing all this metal and the energy that's on the crystals as well.
It's a very tight fight. Teddy sees that, and he's like, I have to do something about it with the Shuriken, with the Fiends,
There's a
back
couple
and forth.
TA units moving in, so the shurikens are going to fall off very quickly. And
Moving
also,
his commander as well to try to solidify this position.
nothing to take advantage of this as well is the other problem. If you had the units there already, great. But as it is, he's only just gotten the Fiends there. He's done a fair bit with them, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, it feels too little too late almost. Oh, okay, no, I take it back. He's done a fair bit.
But he has his fusion in the bag, so economically he's doing really well. And he did eliminate quite a lot of Andy's expansion, so
Eddie's
it's a tough one.
Double on
Yeah.
both resources.
And because Andy's still on Tech 1 when it comes to income. He's going to get something with this Rex, but he's falling behind rapidly.
Yeah. It's the risk of going, just the tier 2 units and not the tier 2 economy.
So some Fiend's going to cross paths with Teddy's commander. As a potential for upset right there. But no, he sees it and he flies away. Fiends coming into Andy's base. This might self-destruct, almost get the lab. More are coming, more self-destruct, and he does in fact get the lab. And this must be Andy's end in this tournament, I think.
I don't see how Randy can come back from this.
I don't think so. No build power, no lab. And Teddy shows the macro that he's well known for.
Yeah. He's still just building a load of Fiends with his engineer. Again, Teddy just playing it really safe, really cautious. He's not right. Okay, I can go all in now. It is worth noting, Lab had no wreckage. And Randy, having not made a tier 2 constructor, does not have tier 2 economy to recover with.
He's falling so far behind. He's trying to build another bot lab. He wants to stay into this series. He wants to try his absolute best to get something, but there's no way he's coming back from this. There's even a pop-up on the front if he would try to pull something off, but
that'll completely kill any raid that he can make with tier 1 units. There's a bunch of Fiends with Shurikens about to move in now.
And as soon as those come in, I think Andy's gonna call it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We have Teddy is now going full out on grunt spam. Okay, here come the shurikens. They paralyze the fiends, and yeah,
And the base is dead.
cleanup is happening now.
Very, very well played by Teddy.
Incredibly well.
Understands that this map is a very high eco map. Had the build power. As soon as he was able to, he switched over to PtaQ and leveraged his advantage.
And just think, he nearly lost it all with that transport pickup earlier.
My goodness, yeah, just one more second. A faster reaction from Andy to move his fighters actually would have won that as well.
Yeah, I think Randy is doing what he can to go in. But
He's going for his desperate all-in attack. This is not going anywhere. Very well played by both of these players. Andy, a fantastic fight in the last map, but this is his end. Surrounded on all sides. He's getting caught, and the explosion is there. GG, well played. This was the semifinals. Teddy takes it 2-1. Very, very tight games.
that was very good.
Incredible.
Punished, I believe this is time for finals.
It is, yes. After, oh God, I was just trying to think how long we've been. We've been here since so it's about nearly 6 hours, actually. I think.
It's gone very smoothly. I think Jazz Cash has done a really good job with orchestrating this.
100%.
Yeah, normally the first stages take so long that you're completely exhausted for the finals. But yeah, no, I think we're going well.
Yeah, this is working quite well. Kehvin, are you off camera?
Oh, sorry, I turned off my camera mid battle, but I can turn it back on. Obviously, I know that the want to see the cats. So
Are
we
they?
have Jam and Noodle both fast asleep. Let's see if Noodle wants a belly rub. He may or may not.
So you were very entertained by that match, Ragnar. What was probably the highlight in that series that we just watched for you?
Game 2. It was completely stupid and I loved it.
Stupid. I say brilliant, absolute brilliant. That plasma cannon to fight on to Andy's starting base, and then the commanders going into the water and turning everything all around. Wow. And even this game, Teddy with some nice fiend self-destructs, killed the lab with just a couple of fiends. Very well done.
Excellent plays there, and it's a really nice map. That, as you say, it's a different biome to what we expect, and it's just a testimony to the creativity of the community to create something like that. And our players bravely picking that map. In the Gentleman's Green, starting on the islands to make it far more interesting. It was incredible to see the old commander being picked up and dropped. That was brilliant. So we have Teddy and MightySheep going to be in the finals if the standings are up to date on that. I think they're just being worked out.
And they're starting on the classic map, the old school map, a map that both of these players have played so much over the years, and it is Comet Catcher Remake, a ultra macro map fitting both of these players' playstyle.
Oh, completely. So wait, actually no. Would you say that Sheep's a macro player more than Teddy is, or would you say Teddy's the more of a macro player? Not better, more like preferring it.
Sheep definitely vastly prefers macro. He really likes games where he goes to PtaQ, where he gets like really big economy and tries to do some crazy things, such as a nuke in a 1v1, for example. Teddy likes to play a little bit more on the balanced side, I would say, from what I can see.
Yeah. I think it's worth noting that Comet Catcher, one of the larger macro maps, you can frequently see tier 2 here. Sorry, frequently maybe is the wrong word, but tier 2 is certainly not unheard of.
Yes, they're just loading into the game now. So as soon as we've loaded into the game, we'll stream the action. So this will be the finals, best of 5 now.
MightySheep versus Eddie. So predictions.
On chat. The cats are so happy about that because they just get used to it. I got most of the cats and they're quite young, and I would pick them up and just hold them like that, and they were fine with it. Nacho's the only one that doesn't like it. Jam's just really cute though, so yeah. And Pickle's an idiot. Really
All right, finals are starting. Teddy versus MightySheep. They've both come a long way to get here, eliminated many other high top tier players. But now it is here, the finals. MightySheep, Teddy, playing on Comet Catcher, the classic 1v1 map. MightySheep perhaps are expecting to lose his first game since he wants to pick a good map next.
Yeah. So who chose this map?
This is standard. It always starts with a specific map that's pre-chosen, so nobody has an advantage.
That makes sense. So Sheep is, I don't know if he's playing a mind game or not, or he genuinely expects to, but he's suggesting that he's going to lose this and then he'll be able to pick a map that he can win on next.
I think he's joking around. MightySheep is, I think, the kind to just joke around.
Yeah. Worth noting, obviously, Teddy, very strong, by-the-book sort of player. Sheep thinking, if I can get in his head sort of thing, maybe that'll help.
Core bots versus core bots. The safe traditional pick that both of these players have probably practiced quite a bit before this.
Key difference being that Sheep has left a laser turret by his mexes, where Teddy hasn't. So if Sheep is able to get some raiders in there, that could make a difference.
But of course, with core bots, a little bit more difficult to pull that off. All right, exciting. So definitely mind games will be something that will persist throughout this series, since they're up for a best of 5, and you can try to play very aggressive, and then next game the opponent expects that, and then you can get really greedy in the next game. So this is something that both of these players could take advantage of
I can tell you,
over the course of the series.
Defensive right now. He has built a radar turret really early on because he's worried about raiding. Teddy, defenses, don't need those. He's built a radar tower, but only just now.
No. And against core bots, you can play so greedily, and this is what Teddy's doing a little bit. He's scouting ahead to make sure nothing weird is happening. And that being said, Sheep himself also already sending constructors to expand, one in the corner, so skipping some mexes here and expanding northwards to try to be sneaky about it. I believe Teddy has a grunt that will spot that, unfortunately for him.
Yeah.
He changes his mind.
So at the moment, it's basically neck and neck in terms of production. Teddy technically has more map control, but that's more map vision than map control. It will be interesting to see if he can transition it into something useful. He's moving his grunts in a way that might hit Sheep's constructor, but no, Sheep's got units ready to deflect those. So here's a question: why not Armada vehicles on this map? Is it, surely that's a nice counter to core bots?
Personal preference. It's probably they've played this quite a bit, so they're used to this. I think that surprising your opponent with something like Armada vehicles can catch the other one off guard, but they prefer to play what they know well, and I don't blame them.
Yeah. That was a nice engagement there. Sheep coming out the better of it. Teddy, again, showing his macro. He is slightly ahead of Sheep in production the whole way so far in terms of resource production. Not a long way, but far enough. And given the exponential nature of bar eco, that's a decisive advantage, I think. Especially on a map like this. Do you think that we're going to see a lot of back and forth down the middle, or do you think we're going to have like a drawing of battle lines and then trench warfare all the way along it? Okay, so we've got Teddy with more units in the middle, but not engaging sheep directly. This is interesting. Ball King, any thoughts?
Yeah, both players are very wary of the flanks that they can be outmaneuvered. So I think they're just trying to probe each other, not put all in, because they know if they lose their main thrust in the middle, they'll have nothing to respond to things going on the back.
Given the pace of the game right now, any stats that you can give us that might be of interest and use?
Yeah, absolutely. So both these players have tremendous duel history. But this map in particular, Teddy has played this dueled on Comet Catcher 50 times, and he has a win rate of 62%. But MightySheep's played it only 10 times, but he has a win rate of 80%. So, it's not all about the stats, it's about the player versus player and the strategies, but that's some really impressive stats. Interestingly, though, they've played it that many times, but never against each other on Comet Catcher.
That's interesting. How many times have they played each other in general?
These guys have come up against each other only twice, and Teddy's won both of them.
Ooh. Can we get any information about those 2 wins at all?
I don't have the stats for that. I've only summarized it in very particular ways, but in future, I know we've been talking about making this information more available just in general to any player who wants to see their all-time stats. So as part of that effort, we'll have more of that sort of information at our fingertips.
Looking forward to it.
Sorry, I had a bit of a crash there.
That's
Welcome
okay.
back.
Ball King was just sharing some lovely information with us. Sheep doing a lovely job of raiding, but Teddy's about to start raiding back. Good to the raiding, Sheep has pulled ahead in terms of eco, if only temporarily. Zooming out, it's hard to tell who's doing better at the moment. Again, Sheep have about twice the metal income of Teddy, but Teddy's also energy starved, but has built a vehicle lab and is going straight into brutes. These are very effective on this map. Decent speed, good range, very tough. But again,
Some critical mass play can be done when you start getting the brutes in the right numbers. You can just use your line move formation and keep staying out of range of those grunts. And it really starts doing the damage. I think MightySheep's been a bit aggressive here. He's lost a lot of his frontline units now.
Yeah, and Teddy's now massively ahead in army size.
Worth noting, both have done very comparable damage dealt and units killed stats. Neither is clearly in the lead of the other in that regard.
It just shows, how much of what they're actually doing here is not just skirmishing and trying to win battles, but maintain map control and intel. Trying to get those sneak peeks on where the enemy commander is, where the base is. Have they built air? Anything like that is worth it. Looks like they're losing units, and it's not a great outcome, but those little insights can be worth way more in terms of metal long term.
And Teddy having a significant advantage with having some raiders much more to the front. With the raider towers, he knows where the raids are coming significantly earlier, so he can protect from those. He's going for an attack with his brutes, and MightySheep, he's got his vehicle lab up now, but he got to catch up with this brute size.
Well, Teddy's got more brutes, and he's got grunts supporting them. There's combined arms right there. Especially if the grunts...
Combined arms is huge, yeah. And alright, this is significant damage that he's imposing here. Constructor getting caught out. Meanwhile, in the back, MightySheep sending one little grunt to take care of some expansion. That's really powerful as well. so small things like this that allows these players to get ahead. But it looks like Teddy is getting more map control.
Yeah, he's pulled back a little bit. He's got 7 brutes and 17 grunts on his front line. Sheep has 5 brutes and 4 grunts. So Teddy's definitely got the bigger force, but I think he's wary of, throwing it away.
Teddy's having some energy problems. He can't spend his metal. That might be actually an issue. If even if he's ahead in metal income, if he can't spend it, it doesn't mean much.
Completely agree.
Raids on both sides.
Yeah, interesting. He's sending his force over to raid the northwest metal and the southwest metal. He's split nicely. Sheep now has to do 2 things at once, and defending like this is harder than attacking, I think.
It is. MightySheep really likes exploiters, so these expansions are not that weak, but in the end, it's better to fight on your opponent's side, even if they get reclaim. You put them on the back foot.
Well, not always, but yes. If they get reclaim and resurrect them and have an army twice the size of yours, it seems less good to me. Though interesting, we've seen less reclaim than I was expecting.
Even though they both still have their bot lab going.
Sheep is churning out nothing but resurrection bots in his bot lab, whereas Randy is on grunts. So if there's a large fight, especially where Sheep can access it, that's going to be a massive advantage to him, I think.
It's such a tough map to play. There's things happening all over the map, all at the same time, and you have to be defending, you have to be attacking, raiding, you have to build up your eco, build up your energy production. These players are showing why they're here in the finals with exactly doing all of those things simultaneously.
Oh, completely. Teddy's done some beautiful raiding down the bottom left as well. Sheep revealing where his commander is. Nothing, not big at this stage, but definitely of interest.
And getting quite a few res bots. There's so many wrecks on the map, those res bots are going to pay for themselves. Even though at the moment Teddy seems to have a bit of an advantage at the front.
There's 3,500 metal wreckage on the map as a whole. So if he resurrects most of that, that'll be fantastic for Sheep.
3,000 metal for Teddy in the bank. This is a major issue for him. He needs to be able to spend that as soon as possible.
I think he's looking to. He's building a bunch of construction turrets right now. I could see him going tier 2 very soon.
I believe one of them will probably soon go air, even though they're kind of lacking in energy, and air is a very energy-intensive lab. It's such a crucial part in shutting down these brutes and these raids in general using the shurikens.
Yeah, completely. Worth noting, Sheep has a force of 14 brutes in the middle there, but Randy has 11 brutes and 23 grunts running along parallel to them.
Teddy, it's Teddy playing.
Sorry, I got them around the wrong way. Sheep has the initial group of 12 for 14 brutes, and Teddy has... Oh, Teddy's also got 14 now, and 20 grunts.
Big engagement going on in the center. Looks like Teddy's taking this one.
I was going to say, the grunts give a huge combat bonus because they gain flanking damage, and they absorb some of the shots, and given their speed, the brutes are likely to miss the grunts.
100% spot on this. Teddy's now has some res bots as well.
Oh, that's
and he's
good.
able to spend a lot of his metal, his advanced solars as well, so he's getting the production up. And there come the shuriken, exactly.
And
The shuriken...
And is building fighters.
Yeah. They know their game. They know this map. They know when to build what, and this is getting very, very close. The wreck field is expanding with time. Both are rushing their res bots to get as much of this as possible. Both are struggling with energy. Both have the air, and this is a...
Top right of the map, Sheep has a raid of 7 grunts. That could do some very non-trivial damage if he gets into the main base.
Yeah, maybe Teddy can use the shuriken to defend against that, but he's probably quite busy right now with this huge raid in the center.
Shuriken's in now. So that raid will get cleared up. I thought it might get in undetected, but no.
He doesn't have the full attention to really... He does, actually. amazing players being busy all over at the same time, clearing up some expansion by MightySheep. You've got to keep clearing out the popping up of expansions of the enemy to keep them in check all the time. The fighters killing off these shurikens, so the raid continues.
6 grunts, but it's mostly solar plants at the back, which are obviously very raid resistant.
It's gonna go for the mechs in the back instead.
Yeah. Okay. So Teddy has
Huge
built
wreck fields,
structures. He's got 3 of them. That's interesting. He's going to use those.
There's 8,000 metal on the map.
Good grief. Teddy needs energy more than he needs metal, though.
Very, very true.
His forces at the front, they are getting shuriken now because he has no anti-air with them.
Now building fighters, but it's going to take a while before he can overpower the fighters of MightySheep. So
Teddy has a massive force going forwards, and if he can defend it against the shurikens, he's going to roll over Monkey at this point, I think.
This is such a close call. Fighters are coming in, trying to deal with these shuriken. Some units are bleeding through. They might get into the backside, but I think he has a critical mass. There's still so many shurikens that it is dangerous for Teddy. He could lose quite a few units and Rex to the enemy, but he does have a significant army advantage right now.
It's worth noting, Sheep has built a lot of static defense very quickly at the front, at the front of his base. So even if Teddy does push through, he may not be able to do much with it. That said,
no, but he's raiding in the south, and he's being controlled. He's not over pushing. He's doing a very good job here. He knows he has a slight advantage, so he's playing it rather safe.
It's not a slight advantage. He has 2 to 3 times the income advantage in metal. It varies depending on the reclaim. And he has
Yeah, I wouldn't look too much at income. If you look at the metal produced, Sheep, he's tilted. Absolutely.
This is not good for Sheep. No windmills.
He gives up. He gives up. All right.
It'll be interesting to see what map he chooses next.
I know one of his personal favorites being Eye of Horus. I'm not 100%. I believe it's in the pool.
The timing, you must have your video off again.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Appreciate a bit of cats in between each round.
Let's see if Noodle wants a stroke now.
Eye of Horus is indeed in the map pool.
He's picking Shallow Straits instead. He saw that exquisite game we just witnessed, and he says, "I can do one better." So I'm wondering if he has a trick up his sleeve.
I was going to say, yeah, if Sheep saw that last game, which I think he did, then I would say that he would probably be very good at that sort of game. You know, Teddy, again, very good at playing it straight. Sheep, I see as being the better at the more odd or esoteric strategies.
I would follow you with this reasoning. Also, Teddy just lost on this map, so it could give some psychological damage there as well. But
It gives him experience. Like, he saw what a winning strategy was on that compared to the way that he played it, so he can tweak his strategy. I mean, I genuinely expect Teddy to start the same place he did previously, and then tweak the way that he plays around that, because his start was really good, and I think he knows that. He lost out.
It was.
Go for it.
It was. He probably cannot build that plasma cannon again there. Probably that would be a little bit too much.
Oh yes, so we're just loaded in. Just bring you to the action. So round 2, Teddy versus MightySheep. Teddy 1 up.
So interestingly, they're both starting in the same spot, and that would be where Randy started last time. So neither of the, maybe they realised that Teddy's start last time was too poor initially, and took him too long to get that extra mechs up. both of them going straight for 3 mexes as well.
Both opting for comfort on core as well.
I need to go AFK for a few minutes. Excuse me, please.
Mhm.
Okay, no problem. It was a good time while we're just ramping up.
These guys have only duelled on this map a couple of times, so Teddy only once and won that game, and MightySheep twice and 50-50. So they never played against each other on here. But obviously, as you were saying, that replay, or the spectate that MightySheep had on Teddy might play a big role.
So are we going to be expecting to see any different tactics being used this time, or is this likely to be play out in much a similar fashion?
So Sheep opting for bots, Teddy for vehicles, and the vehicles offer a little bit more flexibility with the amphibious. You could see something weird going on there, but I think a standard opening and then something weird is really the way to go on this.
Teddy's, yes, referencing. Yes, Randy's taught him how to do battle on this map.
And apparently the way to do battle on this map is to build a PtaQ lab inside the enemy's base.
Oh, a little of everything by what it seemed like. Early rascals coming through. How important is it for them to try and secure the middle island in this?
So, last game Teddy chose to go to the middle island as fast as possible, and he did get actually a significant advantage in terms of metal doing this. But I guess it forces you a little bit on the back foot as well, because if there's enemy raiding on your home island, you're a bit further to react to that. So everything has a cost.
It was quite close actually when Teddy managed to establish that control of the Central Island before Randy, and it was very close to actually shutting down the strait for the land unit to cross. With that oppressor, the destroyer ship. If he can try and do that against MightySheep, he might be able to lock down control of the entire center of the map.
Teddy's walking up to the front. He's wanting to do exactly that, I think. Amphibious unit already looking to raid. It's going to take a while to get to the enemy though. Two expanding construction units for Sheep versus one for Teddy. It could potentially get a very quick game here if there's a commander duel in the middle. The LLT should prevent that, but there's a Tux coming, so I think this is a very early push for Sheep, and he wants to try to end this quickly. It looks like he has Tricons on assisting the lab too, so it's very dangerous. And Sizer's finally taking care of those grunts. All right, Teddy knows what's up, and he's going back his commander. And Teddy's looking to make a bot lab on the center map. So he's reclaiming his vehicle lab, getting that metal back, and then making a bot lab, probably going for Tugs himself to counter the upcoming push. Sheep still making Tugs himself in the meanwhile. It's a bit dangerous for for Teddy. If Sheep attacks really fast, he could catch him off guard before the ducks come out for Teddy. Let's see what happens.
Going to become a pivotal moment.
And Teddy thinks he's gonna distract him, try to move around to delay this push as long as possible.
Apologies for the absence. I am back now.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I
First
will-
duck's coming out.
It's crazier than the last one I saw here, so that's disappointment, I suppose.
5 ducks coming up towards Teddy. Teddy's got 4 already in 5th, almost there. So meanwhile, MightySheep though walking towards the initial base, and he has potential to really deepen all of this energy production. So huge oversight for Teddy. He might actually go for the lasering, but some thugs already damaged Teddy. So Teddy's at 89%. So he can't 1 versus 1 Sheep's commander. Now he should see it, and now he has to react or lose out on quite a bit of his economy.
His response is to start building a whole bunch of power. A good play from Sheep.
Yeah, very, very well played. His commander is a bit in a dangerous spot there, though.
Yeah. Oh, Teddy's moving his commander over now.
Yeah, Sheep should be able to build a LLT to protect him from Teddy's commander, but this is very, very dangerous for Sheep. He's on the wrong side of the map. Obviously, Teddy's going to go for an all-in. He's going to move all of his units, and Sheep instead is opting to go into the water. So I don't think anything is going to come up from this, and I think Sheep has got this map, actually. He can't chase the commander, and his lab is out of position, so
Yeah.
capturing the radar tower, amazing. But no, the commander's already gone, and this is game, I believe. Very well played by Sheep.
Yeah. Fantastic play. I'm surprised Teddy's not gone. Okay, GG, because
He's not sure where the commander is yet. He thinks maybe the commander's in the corner, but
Oh, I see.
no such thing.
No. Sheep definitely smart enough to move his commander out of the way.
Very well played by Sheep. Not enough to call GG, Teddy. You have to
Yeah.
still resign. He hopes to catch on, but it's not going to happen.
Unusual to offer GG and then not resign.
Yeah. Yeah, Teddy, you're not going to catch Sheep's commander, I don't think. Oh, he's going to capture Sheep's radar tower. I like that.
Why build your own?
Sheep's going to build a torpedo launcher to stop Teddy from chasing him. That's a great idea. Teddy doesn't know what's there. He knows there's a dot there, but he doesn't know it's a torpedo launcher yet. He'll see in a moment.
Oh, he tried to capture the torpedo launcher.
So Sheep's building his laser turret there. Yeah, Teddy's got no chance of killing him at this point. He's already injured. Sheep's got a laser turret. He'll stand in front of the laser turret.
Except that there is a subwater laser turret there. No, he's capturing. He's trying to capture MightySheep's commander. 11% captured, but
Fantastic, but I don't think he's going to manage to.
he's gonna walk
You
away.
never know.
20% capture, but that's not enough.
I mean,
beautiful.
at the same time, okay, yeah, Teddy's in trouble now.
He can't degun.
Oh, he did degun Sheep's commander in the end. I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference.
All right. Back to
You
the.
know what? Respect him for trying it.
Oh, you keep turning off. I keep. Ah, right, there we go.
Sorry. Getting. Maybe I'll just leave it on this time. Jam's facing the wrong way this time. Noodle is still just curled up in a little ball.
Right, so it has gone one apiece. That was
Yeah.
One.
Best of 3 now, with Teddy first pick.
it's that was significantly different to the last time we saw that map played.
Yes, no. I would say it was significantly different, but just as weird.
Maybe it's just one of those weird maps. We've had quite a lot of very, very creative games.
This will be an interesting map.
All
So
played.
the big triangle in the middle is water.
Ooh.
So you can get like underwater tanks and stuff into it. But if you go top and your enemy goes bottom, you're essentially in a base trade situation. Not too dissimilar to what we've just had. I believe the map is big enough that it's an eco map, especially by Teddy standards.
It's not that large, though, I would say. It's also a remake of a very, very old Total Annihilation map from back in the day, and not played as often anymore, but loads of potential for raiding, for crazy stuff. Exciting.
Yeah.
So just showing for those who have just joined, we're in the finals of the Alpha Cup number 3. That's pardon my ref there. It's Teddy versus MightySheep. They've gone one apiece so far. This is a best of 5.
So worth noting, the mexes on this map, a lot of them are 2.4. Some are 1.7, but the ones down by the geothermal, where I assume they're both going to start, are 2.4 and 2.3. So this is an incredibly rich and wealthy.
Okay, and we are in.
With also quite a big distance between them. What boxes would he expect there to be? Like these ones seem to make the most sense. I don't know about Sheep's starting position. That seems inferior.
I'm not sure. Since it's a triangle, it's a bit like a circle, so there's no such thing as grabbing a better side of the map.
Not
I don't think.
about it's the position of the mexes. So where
Yeah.
Teddy's starting, he has 5 mexes at 2.4, and he's right by geothermal. Sheep is only by a pair of mexes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Sheep has more mexes to expand medium term than Teddy does, so it's a bit of a short term payment that he's making for the medium term investment.
No, that's a very good point. I hadn't considered that.
It'd be interesting to see how their economies do develop in the first sort of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So core bots for Teddy versus Sheep, also core bots. So playing still their traditional comfort pick. It might turn out a little bit similar to Comet Catcher in the sense that indeed they're quite far apart. There's lots of mexes, loads of raiding possible on all sides. Bots can go over these hills in the back line, whereas vehicles can't. So you want to be raiding around the rough terrain if you're up against vehicles.
Mm. So it's unsurprisingly, both have very similar openers. Obviously, Teddy seizing more mexes immediately. Interestingly, Sheep is not naked expanding. He's putting some laser turrets in to prevent basic raiding. Teddy is just going straight for mexes. He's got a radar in the middle of that build order, and then some laser turrets on the left-hand side of it, but that's it. I suspect, based on the positioning of those laser turrets, he's just not going to expand past the left-hand side of those initial mexes, and then he'll do most of his expansion north. Why fight on 2 fronts if you can fight on 1 and all that?
I do think on a map like this, doing the very old school Alexander the Great tactic of hammer and anvil, where you offer an unpushable defense on one side and try to overwhelm on the other side, is a very good strategy. With that in mind, that defenses are very cost effective.
Yes. So I've played this on a free-for-all before with 3 players, and it was looking really good for me until someone had a whole bunch of underwater tanks and completely ignored my defenses. They came ashore just where Sheep's got his mexes at the moment. I think that as we see the game expand, if Sheep and Teddy, they both expand outwards, that area is unlikely to be well defended, and I think that would be a really vulnerable position to be attacked in.
Possible, but another advantage of MightySheep's position is that his main base is not that close to water, so it's not that easy to do exactly that on. He has got a Geo queued up already, though, as well as having a Nano, so he's looking for a really eco game, it looks like.
Yeah. So Sheep's got 13 grunts and Teddy has 9. So similar numbers.
Takes so long to get over on the other side, though. By the time the grunts are there, there's just a whole new.
But Sheep having more grunts and closer together means that he's gonna go through Teddy's ones piecemeal. Oh no, Teddy's instantly realised the problem there up top, and he's backing off with that one.
This is not Teddy's first rodeo.
No, he has. Actually, yeah, has he played this map before? Is the next question.
That's
Teddy,
man.
yeah,
Well, this is interesting. So MightySheep has played it 3 times. Teddy has never dueled on it. But MightySheep, when he has played it, has lost 2 of those 3 games.
Ooh.
It's interesting.
I really
These
like
players
what
have.
Teddy's doing.
Oh, go on, Magna. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying it's interesting that these players have played very many duels and they've only come across each other a handful of times. So really, when they're really trying to gauge where they can bring their advantage to these maps. And I don't think MightySheep would have liked to be reminded of his low win rate here.
Oh, good thing he's probably not listening to the stream then, really.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Geo
so
already up for Teddy.
at bottom, and Teddy has no defenses there yet. He's scrambling some grunts to defend, and they may or may not get there in time. At the same time, Sheep is pushing up top with 4 grunts, but Teddy already has 6 waiting for him. So that's gonna get them out.
Sheep going vehicles. Teddy was thinking about doing an air lab, and he actually switched over. He stopped with the air lab. He has 1,000 metal in the bank, so he should be doing something with that relatively soon.
Sheep has a single grunt running around the back of Teddy's base at the moment. It's not going to get an awful lot done, I don't think, but it's going to provide him some useful information.
I think loitering a few of your grunts around on various places, as Teddy is doing, actually has a really good value to defend from these. A really good rating by Sheep.
Fantastic rating. Really liking this.
Air lab now coming up.
Teddy. Teddy does have his Geo up, so he's got a non-trivial eco advantage in energy. Metal, Sheep is slightly ahead.
It's changed now, actually, in terms of the actual produced metal altogether. MightySheep has been about 25% behind. It's only changed now in total because he reclaimed his lab. So that starting position has really given Teddy a massive boost in eco compared to MightySheep.
That's very interesting. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, because obviously Ragnar was saying about more to expand to in the medium term, combined with Sheep's very aggressive raiding. So Sheep has
coming out.
fully switched over to vehicles. He's reclaimed his bot lab. Teddy has an air lab as well. Sheep has an air lab too. Teddy is going bombers. No shurikens queued up yet. Sheep is going fighters. So I think Sheep is expecting shurikens because he's sending the fighter forwards.
And shurikens there are.
Yeah.
He did an excellent job raiding, though. bringing down the max amount of the deer to something quite rather low. But there's res bots.
Yeah,
Here comes
truly
Shuriken.
fantastic raiding by sheep. Really effective. There's the fighter to counter the shurikens.
Hoovers. My goodness, we're seeing all sorts of crazy stuff.
Oh yes,
Hoovers coming out.
fantastic, and he's just spamming scouts at the moment. Is the plan?
They're really, really fast, these scouts. And there are, however, a few LLTs defending the beachhead. But there's some bombers coming around. Could potentially upset that.
Incisors, great choice. They trade well against grunts.
They really do. There's some difficulty against the Shuriken, but that's what the fighters are for.
Yeah.
Some trailing Teddy is raiding back and killing some construction units. Meanwhile, is bringing out the Hoovers. I don't think the fighters have quite seen the Hoovers yet.
No. Also, worth noting that if Teddy gets the anti-air hover, it's incredibly powerful. So one or two of those will completely screw over any shurikens at all. But at least with the bots, they're not that strong, so it's not such a big problem. But yeah, the hovercraft have very strong anti-air.
Fortunately, the hovercraft are already moving into radar view, and he's going one by one. And Sheep sees it; he knows about it exactly.
he knows.
He's getting attacked in the north, though, but he has Shuriken to defend. So yeah. It does seem like Sheep is winning out economically for now.
Slightly behind on metal, slightly behind on energy. And overall, Sheep is slightly ahead on metal produced. So, yeah, it's pretty close.
It's very close. It's back and forth raiding going on everywhere. And here come the hover tanks. They're arriving at the beaches.
Well, they're hover scouts, it's worth noting. So they're comparable to grunts.
They're incredibly weak, but quite fast. So here against these incisors, they're going to have a really hard time, especially against laser turrets. So it looks like this is not going to accomplish as much as he probably was hoping for.
Oh, that single one, though, is going to get him some nice intel. Oh, no, he's moving it the wrong way. Oh,
he's mass selecting them.
Really good intel.
A couple other interesting things coming out of the stats. MightySheep has put a lot more resources into defenses than Teddy has, and Teddy's also got a lot more build power. So that even with that metal advantage, MightySheep is given even more advantage over because he's putting his eco into statics.
Interesting that Sheep has accomplished so much raiding while putting so much into defenses. That was given some very efficient raiding.
I'm not a huge fan of these hoovers, though.
No. I feel like he should have transitioned away from them at this stage. Like keep the lab, get ready to use them later. Sheep is sending some underwater tanks now. If Teddy sees them, which he may have just seen one, I'm not sure if he saw it or not. If he sees them, he'll be prepared for them.
It's a large army advantage, though, and he has a large army in the north that he's not using. He really should be moving forward with that while the fight is happening in the south.
Or inside, he's heard us.
There you go.
It is like they can hear us.
I promise there's a 2-minute delay on the stream. Tarnish promised me anyway.
Teddy is going Tech 2. He doesn't have enough fighters to really contest the air, so the Blade Wings, the Shuriken can do quite a lot against this invasion force, but he's going Tech 2 in the meanwhile.
That's a really good choice, I think, potentially. So he's moved 16 hover scouts, 7 grunts, and 3 incisors down the bottom to counter 15 incisors and some shurikens. The shurikens could be very dangerous for Teddy here.
Yeah, especially since he's not controlling the air. In the north, there's a large grunt force attacking. He has made pounders to counter that, and if Teddy's not careful and walks straight into the pounders, this is going to be really painful. But and
Against grunts,
he
especially when
does.
pumped
Yeah,
up.
he's not
He's
seeing it.
microing. No, he's busy in the south. There's threatening his base in the south, so he's losing this attack.
In fact, Teddy's moving his commander forwards. He's got the tier 2 lab up, but he's not producing anything from it at the moment. Sheep has not seen the tier 2 lab yet. I'll keep an eye on his view and let you know if he spots it at any stage. So I think Teddy's going to clear this up.
Yeah, but he's gonna lose quite a bit in that. He's gonna give some wrecks. He needs to destroy something here. Maybe the nano turrets. No, he's walking away. He's trying to get the commander. I think he's a bit desperate here to get the commander, but he's not gonna get that. It's not gonna work.
So looking at Sheep's view, he's not aware of the full extent of Teddy's base. He's got very limited vision outside of his own base. For Teddy's part, he's got a very good idea of most of where Sheep's base is, but it also doesn't have much vision. And importantly, is not aware of just how exposed Sheep's commander is. He might become
So
of that in a moment, though.
he's choosing for bombers, though. He probably has seen a geo at this point, so if he goes ahead and bomb the geo, that's a huge part of Teddy's economy that might get threatened.
If he hadn't, he could probably assume it by now.
He's sending the bombers. I don't think it's quite enough yet, and there's some fighters. It's gonna get intercepted.
Get cleaned
That's
up.
painful. What happened to his fighters? It seems like he lost his fighters to attack. No, they're in the back. He's not reacting quickly enough, so this bombing run is cancelled.
Yeah. And the problem is that Teddy's now seen those bombers, so he's building more fighters.
Hounders in the north, slowly creeping up down.
This could be game losing, surely.
Bit of a slowdown, but that's a whole lot of pounders. He's gonna have to find something to deal with them. PtaQ Lab is not active right now. He's upgrading his mexes, so he wants to play it a bit slower still.
Yeah.
But fighters now coming and bombers coming as well. So the bombers are targeting just random areas in the middle of his base. So he's not really targeting anything specific. And there's no dedicated AA yet, and there's enough fighters to overrun this. So he needs to very quickly build anti-air, or this will be over really soon.
Yeah.
How quick can he react?
Ooh. The bombers aren't bombing the Geo, though.
They're not. He hasn't seen it yet. He hasn't focused it yet.
I checked his
Now,
seen it.
very slow on the AA build as well. It seems like Teddy wasn't sure how to react quickly enough. He's trying fighters, but
I think it's a smart plan.
He's also building a lot of things at once. He's got 2 Moho mexes, advanced metal extractors going at the same time, neither completed.
Teddy is aware
and
of
a very
Sheep has cloaked his commander.
oh yeah, counterattack, but that's not enough to kill.
No.
And LLTs are and
That's pulling APM.
and pounders are coming in. This is really dangerous.
The geothermal is not been killed yet. Bombs away. Oh, health.
That's crucial.
Yeah, we got 7 pounders, but it's going up against it's a couple of hover tanks, a whole bunch of incisors. I don't think Teddy's gonna have too much of a problem here.
Yeah, he went for a scuttle. This is really. Is he going to be able to explode that scuttle in the middle? He's going for it. He's cloaking it. Yes, it's cloaked. All right, he's going to explode most of these.
There we are. Yeah.
There we
Wow.
go. Huge explosion.
Worth noting, at this point, Sheep has twice the energy production of Teddy, but they've got about the same metal. Also, Sheep's commander's in a bit of a safer position now, but that was pretty close, I thought.
Such back and forth. Amazing game we have here between these two.
I think this is the first time Sheep's made it to a tournament final.
Yeah, I believe so, as far as I'm aware, yes. He's gone PtaQ as well, so he's going to catch up in that department, and he does have a significant advantage when it comes to map control, so that's quite...
All the fighting is happening further away from Sheep's base than Teddy's, and that's definitely advantage Sheep. Sheep again so Sheep has built a tier 2 constructor, and then he's going straight into fiends, lots and lots of fiends. Teddy is not producing tier 2 at the moment. He's producing tier 1 resurrection bots and grunts.
He got pushed back a bit eco-wise with that attack in his base. He's got to
building
build
a
up again.
geothermal in his base. That's an interesting choice. I don't know if he's
He needs it, I think. He's got so much metal to spend. He needs some way to get some quick energy going. It's going to be a little bit slow, but he needs that.
Worth noting, Teddy has no idle constructors. Sheep has 2 or 3 idle constructors, 2 of which are vehicles. Teddy's raid is getting cleaned up completely by the look of it as well. I've got to say, I think Sheep's in the lead on this one.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He's got a good eco going. He's got like a lot of build power. He's got map control. He's got the air. He's got the shuriken.
Like his wind turbines just spread out really well. He's not got a geothermal yet, whereas obviously Teddy's relying on it. Teddy is short on energy, and that the tier 2 geothermal not helping matters.
So, guys, how do you think the fatigue might be setting in now on the players' concentration levels? We're sort of, 6 hours in, or over 6 hours of the tournament so far. What do you think?
Really affecting him. Sheep, not so much. Again, time zones are really important to keep in mind. I believe Teddy's in Thailand.
Indeed, he is, yeah.
Yeah, whereas obviously Sheep's in the UK, so it's only like 10 to 10 here, whereas for Teddy it's probably like, the late hours of the morning by this point.
Incredible. Teddy also did go back to back from his semi-final straight into the final.
That's
Mighty Sheep had a break.
Yeah. But you've always got to remember that with that, though fatigue's a thing, you've also got the motivation and the good feeling of it, of going from a win to hopefully another win. Sheep South again doing so much damage with so little.
Yeah, he's getting surrounded here. It's getting a bit claustrophobic for Teddy. He has 8,000 metal. He built that up while building his geo and needing more energy. He now has that energy, but he doesn't have the units to defend from this onslaught that's coming.
But I think those fiends are probably going to hit the 2-2 geothermal. Oh, that said, Teddy has a bunch of shurikens.
With some ducks coming in now from the water, it's going to be tight if he can survive from this. Oh no, Teddy has all of his nanos focused on the air lab, so there's a few nanos there who's not actually doing anything. And that's it, the game's over.
Oh, that's a shame.
GG.
Yeah, that was a critical mistake with those nano turrets.
Yeah.
2-1 from MightySheep, and he's on game points to take it all.
Yeah.
Potentially just one away.
So what map is he going to choose?
That is a good question. What map do you think he should choose?
I would say speed metal is the right one to go with here.
I don't think that's in the pool, Kehvin.
And every time he's not in the pool, I'm always disappointed.
Teddy looked so good though on Comet Catcher. I would look for something traditional, something known, something that they've played quite a bit.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't go for another traditional map. I'm surprised he went for this one where he's not got that much, if any, experience. Crystallized Plains.
Yeah. They've played this a lot. Teddy's played this quite a lot, so he should be comfortable on this.
Yeah.
Teddy's played it 32 times for duels, and MightySheep's played it 7. But their win rates respectively 62%, 57%, so not much in it.
Apparently, it's 4 a.m. in Thailand at the moment.
Oh my word.
So yeah. The fact that Teddy's doing as well as he's doing is very impressive.
Definitely. I'm feeling tired enough, and it's nearly 10 o'clock here in the UK. Right, so they've just chosen the map and going into the game now. So we'll be able to bring you game 4 in this finals, which is a best of 5, MightySheep is on match points. Will he be able to secure the victory? Will Teddy be able to level up the playing field and potentially turn this round? Find out very, very soon.
If Teddy wins this one, Sheep gets to pick the final map. So that's potentially very powerful.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they can't pick the same map twice.
Hey, I think we are in.
Sorry, Pickle's just returned. He wants to be on the camera again. You know what he's like.
I will give him a couple of moments of screen time there before I hit the transition button.
Upside down, Pickle. You happy? Yeah, for all the viewers wondering about how passive the cats are, Pickle will be happy to be held upside down. He just doesn't care.
There you go. Right, well, the match has started. As much as I'm sure the audience would love to watch Kehvin pet his cat, but they'll also appreciate seeing the action playing out. MightySheep down in the south and Teddy in the north. Take it away, casters.
Right. Well,
All right.
we've got.
Potentially. Go ahead.
I say we've got both of them opening up Cortex bots. That sounds familiar.
It's the familiar. It's what they know. It's what they've practiced a lot. So I don't blame them for doing what's safe for them. I think in general, this the way to go is play what you're comfortable with.
Completely. Board King, do we have any stats for this map and for these players on this map?
Oh, and Kehvin, could you take the camera controls for me for a moment?
So we're looking at MightySheep at the moment.
Yeah.
Wind.
So as they start off, yeah. So like I say, they've played. Teddy's played this a lot more, but their win rates are similar, about 60%. Critically, they've never played this against each other, so they might not be, assuming anything, especially after the last few games they've played anyway. I think this one will just really come down to the grit and determination rather than the stats.
So we have Teddy pushing out with a scout nice and early. Sheep not doing any scouting at all. I mean, the question is though, what is Teddy going to learn by scouting? What's he going to learn that he wouldn't have been able to guess? Oh, and the scout has just changed direction to go around things. To be fair, actually, if the scout goes the route that it's currently scheduled to go, it might do some notable damage to the wind turbines. That could be quite big.
There's a radar though. He sees this. He knows it's coming. Potentially, last game here, if MightySheep is able to take this win. Teddy though fighting for his life.
Yeah. Okay, this scout is going to get shut down. It won't get anything, sadly. Sheep with the radar very early on. Brilliant strategy. Teddy, for his part, he's got a radar in the same spot. Sheep's actually slightly further ahead in metal production and energy production than Teddy. So that's unusual to see, I think.
Teddy expanding base commander.
Gone the wrong way. Sorry. The recent win has meant that Sheep has actually gained in rating enough that he is now a different color to Teddy.
Shows how close these players are, how closely the skill difference is.
So if Sheep with 5 points headed north. Teddy probably guessing them on their way. He's seeing some stuff around the side, but it may get spotted by Sheep. So Sheep has 4 construction units out at the moment, while Teddy has 3.
And Teddy's expanding his commander instead, and has a nano turret at him.
Yeah. Whereas Sheep is keeping his commander back at his base, Teddy's pushing out with his commander. On this map, which is the right shout in your opinion, Ragnar? I know it's personal preference. Which do you think is the right?
I like commander pushing. Commander pushing is the way to go in general, I would say. Using your commanders and nano turrets is a little bit demeaning, I think, for the commander. That being said, with the metal spots in the middle being a bit far and not that many, it gives only limited advantage to push with your commander.
That makes sense. Is this a map where you want to push to the middle and hold the middle, and then because of the space, not push any further, and then win through having more economy? Or is it you want to try and push further and potentially overextend, but also, he who doesn't risk gains nothing?
I think it's a game of raiding on the sides to try to stop the enemy from expanding, and it's a game of getting trades. So getting good micro trades, getting a good damage efficiency, and then the air switch is going to be critical. Vehicle switch and air switch are going to be both extremely critical, the timing thereof, and which one they're going to go with first.
It's worth noting, they both have approximately the same number of grunts in the middle. Sheep has some raiding happening. Teddy has a laser turret, but it wasn't defending that mechs appropriately. Sheep has another 2 grunts over here, but there is a mechs defending the laser turret defending those mechs completely adequately.
Yeah. I like the tree bots expanding. They're relatively safe because they get a LLT up really quickly in case it gets raided. But MightySheep is expanding towards the sides a lot faster. So he'll get a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah. The players are near enough neck and neck on production at the moment. Teddy with a slight disadvantage in energy production right now, which is noticeable because he is short on energy. So did Sheep raid some of his energy or something? No, I don't think so. Sheep did get one of those mexes that was defended by the laser turret still, so that's quite impressive. I think he got away with the grunt as well. Wow, that's very good.
Construction potentially getting picked off here. Is he going to go for it? It's not looking. It's going back. Solid control of the middle. That radar turret in the middle offers so much value to see the incoming raids, but it's about to get picked off by these grunts here. Counter-attack elsewhere.
14 grunts for Sheep at the moment there. Teddy has a handful of grunts on the right-hand side. He's just taken out a constructor, a metal extractor, and finished off a laser turret that hadn't been quite finished. So that's a really nice little gain there. Those grunts are going to go south. Sheep is swapping vehicle
switch. Yeah, exactly. There it goes. He has the metal. Teddy as well. Teddy usually does not float this much metal. It's kind of surprising to see him. Perhaps he hasn't been practicing as much lately because floating this much metal is a critical problem, I think.
Completely. Given the number of runs that Sheep has there, 16, is it possible that he could go for that commander?
No, too many LLTs. He's building himself a forest, planting the trees. He's safe where he is.
That's fair enough. Teddy has 21 grunts there versus Sheep's 14.
All right, so we're seeing incisors to counter these grunts, and on the other side we're seeing brutes. So early on that's advantage to incisors, but it quickly switches back over to the brutes. Control over the middle still in Teddy's hands. This is really nice for the raider to see incoming units.
And he's
so
really
he knows when the raid is coming.
Center of the map. But Sheep keeps just slipping past him. Again, Sheep with a fantastic raiding.
Yeah, very good job here. He's trying on the right hand side, but I don't think that's gonna go too far. Trying on the left-hand side. There's some construction units there, but there's enough of an army. Teddy doesn't look that bad in this position, actually.
Yeah, no, I think Teddy's got a good grasp on the game at the moment. if he can stop Sheep slipping by him on the sides, I think he's got a really good chance to take this. Teddy's now building a bot lab right at the front. He still has a vehicle lab at the back as well, and for now, a bot lab at the back as well.
It's low on energy just as the attack is coming in through. It's finally going to get cleaned up down.
Yeah, just
And,
you're a little bit quieter than you were earlier. I don't know if you.
Oh, sorry. Is this better?
That's much better, yeah. Okay, so we've got a big force of 26 grunts for Teddy there, going straight into Sheep stuff. Sheep is self-destructing the laser turrets. Oh, that did quite a bit. Good use of the very large self-destruct on the laser turrets there.
Eddie having energy problems. He's hoarding the metal.
And Sheep, predicting a shuriken switch, has built missile trucks and is using them to very slowly whittle down the light laser turrets.
That's actually a very, very good pick there. Slowly pushes and counters the shurikens. I like it.
Yeah, completely. Though interestingly, Teddy doesn't have an air lab. He's not even built the lab for the shurikens yet.
They're a bit vulnerable to the grunts coming over now, but he's retreating them. Very nice game here. Both raiding, both counter raiding, defending. Very, very tense game.
Yeah,
Bit
fantastic.
of a raiders here coming on the left-hand side. There's quite a few defending turrets, but is it going to be enough?
I suspect not.
The exploiter has a quite high HP, actually survives this raid, and off to go again. Some extra metal in the pocket of Teddy's big bank.
Definitely. Sorry, I was zoomed out slightly too much. I didn't see it was an exploiter. I thought it was another laser turret. Yeah. Exploiters are very, very good for things like that.
Quite a few res bots for MightySheep. This might actually prove pivotal if he gets those wrecks.
Worth noting,
Teddy's suddenly switching over.
on the left-hand side. In fact, that entire attack that Teddy made earlier with the light laser turrets self-destructing, Sheep is resurrecting those grunts and just sending them up north down the left-hand side of the map. Teddy,
Well, on the right-hand side, Teddy's attacking this little expansion here, and there's a little bit of wind behind this. So if he does manage to pick off these LLTs, he can get the wind as well.
oh yes,
But no need. He just kills the construction button, and he'll get the wind as well. This is quite nice.
if he sees the wind, which he has seen, he's just trying to kill a laser turret that he can't actually reach. Sheep has 10
Back and forth in the middle.
left. There are a bunch of laser turrets here. I don't think they're going to get an awful lot done.
They might. The battle in the middle, though, is critical, as there's a lot of wrecks here building up. Sheep rezzing.
These.
And-
Oh, Teddy did the self-destruct as well.
Yeah, that was really well done. Sheep are now relying on metal makers.
So Sheep is. Oh,
Nice thing here about the brutes, though, is that they do a lot better against these LLTs. So the raids that are coming in will deal with this a lot better. He needs grunts to defend against this.
Yeah, no longer can he rely on static defenses the way he has been up until now.
Again, this game is all over the map. There's attacks going on. There's counter-attacks. This is a very top-tier play. Amazing finals so far. And let's see where this one is going.
Tarnish Knight, apparently the mini-map has disappeared. I don't know what's caused it, but apparently it has disappeared. Also, I can't hear you. Okay, so we've got some brutes around the back of Teddy's base, but I think he'll be able to...
Both sides, there's raids in the back. He won't get those metal converters, unfortunately, but any distraction is a welcome distraction, I would say.
Definitely. Worth noting,
Rex.
Teddy is probably slightly ahead in metal production overall, but because they're both reclaiming so much, it's all over the place.
It is. Who can make use of the Rex? Who can rebuild the expansions and threaten the enemy expansions? neck and neck, I would say.
Gosh, I don't know if you've fixed it, but just a reminder that the mini-map needs to come back. Chat is very much hoping that the mini-map...
A significant army advantage here for Teddy as of this moment.
That is 21 grunts and 12 brutes against 3 brutes and 10 grunts. So yeah, advantage Teddy there. If he pushes with those correctly, he could do very serious damage and even take the game potentially, I think.
At this point, it could snowball if Sheep is not careful. He's coming in through. It's a bit dangerous in terms of feeding to the enemy, but he has such a large advantage. He might be able to pull it off, actually.
Yeah.
It's going towards the base. There's no commander there to defend. The commander is all in the wrong place. He could get the production of MightySheep. Already one nano tower down. It's going to target the other ones, and this is critical. This might be game. I think that he wants to go to a game 5. What do you think?
I think he probably wanted to go to game 5, given that Sheep is 2-1 against him, so that feels fair. Yeah, Teddy's now just destroying Sheep's economy. He's taken out the bot. He's taken out the vehicle lab. He's not won yet, but okay. Yep.
He's resigned.
Well, he resigned. He didn't GG that time. Well, that was very interesting. Well, welcome back, Tarnished.
Yes.
Just a heads up, mini-map vanished at the end of the game, sorry.
Yeah, I put it back when I noticed. Sorry about that. I was just sorting out a few other things. Right, just go back to the booth. Wait. Oh, sorry about that. Take a very brief break to attend other things. So I missed most of that, but I hope the audience didn't miss any of that and was suitably entertained. It sounded pretty epic from where I was. So we're going to a game 5.
Game 4, I believe, right? Because as Tavian pointed out, it was 2-1.
Going to game 5, I thought. It's 2-2 now.
Yeah, it's 2-2.
It is. Yeah, all right. Okay, I was right. It's game 5, indeed.
Math's not your strong point then, Ragnus. Is that what I'm hearing? Or counting?
I let ChatGPT do the math for me.
Well, you could just use me, guys, if you want.
That's true.
Stats man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, here's
if
a
Teddy,
what map should MightySheep pick?
it is his pick.
Yeah, it's his pick.
What's his best? What's his best map?
Crystallized Plains, Death Valley.
IFRS.
Oh, he's
I'm surprised. Pawn Retreat. Wow, huge macro map. Huge macro map.
This is an 8v8 map.
Wow, and yeah, like, with the hills and everything, it's a huge map. This is gonna go the distance, I think. Both of these macro geniuses are gonna have a field day, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd have chosen this map against Teddy, but again, I'm not Sheep, and Sheep's beaten him twice now, so...
And he's in the finals.
Brilliant. All right, so
Exciting. This is hype for game 5.
yes,
Yeah.
it's brilliant. It's exactly what you want in the finals. It to go all the way, neck and neck, be nail biting.
So while the players get set up, and before we get any stats out, apparently Deskiful is going to be organising some newbie tournaments. He's the one who's been running all of our mentor things. He's been really helping bring new players up to speed on how the game works and stuff, which is really appreciated by the team. And apparently he's looking to organise some tournaments, so keep your eyes peeled for those guys. That could be quite fun.
Oh,
I imagine they'll be open to everyone. Okay, right. What do we think about the start positions for these two players?
I haven't loaded in yet. I'm slow over here. My PC doesn't like math as much as I do either.
Oh, fair enough.
The general rule is don't do maths on stream.
Yeah. So I forget. I run Linux. It loads much faster than everybody else. I'm sorry about that. Though actually, I was very upset. Someone the other day did load faster than me, but it was okay. They ran Linux as well. Okay, so we got Teddy starting slightly further forward than Sheep, but in roughly the same area of his side of the map. And Teddy's opening vehicles, while Sheep will be opening, I don't know what, because he's not queued it yet.
I'll say I think I prefer Teddy's start. It's a bit more central, a bit more front, a bit more aggressive. I see where Sheep is going with this. He wants a little bit of a safer base, and on this map, raids are devastating. There's going to be raids everywhere. It's going to get all over the place. So if you have your base that's like more easily well defended, that's a big bonus. At that point, I think you might as well just start on the hill. But regardless, I think the front start for Teddy is very powerful.
So Sheep is going bots, Teddy's going vehicles. Teddy's Armada as well.
I think that he's got this, at least that's my initial prediction. Bots here with vehicles construction expand so much quicker because of their speeds. There's so much metal on the map. And the thing is, these grunts, okay, they can kite the blitz, but since there's so much metal, if you have a critical amount of a blitz, you can just steamroll through the grunts.
Yeah. I think you're right. So here's the next question, though. What about opening air? Because it's a very big map, so being able to close the distance via air would be helpful. Do you think it would be just a meme strategy or a very viable one for this?
Extremely viable, absolutely. They didn't choose for this. They're not maybe that kind of players necessarily, but no, air start is definitely viable. But if you don't do a good amount of damage, you might be getting behind significantly, as we've seen with Goopy.
Yeah. Sorry, one second. Pro tip: don't drink stuff into your lungs. Really bad idea. Yeah, air goes in the lungs, not liquid. Okay, so we've got Teddy with 2 scouts and then 2 blitz tanks. Sheep has a couple of grunts, and then Sheep's going heavy into constructors.
Absolutely, and why shouldn't he? This is such a large map. He can just mass expand. And if Sheep is core bots, what is he going to do against it? Like, by the time the core bot is on the other side of the map, Teddy's already got the entire map. I think this is Sheep making a little bit of a blunder, trying so hard to play the comfort. He hasn't seen the change in map being so significant that it requires a bit of a different strategy.
Yeah.
This is coming from me, the serial exaggerator, and always calling things way too soon.
I like that Sheep is sending grunts with his constructors. So he's not relying on, having them out in the front. He's playing defensively while expanding. I like that.
Oh, but these blitz, they're gonna kill the con. It doesn't matter. There's grunts here. The grunts, they can't protect this con from this. So that's already one con down, which is already pretty significant since he's gonna be delayed with these slow cons.
Oh,
He might res it. He does have a res bot not too far from this, so.
Yeah, he's told the res bot to res straight away, so he's on the ball on that one. Worth noting, they're both expanding about the same speed at the moment. Their metal and energy production very comparable.
He has a nice little whole array of scouts that sees anything coming from Sheep, so he can get really greedy behind this, and he sees what Sheep is doing. But Teddy's not exaggerating too much. Maybe that's for the better. He's not going all out overall naked expansion, so that's good on him. Even though he could maybe get away with it, he doesn't want to get overrun.
I think given the way that Sheep's played the last few games, he's well aware that naked expands is just too risky here. I mean, Sheep has been very aggressive with his raiding at every stage. Worth noting, so from Sheep's view, he has no intel about where Teddy's units are at all. Teddy has no intel about where Sheep's units are. He knows where, obviously, Sheep has started roughly, but he hasn't actually got vision of any of Sheep's buildings. So that's worth bearing in mind in terms of their attacking.
This is going to be a long macro game, and it's going to come down to who can control the most amount of raids at the same time and defend everywhere and expand. And
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a nuclear warhead here. I
we've
think,
already seen it once.
and that was on a smaller map. So Sheep
So
is still
that-
Teddy's base. I think he's about to find it. And
Oh, he finds a nice little ledge here to creep in.
yeah, these grunts just around the top of it. I don't think Teddy's aware of them. No, he's not. Teddy doesn't have
not.
radar there.
And doesn't have an LLT in his base either. He's not seeing this coming. But
Sheep thinks Teddy has started where he started, so he's going to go and kill those 6 naked mexes.
that's not bad.
Aware of it right now.
Blitz counterattack, he might get a construction unit, although it's already moving away.
Yeah.
He's coming back. He's coming back. He's going for the base now.
Yep.
And Teddy hasn't even seen this yet.
Now he's seen it. And isn't
Now he's feeling it.
elsewhere. So Sheep's just got 2 mexes. And he's now just going to run away from the commander. 2 mexes.
There's a counterattack, so that they're being split, and the distances are so great. It takes so long to go to the other side of the map with even your attention. But the blitz counterattacking are really powerful, like destroying these expansions.
You can really see by how many times they've got units just sat there doing nothing, how much their attention is split all over the map.
But they have so much going on everywhere, right? Nice D-guns from Sheep destroys these blitz. It was really important for him to do that.
Yeah. Worth noting that at the moment they're both producing the same amount of metal, but Sheep has a very, very good lead for energy production.
And Sheep, one single grunt is gonna take out all these mexes in the back. This hurts a lot. It pays to have just a few units spread out everywhere in your base to prevent this sort of thing from happening.
Yeah. I just need to go AFK for a couple of minutes.
Really nice counterattacks by Teddy, though, keeping the expansion of Teddy to a minimum.
Oh yeah, MightySheep there down the flank here, looking for opportunities. Teddy does have radar coverage of their movements, responding well. Good enough.
Really playing into the attention stealing. Now he's got a grunt in the back of Teddy's base, taking out those mexes while he's distracting him on multiple other attacks.
Meanwhile, here, there's Blitz in MightySheep's base. He needs to target the LLT, but his attention is elsewhere, and this is a lost opportunity for him.
Do you think, was that enough of a counterattack, or is MightySheep well and truly in a stronger position?
MightySheep did a really good job economically. He's got his advanced solos. Now he's got a lot of build power, and he made his own vehicle lab to get back head-to-head with Teddy, who himself has built a bot lab to get some res bots and techs. So it's gonna go a long one. This one, it's whoever can etch out an advantage over the period of a long game. It's a map of endurance. It's who can keep their attention at as many spots at the same time. Radar is really critical here. This is a big advantage that Teddy has over the center. He sees the movement of MightySheep.
I return.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hard to tell who's doing better here at the moment because the economies are so similar, and map control is so hard to define.
It is. Yeah, like I mentioned, it's going to be about who can keep this up the longest, who can keep their attention, and who can just harass everywhere. We've got air lab for sheep.
Ooh.
It's going shurikens. Very, very powerful stuff.
Also interesting to note, Teddy's gone heavy into solars, whereas Sheep has gone with advanced solars. So I think that that's potentially a mistake from Teddy in terms of metal investment, I'd have thought.
They should have a high income, so the saving that you make on the advanced solars are not that critical on this large metal map. That being said, it's not negligible.
Advanced solars also take a lot of energy while you're building them up. So
Yeah.
it can really slow you down if you use them at the wrong time.
I like the ticks coming out for Teddy is going to be able to harass and find poke little holes as anywhere he can. That being said, the shurikens, how fast is Teddy going to be able to react to these? He has the metal to build an air lab if he wants to, but he's going to have to be quick not to get his army destroyed in the center.
Quick army numbers. Sheep has 20 incisors and 20 grunts. A couple of the little things.
Here to go.
Has 34 blitzes and 19 ticks. So they're pretty even army sizes.
But the shurikens are not massive enough, so they get picked off by this blitz. So I'm not sure this is a winning engagement for sheep.
I'm also not sure about the ticks being part of the front line here. Like, they're against units that counter them really effectively, I thought.
Yeah, he could maybe use them more offensively to attack, but it's working. The blitz are really mopping up these units. So I think Teddy's gaining an advantage over here. It's gonna get control over the center. There is a significant force of incisors in the back of
Teddy's got the same
Teddy's face.
It's
7 incisors, 8 blitzes.
remarkably
Teddy,
Yeah.
symmetric here.
though. Yeah.
Got Teddy's flashes pushing the north, and you've got MightySheep's incisors pushing the east at exactly the same time.
Yeah.
And the incisors, the shuriken are low enough in numbers that the blitz pick them up, so not as effective as they could be. There is a significant amount of naked mexes here that are going to get taken out on both sides.
Yeah.
Amazing macro game. Both
Oh.
players. Air lab now as well to get some fighters for Teddy.
Yeah. There are enough shurikens here that they're going to shut down Teddy's blitz attack around the back. But I don't think Teddy's got the same answer for the incisors. I think they might do a bit more damage.
However, in the middle, he's ramping up a significant army advantage, and he's got full control over the mid.
Yeah, the mid is definitely worth grabbing. You've got a really good positional advantage in being able to strike in so many different places. Having to move your forces around to go from one side to the other, really problematic on this map. Sheep's done a really good job of putting a smattering of LLTs around in a lot of different places. So light raids will have trouble, but heavier ones will get through. But there's so many shurikens as well now. You've got 12 flying in towards these blitzes, so I think they'll shut that down.
Very nice harassments everywhere.
Worth noting, okay, I was going to say Sheep's army has significantly more DPS, but I just realised that's because the shurikens do EMP damage, and that skews things.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Fighters, in fact. That's going to completely mess up the shurikens. Sheep has a fighter as well, and presumably will shortly have some anti-air as well.
Looks like Sheep is out macroing though. He's got vastly superior energy production, and even his metal income is quite good. But Teddy has an army advantage, I would say, certainly in the middle. So he's going to have to leverage that to deal some damage, or he might fall too far behind, I think.
So do you think Teddy's aware that he's behind economically, or he thinks they're level, or that he's in the lead?
Well, he knows Sheep. He knows Sheep likes to macro, I would say, and go attack 2 and so on. He does also see the units that are in front of him, and I think that's his main cue to do something, is the difference in the army.
worth noting that their metal income is probably comparable. They're both reclaiming things, which skews it slightly. But Sheep, as you said, has a significant energy income advantage, and is going
And it's
to
going PtaQ.
yeah. Teddy's not started Tech 2 yet, but does have some advanced solars. Teddy is a little bit low on metal, but that will change shortly, I'm sure, because he's got a whole bunch of solars he can reclaim. Sheep is going...
She might get this with the faster tech switch and the higher eco.
Yeah, I think so.
Looks like Teddy's about to go advanced vehicle lab as well.
Oh, now that's the thing we haven't seen yet. Yes, he's queued up the advanced vehicle lab. He's reclaiming a couple of his solars.
It's a very good selection, I would say. The Panthers are, or Jaguars are, I should say, really good against the Shurikens and the massive units and Fiends as well. So this is a very good pick.
Yeah, so for this map, the way they're playing, I think the vehicle is a very good shout. Problem is, will it be fast enough?
It depends what Sheep is going for. He's going to go eco first, so he wants to really ramp up his eco, and that is very dangerous.
Sheep gone 3 constructors, and he's also got 3 engineers. I would imagine the engineers are going to be to go and build defenses or mines around the front, but that's still non-aggressive. Teddy is starting off with some advanced constructors, and then he's going into Jaguars as you predicted.
I think Teddy's going a bit heavy on the army. The map is so huge. Sheep is going to have like a really large advantage economically by the time that the Jaguars are really going to make an impact.
Completely.
These takes a high XP takes trying to get in the backside. They're going to just walk into LLT and Sheep's commander. Poor ticks. Ticks lives matter.
Yeah. Definitely.
Looks like the map is starting to get a bit split.
Yeah, we're starting to get a battle line. Teddy's he's lost his hold over the center, which is interesting.
A lot of res units for MightySheep.
Yeah. Eco-wise, they're still pretty neck and neck on metal, but with Sheep still having a very significant energy advantage, nearly 2 to 1. Which now they're in tier 2, matters all the more.
Teddy's going for the Tech 2 Geo.
Oh.
That could bring him right back where he needs to be. Meanwhile, MightySheep is going for a fusion.
I mean, he's so short on energy at the moment, and he's reclaiming his solars. In fact, he stopped building the Geo. His commander is idle. What's going on?
It looks like the late night is taking a toll on him, I think.
Yeah.
Especially those Jaguars are costing a lot of energy as well.
Yeah.
Teddy's getting a little bit worried. He's spending all of his attention getting defenses set up on the western flank. I think he just wants to ensure that this, while he's building up his energy eco, he's not going to get raided.
There's a pretty nice raid of Jaguars coming up here. He's going to kill some fighters too. The problem is the Freakers are really good. They can put mines, so that there's a really nice defensive mine layout everywhere.
I think they've already put those mines there, yeah. But Sheep is so low on energy, they keep appearing. So Teddy might realize them in time, or he might not. Again, their ability to multitask...
He's shooting them.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
they're appearing. He's automatically shooting.
Yeah, they stalled because the energy was too low.
Oh, Sheep.
Commander here, though, is going to stop this.
Oh,
He hasn't got energy.
Have energy to D-gun.
That's not enough Jaguars, unfortunately. That could have been like really dangerous, but it's going to clean up at least some maxes. He's attacking on the west as well, at least he tried to. So, wow, this is really going to end up with who macros the most. The tier 2 Geo is nearing completion, though. Yes, 8,000 metal again. Again, this is not okay to have 8,000 metal.
Teddy just pinged his own geothermal and said, "Plus."
He needs it to spend his metal. It's completing now. He's gonna have to really ramp up production.
Yeah, he nearly tripled his energy production by building that. So Teddy's I've seen the mistake that Teddy makes is that he's often short on energy at this sort of stage of the game, and I feel like it's because he's prioritizing other things. Like what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sheep isn't that far ahead either. He finished fusion. He's going for a second one. He's also low on energy, and he's got a little bit less map control. So it's very neck and neck. Anybody's game right now. And this is game 5 for the finals of this tournament. So hype AF.
To clarify, I'm not suggesting Teddy's a bad player. I can't believe he's making that mistake. I'm sure it's a mistake he consistently makes. And as a really good player, I'm surprised he consistently makes the same sort of mistake from my observations here. Sleepy Teddy's still better than 99.99% of players. Mycelium, that is correct. He's certainly better than me. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about dealing with these mines. I'm assuming he's going to build some Junos in a moment.
The ticks might help as well. The trouble is that he's a bit slower on the PtaQ expansion. He tries to do something with the units that he has, which is an advantage that he has right now over MightySheep. Running into mines with them, though, it's not going to help.
Yep, he only lost one, and one got damaged. So, to be fair, that's quite a cheap way to find a minefield. Also, he has swapped over to bulls at this point. Sheep is
Sheldons or sheep.
Sheldons, yeah.
Fusion anti-nuke popping up for Teddy. I think he saw that match versus Goopy.
Yeah, as long as he didn't disconnect and have the build order cancelled, he's fine. Worth noting, Sheep is... I thought Sheep has an anti-nuke already and has for a while, actually. So he's very conscious of this, in particular the Armada nuke being much faster.
And this being such a large map, nukes are especially powerful since you can strike not just the base, but basically anywhere on the map.
Completely. So yeah, both persons have an anti-nuke well before any nuke is finished, or even potentially even started. So, zooming out a little bit then, you've got omniscient view. What does Teddy need to do to take this game at this stage? What decisions does he need to make now to set himself up for victory?
Well, he's thinking about that. I think as he's queuing up a PtaQ air lab, he could go for a bombing run, especially killing commander with some nuke bombers. That could be a immediate game winner. He has the energy for it now that his fusion is finished.
Drops to almost no energy.
He's making fighters.
So, Teddy going for the cut the head off snake approach. What about Sheep? What could he do to set himself up for victory here?
So Sheep has a bit of an eco advantage here. So he's made Sheldon to try to slow push this. I'm not sure it's the right choice versus the unit composition that Teddy has. So I would rather see something to threaten more the sides rather than trying to slow push these bulls and jaguars.
Yeah.
Or keeping ecoing up, I think. This is Sheep's strong point, is going massive eco, and he has the potential to do exactly this with the Therxyy gantry actually being built now.
Teddy has apparently forgotten there are a load of mines there. He's just driving his balls straight into them.
He's making a Juno now. He will get...
Every set of balls that he's got in the forward position has been driving into mines. They have done very well for themselves.
Sheep really likes this style, playing defensive and trying to out-eco the enemy.
Teddy is going for 10 fighters, 2 oracles, and then an atomic bomber on repeat with his air lab tier 2.
Yeah, I think Sheep, he's starting to feel a bit anxious about exactly that.
Sheep is going for tier 3 gantry. He's reclaimed his tier 2. He's going all in on tier 3. I feel that might be...
What better game to have T3 than in the final of the best of 5, game 5?
I completely agree.
I wonder if Sheep has enough fighters against this. It's Tech 1 fighters, but he has a whole lot more than his 60 Tech 1 fighters, so I think that's enough.
I mean, there's 19 Tech 1 fighters for Teddy and 5 Tech 2 at the moment. Also, Teddy having a lot of energy is great. It's still not enough for what he's trying to produce at the moment.
So, Sheep doesn't have his commander near a jammer where he can cloak and hide his commander, so he's gonna get really dangerous.
Aside from the fighters, Sheep has very little in the way of anti-air. Oh no, he's got a couple of flat cannons somewhere. Where are they? He's got one flat cannon in his main base. The commander is incredibly vulnerable. Not cloaked.
Absolutely.
Barely hidden. Teddy, by comparison, where's his commander gone? Teddy's commander is on the front line, guarding a construction vehicle, building a whole load of metal extractors. I don't know which one's more exposed, to be honest. Teddy's is further forwards, but has defenses around it. Sheep's is just doing nothing in the back of the base.
I don't think Sheep is in a position to threaten the commander just yet. He's building Shivas. He really likes these units, and he's going to try to push the front door.
Effective units is part of the thing. So the ideal solution for Teddy once he sees the Shivas is to start building a bunch of starlights, I suspect.
I'm not sure because that's like a very...
Well, apart from the T3, it's also the number of resurrection bots that he's got. MightySheep is really making good use of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the bulls are getting resurrected.
Yeah.
And he's doing exactly that. He's making the starlight. He abandoned the Lychee approach, I think.
Teddy now has only 4 tier 2 fighters.
So something that Teddy could do is he has Jaguars, so he could go in and kill a significant amount of fighters, and then that could open up something.
Oh, that's a nice find. He's just found a pair of pop-up turrets and a bunch of constructors here.
Yeah.
And he's even got more Jaguars to reinforce that.
Jaguars are amazing.
Just seen the Shivas. Worth noting, ticks are a pretty good counter. He's also committing the atomic bomber onto a Shiva. It'll be interesting to see how fast Sheep responds to this.
Instant dive of the fighters.
Well, I don't think that was a good trade, personally.
Well, he's going to lose a bunch of fighters to these Jaguars that are coming in.
But the Jaguars are also going to dive the Shivas.
Yeah.
Shiva, one of the most cost-effective units in the game, I believe. Sheep is now
fighting space.
A stream of grunts, resurrection bots, and tier 1 anti-air bots out of his factory. And
this stage,
planning with scouts. Also, he's swapping to Karganeths from his tier 3 lab. Worth noting, they have anti-air capabilities.
Keep going full eco with the advanced fusion reactors, queuing up a whole bunch of them. And Teddy, in the meanwhile, is building quite a bit of a base on the west side with the Tech 2 bot lab. Might make some snipers, actually.
I would like to see snipers. Snipers and welders, really good combo against what Sheep's throwing at the moment. Fun fact, Sheep has 4 resurrected bulls and 1 jaguar, also presumably resurrected. In terms of vision, Sheep actually has better vision of Teddy's area, or radar of Teddy's area, and is pushing forwards really well. The scout spam, dealing with the starlights really well, and I think there's a possibility that Sheep's going to win this. He's pushing forwards on the left and down the middle.
Yeah, and the left is really problematic. He has his advanced bot lab, and Teddy, 14,000 metal in the bank that's not using. He really needs to ramp up production.
Worth noting, the economies, while Sheep is ahead, it's not by a huge amount. Teddy is very much not out of this game, but strategically, I think that he's making mistakes at the moment.
It's such a long, exhausting series here at the end of a very long tournament. So I'm not surprised in one little bit.
Me neither. Yeah, Teddy's just trying to produce a bit of everything at the moment. I think I feel like he needs to stop air production temporarily and focus entirely on his ground-based production. And also,
I think it's a bit. Yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate that he showed these leeches so early. He could have saved them up, as now a lot of the fighters from MightySheep are actually dead. So the way to MightySheep's commander is quite open to air attacks.
He doesn't know where the commander is. He probably assumes that Sheep is keeping the commander safe.
True.
And Sheep using a brilliant combination of, spam and then really good tier 3 units.
Yeah, he's getting value for money right here. He is going up a hill though, so that is an advantage to the defender.
Oh, completely.
Big issue for Teddy is that he's not ramping up production of eco, whereas Sheep just finished his second advanced fusion. So as this keeps going on, Sheep will take this, I believe.
Yeah. Teddy's just not going for the hardcore eco. At the same time, Teddy has given up attacking all the other sides. He's purely fighting in the middle. Don't get me wrong, he needs to defend the middle, but it really feels like he's slipping, for lack of a better term.
Good to know though that
Left-hand side, sending ticks all the way across the map rather than straight up.
when ecos are this large though, it's sometimes you can pull off some crazy thing because you have so much build power and metal that you can do some weird stuff. So I'm curious to see if Teddy can pull something like that off.
Worth noting, Teddy's radar coverage is really poor. Sheep's isn't much better, but he at least has an idea of Teddy's front line. Teddy has very limited information about Sheep's front line. Teddy is producing just welders from his bot lab. I really feel like sharpshooters would be a huge advantage to him here, especially against the tier 3 units like the Cargos and Shivas.
And there's a bit of a leak on the east side for Teddy.
Yes.
Gonna have to find a way to plug that gap. He is pushing back in the middle though and reclaiming.
He's doing a very good job in the middle. He's resurrecting in the middle, which is good to see as well. Again though, Teddy short on power, which means his pulsars aren't firing.
And he's not spending his metals, so he really needs to ramp up energy production and fast.
I mean, he is building a fusion as a matter of priority, but he's getting these high energy using units and not able to support them, sadly. He also has no anti-air, so Sheep has a couple of construction units in the middle reclaiming the wrecks and nothing stopping them. Oh, that said, Teddy is resurrecting a Karganeth. That will be very helpful for him.
Massive battles over here.
Sheep is just Junoing everything everywhere in Teddy's base at the moment, all at once.
He's getting Junoed back.
Teddy's got his command on the left with a bunch of nano turrets and hasn't built a facility there. I feel
I
like
think he's gonna build eco there. I think that's the intention at least.
oh, yeah.
But I think it's too late. Weep is getting so far ahead. Such huge eco. Such a macro player as well. Is going tech to air. He has his 4th fusion on the way. Advanced fusion that is. So I feel like this is MightySheep's element, and Teddy just did not get a significant enough advantage earlier on to punish Sheep.
Sheep has 5 Junos in his base. Oh, and is building a Juggernaut. He's got, he's just going all out on the spam. I think he's going to overwhelm Teddy. I think Teddy's used to winning before it gets to this stage.
Yeah, I know. I would say so. This is MightySheep's comfort, and he's got the eco for it.
Yeah.
But he is getting a T3 lab up.
Oh, he is. Is he going to have the energy to support it, is the question. And what's he going to build? I'm assuming Razorbacks? Or Marauders, maybe?
Vanguards could be good too.
That's
Or-
a fair... There's a lot of spam, though, and he's not dealing with the spam very well, so I suspect Vanguards wouldn't be the best choice right now. Interestingly, on the east, he's cleaning stuff up with Jaguars, a few Bulls, and some Roughnecks. But Sheep, again, he's just spamming grunts across the map. He's got 173 at the moment. He's got 5 bot labs spamming out grunts. And another one in his base as well. So 6 total. Oh, and
Sheep
he
is
bought
just
4 vehicle labs on the left. Again, spamming out artillery this time. Okay.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
very odd choice. Maybe a misclick. I'm not sure.
No, I suspect he's going to put on a fight move and then let them very slowly work its way through the defenses there. You know, at this stage, you make strategic choices and hope they play out well, because you don't have the APM to manage every front at the same time. Fair play to Teddy. He has repulsed east very well, and the Jaguars cleaned up a whole bunch of fighters too. Chat currently thinking that Sheep is going to win this. The metal production numbers certainly support that, though there is a certain amount of reclaim happening. So it's not quite as one-sided in that regard. Look, that said, he has 4 advanced fusions. He's producing 17k energy versus the 8.19 of Teddy.
He just completed his
Five
5th.
now. Hmm.
Teddy does have some Razorbacks though. Worth noting, they are very effective against tier 1 spam. And also the defenses that Teddy has on the west are very effective against tier 1 spam as well. But here we see the artillery pieces just on fight command moving forwards, and they're just going to start shelling the defenses. Teddy's moving the Razorbacks out. He's holding the middle fairly well, but Sheep is pushing on the east as well now. They're really pushing all the fronts at the same time, Sheep is.
Yeah. Juggernaut completed.
Yeah, give it a few minutes to get there, and then it'll get degunned.
It's a risky proposition in a 1v1 though.
Pardon?
Getting the commander up close to Juggernaut is a very risky proposition in a 1v1. So it'll be interesting to see if you can pull it off.
It's worth bearing that in mind. Sheep's push on the east. It needs to be cleaned up again. He's constantly pulling APM away from Teddy. Really good shot. And Sheep's building another tier 3 gantry. He's replaced some of his tier 1 stuff with it. And he's queuing up more advanced fusions. He's going all out on the eco.
Seems an odd choice to build another T3 gantry.
Yeah, I think he might want to reclaim the first one and focus on eco there, because it's quite far out the way. It's it's naturally sheltered from long-range plasma cannons. Okay, Teddy is moving forwards. He's got 2 nuclear bombers. Only one's actually going forwards. And yeah, he's going to bomb a
No.
bunch of his nanos.
But there's too many fighters. I think maybe if I had gone all in and he would try really going for this bomb, but it didn't pull through. And now he spooked MightySheep, so MightySheep's gonna.
He could have used his Junos, cleared some radar intel on the west,
Yeah.
gone ahead with fighters and trying to sneak in. That might have been his chance gone.
Worth noting, Sheep has 460k total metal produced versus the 340k of Teddy. He's
That's incredible.
ahead. Sheep also has multiple anti-nukes at this stage. He's very prepared for anything like this. I can't see a way for Teddy to sort of like snipe a victory here.
It'd be interesting to see what Teddy actually decides to do. He knows the Juggernaut's coming. What's he going to do?
He's going for a lot of pulsars. He's moved his roughnecks. He's moved the Razorbacks over to the middle. So if he moves them to surround the Juggernaut, he will do very well against it.
And Juggernauts by themselves are vulnerable to getting overwhelmed.
Sheep's not stupid. He'll have a lot of low tier units to support it, but the Razorbacks are good against that as well.
Teddy launching a bit of a counterattack on the east, so that is going to work a little bit in his favor.
Lots of bulls. I think he needs a few more Jaguars with them to shoot down some of the fighters. Because every time he does this, he chips away a lot of sheep. Wow, Sheep is massively reacting to the east side.
Nuke launch actually almost completed by MightySheep, so quite dangerous right there.
Yeah.
And now Teddy's building advanced fusions. A bit too late. I would say this is 10 minutes too late for him, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sheep has 26k metal energy against 9.1 from Teddy. He's got almost twice. He's got about twice Teddy's metal production as well. That said, if Teddy pushes in with the Razorbacks right now, he can actually cut quite a serious path into Sheep's base because they are significantly faster than the Juggernaut. And Teddy's attacks over the northeast and the lower east part, they're not slacking either.
To give you a sense of the scale of the eco now, MightySheep has produced double the amount of metal that both players have produced in all 4 games before this one.
Massive game. Crazy macro.
4 Razorbacks, he's lost 2 of the 6. Those Shivas are doing a serious work to him, but I like that he's pushing forward. He's forced the Juggernaut to retreat. He is losing
He's giving him more time.
But he's doing a lot of damage with them.
He's buying time, and that's what he needs.
It's a worthwhile investment.
Right, so Sheep has stopped building advanced fusions. No, that's not true. He's building more of them at a different place, so scratch that.
Like Sheep is spreading them out. It makes it very hard for him to be taken out by one lucky kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing a very good job of penetrating onto the east side.
And because he reacted with all these gunships, he does not have the fighter screen. So this would have been a really opportunity for the bombers to go in, but not so much.
Teddy has 3 nuclear bombers.
If he goes all in on the air, I think there is a way that he wins this, but
Oh, completely. There is something to be said for the fact that Sheep is, he spent, how much money has he wasted on the spam units?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a cost that's often overlooked, and the scale at which Sheep is producing spam units is pretty high. And Teddy
It is.
anti-spam units really effectively, Jaguars in particular. Juggernaut now re-approaching the front line. Sheep has not queued up any more. He has queued up another Juggernaut, but that's after a lot of other Shivas still.
As time moves on, though, the advanced fusion, they're just gonna end up overpowering, I think.
Yeah. We are seeing some vanguards from Teddy. The problem is they're not going to be very effective against the spam units. Sheep's army is so much larger. He's got a bunch of 8 Shivas approaching Teddy's main base. Teddy's got...
Teddy,
And
he's a bit spooked, so he doesn't dare to go in, but Teddy doesn't actually have that much to defend this.
yeah. I think Sheep has this. It's just a matter of how long it takes him to realize it.
Yeah. It's difficult to know as well. Like, he doesn't know how far ahead he is in eco.
Yeah, completely. I mean, and also from his perspective, he's against the winner of the previous tournament. You know, if he screws up, this is the last game.
Nuke ready, by the way.
I think that is a massive factor, Typhoon, where he's aware that this is the match, the decider. He doesn't want to risk pushing in, and that might cost him if he keeps avoiding the commitment.
And killed almost nothing.
Nuke is ready though. Could be fired at any time. And he's shooting, I think. Yeah, I hear the sound. He's shooting on anti.
There's an anti-nuke there, though. Yeah, the anti-nuke just launched. Normally that'd be a case of well done for Teddy, you know, but Sheep is so far ahead economically that it's not really a big deal. There are a bunch of 11 Shivas approaching Teddy's main base, the Juggernaut just behind
Very
them.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Teddy's got nothing to deal with them.
I think the Juggernaut at this point was maybe a bit of a mistake because it hasn't really done much so far. But how's he going to stop this? It's going to punch through the middle, and I think this is going to be game. This is the final push for MightySheep. This is a victory push.
Fusion plants here. So 5 fusion plants in this base. He has 1 advanced fusion down the bottom left. So he's all of his main productions down here as well. He's got EMP bombs.
EMP bombers, that's going to help a lot.
These are...
He still has the Juggernaut though.
Yeah, they won't have
He
the
needs to
Juggernaut.
transport his commander. He needs to get his commander over here as soon as possible.
It's the other side of the map. He's not got an air transport. And he's not building one either. The Razorback should destroy the Juggernaut. And it will
And maybe he's hoping to res it later, but if it costs him his base, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, because Sheep is still sending stuff. Like, you can stop this wave, but what about the next one? And yeah, Sheep is self-destructing it as well.
Oh, wow.
It's in front advance. That's a 10-second.
5 seconds, 20%, 3 seconds.
Close.
He's gonna... Oh my god, this was 2%. 2% Juggernaut.
That was so close.
He's done all that damage and denied the wreckage. Can't res it.
Exactly,
And if he reclaimed it, it would have been worth something like 16,000 metal.
Yeah, that could have been good.
Very, very clutch there. And now the problem, as you mentioned, is the second wave coming behind it, and then the third one after that.
Yeah, I feel like Teddy's really trying hard, but he's not trading economically at the moment.
Well played by MightySheep here, really showcasing his macro style. There's so many advanced fusions right now all over the map.
Yeah. I mean, I was dubious about him selecting this map. I was like, yeah, advantage Teddy, surely, but no. He's really doing it very well.
I think Teddy was a bit too tired maybe for the harass. I think he had a really advantage with the opening that he did, but perhaps the late night is getting to him. Not to take away from MightySheep's excellent performance here. And, he's getting the anti-nuke. If he gets this one, he can nuke this place, but it's not going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
I think this is the moment where Teddy knows that it's over.
Oh, completely.
Beautiful, beautiful game. Well played.
Very well played.
throughout the tournament. Massive onslaught happening everywhere. Gotta love to see these games too.
4 to 5 times the eco of Teddy. I can't see how he could lose at this stage. Like, even if Teddy could see everything, I don't see how he could win this.
Leaking units now into his base.
Got quite a big bombing run from MightySheep coming in down the east side of the map.
Yep. That's 15 hailstorms. He's not got a target for them yet, but he's hopeful. I think he thinks that Teddy must have been building a load of advanced fusions.
Ah, there we go. I think Teddy's ready to throw the towel.
Oh.
He agrees with us.
By picking him out where he could harass and take advantage of Teddy's tiredness. There's the bombing run. One day Jazz Cash will include it in the map pool.
Oh, we can have a speed metal tournament, right?
Pardon?
We can have a speed metal tournament.
That would be fantastic. The only problem with speed metal is that sometimes the games can drag out in a really annoying way.
Very true.
I mean, Teddy's surviving longer than I would have expected. So fair play to him on that.
Oh, he's been playing really, really well. Like, the only reason he's been made to look not that good is because he's up against MightySheep, who's super macroed and really showcased the power of exponential eco.
Yeah, completely.
Teddy with the crown, gonna degun the Shivas.
Yeah, so he's done that. That's good. Sheep now knows where the advanced fusions are, though. So, Sheep with 168 Tier 1 aircraft constructors. Good choice. You can build anything.
And he's doing that. He's moving them forward. Every unit, every kind of trick in the book is being thrown at the enemy here from both sides, trying to gain victory. But only one victor can emerge from this one, and it's looking like MightySheep.
Something interesting coming up. Look at Teddy's comm. He's got a stealthy armed heavy transport. What's he going to do?
Against these fighters, not much.
Yeah. Teddy's cloaked his commander. Yeah, there's two juggernauts on his side of the map now. It's just a case of Sheep mopping him up. I think Teddy's going to fight till the end, just the last game. Worth noting, Sheep has now hidden his commander at the back of his base and cloaked it.
Flying away.
Oh.
He's hiding on the hill. He's like, you're not getting me.
Teddy's gonna choose to go out on his own terms. There's no way Sheep's finding him there, I think.
Inevitable defeat coming here for Teddy. He's trying to delay, but not much he can do at this point. Massive amount of units, huge battlefield, 55 minutes, almost an hour into the game. And I think the airstrike here is coming, and that's gonna be the nail in the coffin.
So Sheep's got 39 air radar planes. I thought he'd move them all the way across the map. Oh, is Teddy actually...
GG, well played.
He's not
Game
stopped.
number 5 goes MightySheep's way.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's not self-destructed yet, though.
Who knows?
Didn't he do this the other game? He said GG and then didn't actually.
And then tried to capture the commander of the enemy.
Oh, now he is. So we've all played that game in StarCraft. We're like, oh, GG, you win. 5 minutes later, the game's still going.
Congratulations, MightySheep, winner of Alpha Cup number 3.
Yes.
Wow.
Oof. A word.
What a performance.
Fantastic.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Let's bring us back into the casting booth for that.
A game of endurance, a game of pulling through to the end, and never stopping expanding, never stopping building eco, and managing to overcome Teddy, the previous champion, defeating him in the finals, taking his crown, and there we go. We have a winner.
That was absolutely incredible, I have to say. That was pretty epic in every way you could imagine it. The finals that plays the full 5 matches out, and then the final game is nearly an hour long, and you practically see everything. It's the juggernaut coming out, and multiple of them as well. I must admit, if anyone said to me that during this tournament you would see T3, like, oh, that's not going to happen. I saw the, but then to say, oh yeah, see a juggernaut, but I think they're making it
A
up.
whole bunch of Juggernauts in game 5 in the last game, and a massive epic closing of this tournament.
That was incredible. So is that like the highlight of it all for you guys?
So, worth noting, PtaQ is going to be running, I think he said, a 4v4 tournament in the near future.
Yes. So let me check. So yeah, May the 6th.
Yeah,
So-
May the 6th, 4v4 tournament.
Yeah.
Organised by PtaQ.
So yeah, get signing up there. That's going to be quite something, I think, because we don't think we've had them the teams quite that big. 3v3, which was quite something. 4v4, that's going to be incredible. So bar works really well in large multiplayer games. So only natural to have tournaments based on that. So yeah, that'd be absolutely incredible. Yes.
All right, so congratulations again, I would say, to MightySheep. Very, very solid performance. Teddy, beautiful second place, I would say. And then we have Andy and Goopy, third and fourth shared place. Congratulations to them as well.
That was not like a done deal either. They were very nearly in the finals themselves.
There's a lot of very, very close matches there. Very, very impressive in that
More than
respect.
normal, I thought.
What did you think of the format of this year, of the group stage and the final stage?
I thought it was very good, and I thought it ran very smoothly. So massive congratulations and thanks to JazzCash on that.
Absolutely, and to everyone donating to the prize pool, thank you so much for that as well, and well done everyone participating.
Yeah, so the prize pool of 623 euros. So courtesy of JazzCash, a generous anonymous donator, Just Ash, Spencer WF, Mackie Moose, Mizai, and Borg King. Thank you very much, all of you, for your very, very generous donations. I'd like to thank everyone who's been working in the background to keep this tournament running smoothly. I'd like to thank all our 64 players for partaking and making this tournament something quite special, setting new records for bar. That's absolutely fantastic. I'd like to thank both Kehvin and Ragnar for joining me on, casting these games. Your insights and entertainment was very, very much appreciated.
You're not going to thank Pickle?
Thanking all of Tyvian's cats for delighting our players who seem to have a very soft spot for
I didn't the
cats.
players care about the cats. The stream, they like Pickle though.
Oh yeah, and of course, can't forget the viewers who were watching this and supporting us. Were watching the comments. We are very very grateful for everything you've done there, and great that you've been able to join us on this journey. Someone asked about a 2v2 tournament. I don't know about that. I'm sure it'll be
4v4,
organised
right?
again.
Nope, 4v4.
Yeah.
Which, given the number of players we've got, I think that's very doable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. Doesn't preclude other tournaments from happening later on, but the 4v4 will be the next one for sure. Call out to Bald King for all his work for doing the information gathering and all that. That was an excellent addition to the tournament and giving me things to fill with the commanders' intel boxes, which I hope the viewers enjoyed. And also just general thank you to the entire bar team really for us all working together and producing beyond all reason, of which this tournament would not be possible. And all those contributors, it's absolutely fantastic what we've managed to achieve, and you should be feeling proud of yourselves. So yeah, with that, I'll just show let's just see if the tournament standings have been finalised, just to show one last time the tournament standings.
Last but not least, thank you so much for being an amazing host here and doing a really good job with all the presentations and everything.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
My insights wouldn't have gone anywhere without you, Tarnish, keeping track of my pings on Discord. Yeah, fantastic. Well done all.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been a long journey, but it's been good fun. I think we've got the update now, so there's the final results there. So congratulations, MightySheep. The sheep as the
Beautiful
artwork there. It's brilliant.
Very, very well deserved. Very, very well played. Really amazing final as well. Overcoming Teddy, the previous champion. Beautiful.
Who managed to achieve second, which is no small feat. I think we've had a lot of very high quality plays in this tournament. It certainly felt very, very competitive, especially all of the stage 2, the 8 finals, quarterfinals, semifinals, all felt very, very high quality and very entertaining. But of course, Goopy and Randy for coming joint, well, 3rd stroke 4th. You obviously walk away each with 5% of the prize pool for that, so congratulations. Right, so before we close out, are there any final thoughts or anything that you want to say?
No, I think that nothing else needs to be said, really. Except Pickle really likes dreamies and he's currently chewing on my finger because he's got a dream.
Brilliant. Right, well, if I've set this up correctly, to take us back to the booth. So if I've set this up correctly, then we'll actually get all the highlights I've actually managed to capture. Play and then play the trailer again, because it is just so big and awesome. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And look forward to seeing you all in the next tournament, which sounds like it's going to be the 4v4 tournament coming up soon, May the 6th. So yeah, get signed up for that.
It's been really appreciated.
GG, well played, everyone, and see you soon, I suppose.
Take care, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the battlefield soon.
Yep.
Good night, guys.
Bye, Borg.
Right.
Bye.
Hereby Vodka and completely destroying all of the wind.
Worth noting that this is not the fastest pro 1v1 game we've ever had.
That's game over.
Very fast games.
Wow, yes. As expected from the group stage, I would say there's a lot of mismatches. So the lower critical. And yeah, he's overwhelmed. He's completely overwhelmed. Pernai is taking this one, I believe.
Yeah, I can't see how Planning can come back from this.
Interestingly, meanwhile, this huge battle is taking place. Both commanders are standing off right in front of each other with some LLTs. So that could have been a big turnaround if they went for a snipe. But that's GG. His base doing something else. So he put this Q here, and he's going to the only place in the base where there's an LLT. Very, very unfortunate here. It could have been game over already.
Yeah.
Instead, it looks like this is going to get cleaned up, actually.
He's going to take out a few things, and he's going to buy himself some space and map control, but it's not the win it could have been.
No, so unfortunate. This is exactly what's happening. Meteorite with the brutes inside the base, destroying everything, and this looks like finally a game over. The production is all done. He still has the lab and the commander. These might get deacons, but so much delay. He doesn't even have any metal extractors left, so this is game over. The commander even dies. All right, GG.
Damage here. This is not good for greedomorph. He's going to take out the construction turret in a moment, along with all of the energy economy of greedomorph.
Oh yes, this hurts.
Win this.
This hurts. This is your worst nightmare. You're playing close by, so if once he catches that out,
Oh,
he's trying for the commander, but no,
It'll be a suicide.
that's
right?
not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It's way too low. Too many attacks. He's trying to buy time. He's pushing him back to buy time. It's actually working. Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah.
Zuck is giving him the time, but unfortunately, I think it's too little, too late, too big of an army advantage. And this is
To the artillery piece. The artillery piece significantly outranges the bots. However,
no, he mismicroed. He loses his few units. He's getting pressured from all sides. He's going for the kills. Low, the killer has the enemy inside. Some nice deguns, but that's not going to be good enough. Dubdar taken out. GG.
on PtaQ using construction bots rather than the construction turret to assist his factory.
I don't think we have time. There's here a big attack. The Centurion got degunned, the one big advantage that Horoscope has. So now he is practically dead already in his base. That's his game over.
Game over. Well played, PtaQ.
Yes, well played, well played. So they might get the commander here. Let's see the deguns coming in, killing a few already. Another degun. The lab is destroyed.
Yep.
He's not going for the commander, however. He's not looking to finish it just yet. GG, all right, game over. Well played. Finish that up before the next match begins, perhaps.
I mean,
And here comes the final push.
To be honest.
Here comes the final push, going encircling the commander from all sides,
Get that flank.
killing, and that is GG. All right. Not be able to take this. He is getting quite a bit of shots. He needs to win this rather quickly. But the lab is blocked. He's not producing any units. The res bot is stuck on top of the lab and not building anything. He thinks it's over. Petty low HP getting hit, and there we go. GG. Amazing.
Just been revealed. They've flown straight over DuckDuck's commander. He is rapidly building anti-air bots. Will it be enough? The bombers have been queued up to bomb an area covering multiple wind turbines, and that is the vast majority of DuckDuck's eco gone. He's just called good game, and he has resigned. Well played, DuckDuck.
I think bringing the commander in just to be able to put some pressure and regain control. Oh, it's an all-in. Good first degun, but now he's surrounded. This is looking really dangerous. He's just got it. No, he couldn't quite get the D-guns off. Very good job there.
To move in for the kill.
Yeah.
Little by little, dwindling away.
Yeah,
And yeah, this looks like a game over.
I think so. Teddy's been careful not to throw it. You know, he's still using the Sheldons to do as much of the damage as possible. Focusing the commander. Yeah, there's GG.
GG called.
So that is
Alright.
running sadly. He's got one advanced. He's only got one advanced construction unit, I think. Yeah. And he's not got any more queued up, and that one is doing a lot of mexes first.
The lack of units from MightySheep should alarm Goopy. He should know that something is up. He hasn't started the to get them decant. He doesn't want to throw it away. Just like you mentioned, he's a very good player, so he wants to solidify rather than risk an all-in. Going around both sides, he's going to kill all the wind everywhere.
Yeah.
This looks like it's getting over, and goopy knows it, and he calls it. Very, very well played by both of these players. Amazing series. He's trying to focus it, and he's going to get it. Yes, absolutely. That's devastating.
And
And
he
then
got
the north as well. He's going to get both in the north, so he did exactly what he needed to. A very aggressive play by Teddy, and it pays off massive dividends.
huge advantage in this game. Getting 3 construction units, I mean, ignoring the mexes that he's gotten, because that the difference in the level of play,
Completely different.
style of play.
Completely different gameplay. And then the exciting part is that we're going to get a finals where there's this clash again between what we see and what we just saw before. Huge attack in the base, though. Loads and loads of wins. Almost all of the wins gets taken out, and this is devastating for Andy's economy.
So here's a question: would them have building walls been a really good idea here, given the amount of raiding taking place?
Could be, but meanwhile, the raid doesn't stop. Teddy keeps going and wrecks the base. Rex and Andy gives up. He doesn't want to play this one anymore. He wants to go to the next match. He calls it GG.
Yeah, I mean,
And do not track, so he has to keep dodging. But there's so many of them. It's not gonna work. He's gonna die. This is game over.
yep.
30%.
Game goes to Randy, I think. I mean, fantastic.
He's playing Dance Dance Revolution, but there's too many torpedoes.
Wrong game.
9%. Game over. Randy wins for the comeback.
He's got the air transport coming in. If
The fighters,
fighters,
if the fighters they're coming, but they might be too late. They're too late. That is such a close call. He's still flying. The fighters are coming in. They might kill him in the air. Just lands in the nick of time.
that was so close.
It flies away. Fiends coming in into Andy's base. This might self-destruct. Almost get the lab. More are coming. More self-destruct, and he does in fact get the lab. And this must be Andy's end in this tournament, I think. For his desperate all-in attack, this is not going anywhere. Very well played by both of these players. Andy, a fantastic fight in the last map, but this is his end. Surrounded on all sides. He's getting caught, and the explosion is there. GG, well played. This was base. It might not be worth it.
Yeah, because Sheep is still sending stuff. Like, you can stop this wave, but what about the next one? And yeah, Sheep is self-destructing it as well.
Oh, wow.
Listen for advance. That's a 10-second.
5 seconds, 20%, 3 seconds.
Close.
He's gonna. Oh my god, this was 2%. 2% Juggernaut.
That was so...
Ready to try the tower.
Oh.
He agrees with us.
By picking him out where he could harass and take advantage of Teddy's tiredness. There's the bombing run.
Exponential eco.
Yeah, completely.
Teddy with a crown. Gonna deacon the Shivas.
Yeah, so he's done that. That's good. Sheep now knows where the advanced fusions are, though. So, Sheep with